Just something before you go out, Derek.
Well, I haven't time, have I? Oh, why do we have to oversleep today of all days? I hope it's not going to be an omen.
An omen?
Yes, maybe it's an omen. I've got 3 important meetings today, all prospective new clients, and if the day finishes the way it started, well, it just doesn't bear thinking about.
Well, will you still be home for your lunch?
Oh, if I have time for any...
You've got to make time, Derek.
Yes. I'll see you later.
Well, you don't expect me to be sorry for her, do you? After what she did to me, insulted me, humiliated me.
Well, Tina's gone now, Mr. Sugden, so you've got no problem.
No problem, but I've still got my pride, young lady, and I'll not be satisfied till I get a full and proper apology from the management. I bid you good morning.
Good morning.
Come on, Percy.
He has got a point, though, I suppose. She has been sailing close to the winds and she took up with that Nigel Ridley.
Yeah, well, she can afford to now, can't she?
Alec, there's no point you sticking your blood pressure up to boiling point. No letting a good egg go to waste. Nigel Ridley or no Nigel Ridley. We can't have Tina telling us who we serve and who we don't.
Well, perhaps if you have a word.
A word, who with?
Well, with Tina, you know, mark a card for her. We all do things we regret.
Alec, if you think I'm regretting giving Tina her marching orders, I reckon you must be 2 bales short of a cartload. Listen, love, if she showed her face behind that bar again, your life wouldn't be worth living. Mine neither, so just forget it. I'll get it. Rover's return. Hello, Betty, love. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I see. Well, don't worry, love. Just look after yourself. Yeah. And I'll see you, love. Bye, Betty.
What's up with Mother Hubbard?
Betty will not be in. She's picked up a bug or something.
Oh, no, that's all we need, isn't it?
You can phone and up the pies order. I'll do you a few butties when I get back.
When you get back?
I'm nipping into town. I'll be back be opening.
Oh, you can't, Bet. Not this morning.
Alec, life may have come to a dead stop for you, but it certainly hasn't for me.
But you can't, Bet. What about Nigel?
What about
Oh,
him?
what if he rings?
Well, then you just have to spell it out for him loud and clear who's boss around these parts. And it isn't Tina Flaming Fowler, that's for sure.
Morning.
Alec. Could you put these together for me, love? I'll pick them up at dinner time.
Yes, of course you can, love.
I'll take the beans with me now, though, they're due for Tracy's dinner.
All right, I'll get them.
No, it's all right, love, I'll get them.
Morning. Oh, morning.
Yes, Mr. Barlow.
Just a pint of milk, Sally.
Sure,
Okay.
I'll get it.
You going out? School.
Oh, I thought they didn't start till tomorrow.
Kids, yes, at the staff meeting today. Gives the chance to man the barricades before the battle commences.
Oh, you're on the staff now then, are you?
Till something better comes along,
Oh,
yeah.
great.
Oh, good morning. Morning. Deirdre? Deirdre? Hang on a minute. Look, this isn't getting us anywhere.
And whose fault is that? You didn't have to come and live in the street. You didn't have to take a permanent job at Tracy's school.
Yeah, but the fact remains I have, so we might as well make the most of it for Tracy's sake.
For Tracy's sake? I don't believe I'm hearing this.
Well, look, she's not complaining, believe me. You're building barriers that don't even exist. The only person you're hurting is yourself. The fact is, I do live here now. I will be teaching at Tracy's school. Tracy's accepted that, so the sooner you accept the fact, the better.
Get it, his flaming self, sitting there counting flaming money. Hello, Rover's return, yes. Hang on, I'll get him. Alec, phone. Who is it? Big White Chief.
Morning, Nigel. What can we do for you? Ah, Tina. Yes, it's an unfortunate business. Clash of personalities, I think you'd call it. You know how it is. You don't. Yes, I know you're a busy man, Nigel. Yes, quite. I see. Yes, I understand. Yes, well, just leave it with me then, will you, Nigel? Bet. Oh, needn't worry about her. Oh, thank you for calling, Nigel. Bye.
Look, if it's any trouble...
No, of course it's not. I was doing something for me and Tracy anyway.
I thought you might have fancied nipping to Rovers.
No. I said I'd be around for Tracy, and even if I hadn't, I think I'd have fancied giving it a miss today.
Ken,
Got it in one.
what's he been up to
What's
now?
he been up to? He's got a flat in the street, he's got a permanent job at Tracy's school. I mean, why, Dave? Why is he haunting me like this? What do I have to do to make him realise he isn't a part of my life anymore?
Well, you can't force him to quit his job. You can't stop him living at the end of the street, or even next door if he wants to. But you can stop getting so uptight about it, giving him that satisfaction. You've got to show him he can do what the hell he likes. You've got your own life to lead. Then get on with it.
That's just right, Tom.
Where the devil is she, Jack? Back before opening time, she said.
His Nels is unpredictable as a woman on the loose with her husband's credit card, isn't he? Yes, Louis.
So he's got this idea of joining the army out of his head, has he?
Yeah, thank goodness.
Yeah. What's he going to do now, then?
What he should have thought of doing in the first place with his GCSEs is going back to school, doing his A-levels.
What about you and Steve?
What about him?
I mean, what's he going to do?
Oh, he's going back and all, see if he can't do any better. So it looks like his dad will be looking after him for the foreseeable future.
Well, that seems to be the scheme.
Yes, Percy, can I help you?
I take it that what happened in here last night was final.
Well, that depends what you mean.
That you behaved like a responsible landlord and dismissed that young madam that was so offensive to me.
Bet did take things in hand, yes.
Yeah, well, I'm very pleased. I'll have half a bitter, and when the place fills up a bit, I'll have an apology and all.
When the place fills up?
Yes, I just want as many witnesses as there were last night to that disgraceful behaviour.
Oh, come on, Percy. Wasn't me that ordered you out, not this time. Here. Have this on the house, and we'll say no more about it.
Half a bitter, the price of human dignity?
Tina, what are you doing here?
I take it Nigel's had a word?
Well, yes, but...
Right then.
By the left, you sorted her out, didn't you? I'll bid you good day.
Yes, I've got that. I'll give them a call first thing this afternoon. Is that it? Yes, an excellent morning, thank you. Hope the afternoon goes the same way. Yes, I'll call you. Bye now.
Your lunch is on the table, Derek.
Thank you, Mavis.
So the morning didn't go as badly as you expected, hmm?
No, Mavis, it certainly did not. Mind you, it was hard going at first. But my persuasive negotiating powers triumphed in the end.
You got the contract?
Oh, yes. Victor got more than a salesman when he took me on. He got an executive of the highest order.
What was that?
I said Victor got more than a salesman when he...
No, not that. There it is again.
What?
Sounds like a bird.
A bird? Maybe we hear birds all day long in our garden. They're not exactly aliens.
No, it wasn't as far away as that.
Where are you going?
Let's see where it's coming from.
Mavis.
Oh, Derek.
What?
Come here quickly.
This fuss about a bird in the garden.
It isn't in the garden. Look.
Good Lord.
Harriet.
Bet's not going to like it, you know.
I don't suppose she will, but Bet's not here, is she? Back before opening time, she said. Where would we have been if Tina hadn't turned up? At least we've got an extra pair of hands, which I'm grateful for. I don't know about you.
It's all right. I'm not complaining. But then again, I'm not the one you've got to convince, am I?
Where have you been?
Well, I would have thought that was obvious. Place is still open, I see. Fellas, honestly, when it comes to the priorities of life, they've not got a clue, have they?
You're telling me.
Hey.
5 minutes, Tiger, and the cavalry will be back with you.
Look, Belle,
What?
before you go through, a word.
What's up, love?
Hiya.
What's she doing here?
But I was just about to tell you.
Save it, Alec. Tina,
Yes, Bet.
back.
Something bothering you?
Back, now. I want a word.
Oh, has Alec not explained then?
You're not dealing with Alec, you're dealing with me.
Belle,
Shift
there's
yourself.
Something you don't understand.
I'll deal with you later.
Bet, look, things aren't like they seem. If you'll just let me explain.
I thought we were short-handed.
Yes, we are.
You better go and give Jack a hand then, hadn't you?
Who the hell do you think you are?
I'm the landlord's wife. That's who I am. And I'm not having no backstreet, nout-a-pound barmaid treating me and Alec the way you have these last few days. Nigel Ridley or no Nigel Ridley.
You've had it in for me the day I set foot in this pub. Because I'm not the only backstreet now-to-pound barmaid round here. Do you know what I am? I'm you, 20-odd years ago, but with one big difference. I won't be no backstreet now-to-pound barmaid, festering in no backstreet pub with a geriatric husband until they carry me out. Oh, no. I'm going to make something of my life, me.
Finished, have you? Well, I'll give you one thing. Perhaps I can give you 20-odd years. But do you know what those 20-odd years have given me? Experience. Knowing which side my bread's buttered. Knowing when to keep that zipped. Knowing that when fellas like Nigel Ridley give the glad eye to folk like you, it's for one reason and one reason only. And if you think any different, you're a bigger fool than I took you for. Now get out of this pub while you can still walk out.
I wouldn't stop in this pub if you nail me to the floor. Oh, and don't lose any sleep over being short-handed. Because when Nigel hears about this, it won't be your problem any longer. Believe me.
Get out.
What was that?
Tina was just leaving. And believe you me, Alec, this time she won't be coming back.
Oh, my heart stopped, Rita. I know it did. There it was on the sink.
Your heart?
The budgie. Spitting image of Harriet, except for his beak.
His beak?
Yeah, well, it's a bit of a different colour in a cockbird. That's how you can tell the difference.
Unless you happen to be another budgie. So how come it landed on your sink, do you reckon? Climb up plug hole?
No, I think it must have flown through the window. I'd left it open, you see.
Oh, lucky for the budgie.
Harry.
Harry?
Yeah, that's what I've called him. Well, I mean, we couldn't call him Harriet, could we?
Well, no, I don't suppose you could. So where is it, Harry, now then?
Oh, well, he's in Harriet's old cage, and when we left him at lunchtime, he was chirping away just as if he'd been with us all his life. It was so contented. Oh, Rita, it's like a gift from heaven. I mean, of all the windows he could have flown through, he flew through ours. He chose us.
You're not planning on keeping it, are you?
Oh, why ever not?
Because it's not yours. I mean, it must belong to somebody.
It's obvious, Rita, you don't know the first thing about budgerigars, do you?
Well, they wouldn't exactly be my specialised subject on Mastermind, no.
How long do you think a bird like that would live in the wild?
You're going to tell me, aren't you?
Well, not very long. I mean, apart from the weather, there's natural predators.
All right. All right, it was a miracle. And I hope you and Derek and Harry will be very happy. Now I think it'd be a good time to put kettle on, while their magazines are still fit for selling.
Oh, just to think, Rita, when I woke up this morning, I thought it was just going to be an ordinary day.
There's a fresh brew in pot. Grab yourself a cup, love.
Bet, love. About Tina.
I don't want to talk about it. I never want to hear her name again.
Listen to me, Bet, will you? When Nigel Ridley says he doesn't want any trouble...
Alec, what are you trying to say? That I was out of order? That we should have given Martha Harry another chance?
Look, I'm only thinking about our future.
Right. Well, I'll give you something else to stoke your boiler with, and then I'll say no more. If that girl ever sets foot in here again, I'll be the one packing my bags, and I'll be through that door like greased lightning. Is that plain enough for you?
You know what? I think we should take the day off together more often. Get used to this life of leisure. What do you reckon?
Not bad. So why haven't you brought me here before?
Haven't I? Must have been some other bird.
I believe you and all. How else would you know the barmaid's name?
Did your detective work stretch to notice and she was wearing it on a jacket?
No.
Top you up?
Why not? I bet we're unique in here.
How?
I reckon we're the only couple who's married to each other.
I reckon you could be right. So, Mrs. Barnes, what are your plans for this afternoon?
You want a proposition?
And why don't you come back with me and find out?
Strictly business, of course.
Of course. Now I know it's this easy, I'll come here more often.
Just you dare.
What's she doing here?
Looking for someone by the looks of things. So that's who you've been bringing here?
Tina, what are you doing here?
Sorry to interrupt a business meeting.
Business?
What is it?
I wanted a quiet word.
Busy?
Yes, I can see that. It's about Bet Gilroy.
I've had a word. It will be all right.
It's not all right. I've been back, we've had one hell of a slanging match, and she's chucked me out again.
This is hardly the place.
Aren't you going to introduce us, Nigel?
This is Tina, an employee of...
Ex-employee. Unless he gets them Gilroys to toe the line. I'm sorry, I didn't catch who you were.
That's no concern of yours.
Oh, you reckon, do you? Well, I reckon it's got a hell of a lot to do with me.
You just excuse me.
I can say all I've got to say to you here. Look, what game are you on? I take it you're not one of his brewery employees.
Hardly.
Well, I'm waiting.
Look, if you take my advice, you'll make your peace with Bet and Alec. I can do no more for you.
Yes, I can see that. He brought me here and all, you know. A couple of times. Seems I was just one more in the procession.
All right, Tina. I think you've said quite enough.
I haven't started yet. All that sweet talk, flashing your money around. I thought I meant something to you. But it was just a game, wasn't it? Nigel Ridley's bit of rough.
Look, if you got the wrong impression.
Wrong impression?
We went out for a couple of meals.
And the rest.
Look, I think it's time I was going.
No. Tina's the one who's going. Now, you can either walk out, or I'll have you thrown out.
Don't worry, I'm going. It was a waste of time coming here in the first place. But I wouldn't like you to forget me in a hurry. I'd like you to have a little something to remember me by. You rat!
I'll tell you one thing about this place. Cabaret takes some beating.
Thanks very much. Rita, I've been thinking. Well, and I know you said you would lock up tonight, but if I popped home now and got Derek's tea on, I could come back and lock up and you could have an early night.
What's brought all this up?
I was just thinking about you.
And I don't suppose Harry's got anything to do with this.
Well, he has been on his own for a long while. I mean, 'tis his first day, but if you don't want an early night...
Mavis, nothing would give me greater pleasure than to get up to that flat and put my feet in soak. Happy now?
Yes, I'll only be about 10 minutes, and I'd be grateful if you didn't make it common knowledge about Harry.
Oh, very wise. I mean, if it got out that you were harbouring a budgie, heaven knows what it'd do to your poll tax.
Derek?
I'm in here, Mavis.
What are you doing home?
Well, I had to go down to Macclesfield this afternoon. Hardly seemed worth going all the way back to the plant.
Well, I haven't put your tea on yet.
That's all right. I've got some paperwork to do anyway. Victor is going to be over the moon when he hears what I've achieved today.
Do you think he's settled in all right?
Well, yes. Not had any complaints, anyway.
Well, you wouldn't, would you? You don't think he's constipated?
I beg your pardon? Oh, you mean Harry? I thought you meant Victor. No, I'm sure he's fine.
I can't get over it, you know, Derek. It was fate. I mean, if I hadn't left that window open, if Harry hadn't found it, well, he could have ended up anywhere. I mean, he could have ended up in the Barnes kitchen.
Heaven forbid. They'd probably have had him on toast for tea.
Exactly. No, he belongs here. You know, there's been something missing in our lives since Harriet passed on. But not anymore. Eh, Harry? Now we're a complete family again.
Oh, so you've remembered where you live then?
Mum, I was helping my dad get the flat sorted. I haven't run away from home. I went to get some colour charts. He's going to start decorating tomorrow.
Look, love, I don't want to stop you seeing your dad. But I do like to know where you are. So I think we ought to lay down a few ground rules, OK?
Ground rules? Like what?
Well, like, next time you feel like going round there, I'd like you to tell me before you go.
I was going to tell you.
Oh, yeah? Like when?
Dinner time, but he was there.
I take it you mean Dave?
Yeah, and he doesn't go much on us talking about my dad in front of him. So while we're laying down the ground rules, I don't think we should forget him, do you?
There you go, Jim.
Oh, cheers, Jacko, and I'll have a whiskey chaser for me.
Right, son.
What's up with your lord and master today? He looks about as happy as a bunny in a dog's home.
He's having to come to terms with a situation that is completely alien to him, son.
Eh?
Work.
Who was it?
Eh?
On the phone.
Betty.
Oh, thank goodness for that. She'll be back tomorrow, I take it.
Well, you take it wrong, Alec. She's been to the doctor's. They sent her to bed for a few days.
To bed? She can't go to bed. She knows how we're fixed.
Alec, she's sick. Will you stop worrying? We'll get by. It's not the first time. Now calm down. Or else Betty won't be the only one who's taken to her bed.
I was thinking, boss, about the last time I mentioned a pay rise.
Jacko the bar.
I just thought I'd mentioned it last night.
I mean it, Alec. Now get a grip of yourself. Or else there'll only be me and Jacko running this place. You've nearly shot through the roof every time the phone's rang. You've hardly taken your eyes off the door all night.
Well, is it surprising with Nigel Ridley about to descend at any minute?
And driving yourself into an early grave's going to solve everything, is it? Yes, Des?
Pint, please, Bet. Tina not in?
You've seen the last of Tina behind this bar, I can assure you.
Looks like she's lost out all round then, doesn't it?
I wouldn't say having a brewery director in tow was any great hardship.
Did have.
Eh?
I take it you haven't heard then?
Heard what?
About this afternoon's pantomime.
Pantomime?
In the wine bar. Me and Steph had a ringside seat. Your Tina and our friend from the brewery had a right old ding-dong. Ended up drowning him in wine.
Did she now?
No job. No fella. Seems to have looked out always, doesn't she? Still, some folk are like that, aren't they? Just pleased I'm not one of them.
Happy now.
Well, I must say it's a weight off my mind. Mind you, if I'd listened to you in the first place.
Me?
Yeah, well, you said right from the beginning it'd end in tears. You were right.
Yes, I was. But if you think it gives me any satisfaction, Alec, you couldn't be more wrong.
Well, good night, Mrs. Butterworth.
I'm not too late, am I?
Well, no, I was about to close.
This won't take a minute. I want to leave a card with you.
A card?
For the window. How much?
Well, it's 20 pence for the first week, but if you want any
Oh,
long...
no, a week will be plenty long enough. If it's not that bad, then it'll be bye-bye, Boris, any road.
Boris?
That's his name, love. Daft name for a budgie, I know, but our Wayne insisted.
A budgie?
He's only let it out for a fly round with window open.
Well, when was that?
Well, I didn't go out till 11. It were there then. When I got back at 1, it were gone. The kids were out looking for it. Still, if anybody does find it, they'll know where to find me now, won't they? That is, if it hasn't ended up a cat's breakfast. Well, sorry to have kept you. Try.
Alfie? Yeah, I will.
Come on.
Oh.
What are you playing at?
It's never been any good, this thing. We've never had a decent picture since we bought it.
Well, turn it off then. Audrey, it's 6:30 in the morning.
Don't talk to me about what time it is. I've been awake since 4 listening to you snoring.
Oh, now don't exaggerate.
Not exaggerating. Oh, good, that's better.
I can't help it if I snore.
Yeah, well, you should do some exercise and lose some weight. That'd stop it. Might give you a bit more energy for other things, you know.
What's that meaning?
Meeting last night.
I was tired last night.
Yeah, so you said. Oh, look at that.
Oh.
As soon as I get back into bed, it goes on the blink again, honestly. Oh, it's bad enough having a geriatric husband without having a geriatric telly to match.
Well, thank you. That's very nice, is that? That's just the sort of encouraging remark a bloke needs to start a belting day. I'll tell you what I'll do, Audrey. I'll ring the blooming television shop for you later this morning. Then if that gets fixed, maybe one of us will come up to expectations.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh. Well, I suppose I should have told her, Derek, but what sort of person calls a butchery car Boris?
Now, don't upset yourself,
Oh,
Mabel.
I can't help it. I mean, it's the thought that that woman might have some sort of claim over Harry here.
There's no reason why little Harry here has anything to do with Sybil Featherstone. Could all be coincidence.
Yeah, but she's put the card in the window. We've got his description.
One green budgie looks much like another green budgie. And as you say, they are awful people.
Oh, they are. Their house looks like a tip every time you pass it, and they hardly ever pay the paper bill on time.
So, morally speaking, you've no reason to reproach yourself. And no decision to make. The bird is better off with us.
But But is it morally right? Shouldn't I tell her?
You want my honest opinion?
Well, yes.
Go to Alps, buy some seed, make it a big packet. I think Harry's going to be with us for a long time.
Oh. I said something cheerful, but he looks stuck on grey. Says he can put pictures up and he won't clash with walls.
Did your dad ask you to help him?
No, he offered. Be a bit of fun.
Yeah, well, I don't want you neglecting your homework just because you're helping your dad decorate his flat.
He'd be the last person to let me neglect my homework.
Good, because your maths mark was way down on last year's.
I told you I didn't like my teacher. No one does.
Well, let's hope you like this one, then.
We should get Mr. Newbold. Last year's third year did.
Just remember what I'm saying. Who the heck's this?
Bim Daddy said he'd call for me on the way.
I thought you didn't want to be seen anywhere near him at school.
Yeah, well, everyone knows now anyway, so it's okay. And it's got quite popular. Haven't you?
What's that?
I'll just tell Mum how popular you are.
You may have some difficulty believing that.
Won't be a sec.
I hope you don't mind me calling, and I did promise. And I want to ask if it's okay to help you to decorate the flat.
Why bother asking, Ken? I mean, you seem to have it all sewn up already.
I did say she had to ask you first.
Yeah, well, I'd look pretty mean if I said no, wouldn't I?
Fine.
Not really, Ken. Not fine at all. Look, I don't want you calling here anymore, okay?
Got all my stuff, shall we go? See ya.
See you, love.
It's going to seem odd, isn't it, going at Rovers and not seeing Tina behind the bar?
It's amazing how you take people for granted till they've gone.
Still, from what I hear, things haven't been working out too well there for quite some time.
Yeah, well, I shouldn't think Alex the easiest person in the world to work for.
You haven't said much about your little lodger today.
Little lodger?
Harry, the wandering budget.
Oh, him? Well, he's fine, thank you.
Is that it?
Well, what do you expect?
I don't know. You were full of him yesterday.
Yes, well, it struck me that you weren't particularly interested yesterday, Rita.
No. Well, you're right. I wasn't, and I must apologise for that.
There's no need to apologise, Rita. After all, there are many more interesting things to talk about than lost budgies, aren't there?
Well, that's a £5 bag.
How many does she usually get?
Well, it'll last you a couple of days, unless you want to make loads of it and freeze it.
Oh, listen, love. I've no intention of stopping up all night cooking hot pots. Give us them and call it a day. Betty's only got a bug.
Oh, must have left you a bit short, though, with Tina gone and all.
Come on.
Oh, it's a shame, you know, Bet. I'm going to miss Tina.
I'm not. She was getting too big for her boots, that young lady. And she were a fool if she thought she'd a future with Nigel Ridley.
Look, I'm not arguing. I'm telling you, we paid good money for that set and it won't give a satisfactory picture.
It's all wavy and the sound's hissing, tell them.
Yes, that may very well be true, yeah. Yeah, but the point is, it's still under guarantee, and I want somebody around there today to see to it, yes. Oh, right, yes. Yes, that's fine. Yeah, all right, thank you. Yeah, they're sending an engineer around this afternoon.
Oh, God. Problem? Bedroom telly's bust.
Bedroom telly? I wouldn't have thought you'd time to watch telly in bed, married to a red-blooded male like Alfred.
Oh, don't make me laugh.
Don't tell me you're not fulfilling your obligations, Al.
Listen, you can't expect me to run a successful business and be a study to the bargain, can you?
Why not? Mike Baldwin manages it.
Well, marry Mike Baldwin, then.
Oh, no, I think that's taking it a bit too far. Just ask Alma if you can borrow him now and again. Well, she's your mate, isn't she?
What are these, then, eh? State secrets?
As a matter of fact, that is not so far off the truth.
Any mileage in selling them to press?
Oh, why? You'd be out of here like a dose of salts.
Never thought I'd be a counsellor's plaything.
You're not. And, as my granny used to say, it's nice to see you. But what bus are you catching back?
Not welcome, then?
Usually, yeah, but I've got all this stuff to read through for a council meeting.
Oh. Tonight?
Well, no, not tonight.
Good. Because tonight we need your intellectual skills.
Well, I'm very sorry, but you can't have them, even if I had any.
Oh, you don't fancy winning 8 bottles of wine in the quiz of the century down my local boozer?
Ordinarily, I would have loved to, but, well, it's Tracy's first day back at school, and I promised I'd be around.
Well, she'd go to Ken's, can't she?
She'd like to.
Well, let her. Why not make use of him now he's here?
You know why?
Yeah, I know why, and I disagree. So, how long's this sacrifice going to go on, then?
It's not a sacrifice, and I did hope you'd understand.
Oh, I understand, all right. You got time for Tracy and you got time for the council, but you ain't got any time for me.
That's not true, Dave.
I'll see you, all right? When you got a minute.
It's no use brooding, Mrs. Wilton.
Oh, Mr. Sugden, you gave me a start.
Well, I know what bereavement is, but life's for the living, as the Greeks say.
Oh, do they?
Oh, yes, they know how to live, to the Greeks. We had some with us during the war. They fought hard, they drank hard, they grieved hard, but they didn't dwell on it. That's the secret.
Well, I don't know what this has got to do with me.
Well, I saw you looking at the picture of that little bird on the packet.
Yes, well, I'm allowed to, aren't I?
Of course you are, Mrs. Wilton. I fought for the right for you to look at whatever you liked. But it's not your rights I'm worried about, it's your wisdom. It doesn't pay to keep looking back in the past. It keeps coming up with bad memories.
Well, for your information, Mr. Sugden, I was not looking back in the past. And as for your advice, well, I find that a bit rich coming from someone whose entire life is permanently locked into the Western Desert.
Hey, she's a bit tetchy maybe this morning, isn't she?
Well, I'm glad somebody else noticed it. I was beginning to think it was me.
Oh, women. There's no pleasing them.
Who is it?
TV repairman.
Oh, well, you didn't waste much time, I must say. Oh, it's you.
Surprise, surprise.
Don't just stand there, come on in. You'll have to excuse me, only, generally speaking, all the repairmen I've ever dealt with have been at least 2 hours late, so I thought I'd take the chance to have a bath and wash my hair.
Well, don't you worry, Mrs. Roberts. Just point me in the direction of the tally, and then you can carry on with whatever it is you're doing.
Now, what's all this, Mrs. Roberts?
Well, it's business, love. The boss likes us to treat everyone the same.
Yeah, well, you can stop calling me Mrs. Roberts if you don't mind. It makes me sound like your mother.
In there, is it?
No, that one's fine. No, it's the portable one in the bedroom.
I see. Well, do you mind if I go up then?
Better let me go first. There's 1 or 2 intimate articles that need removing.
Well, just you go upstairs and let me know when the coast's clear then,
Not
eh?
that there's anything I'm sure a man like you hasn't seen before.
No, I've seen it all in my job, Audrey.
Yes, I bet you have. As they say, the coast's clear. Come on, Jim.
Yeah, it's all very well them saying they'll come round this afternoon. And they all say it, you know, the gas, the electricity, water, they all say, yes, sir, we'll be round this afternoon. You're lucky if you see a van before 4:30. You've wasted all afternoon waiting in for them.
I shouldn't think Audrey minds an afternoon at home. Pamper herself a bit.
Listen, it's me that needs pampering, not Audrey.
Getting to you, is it, Al?
Do you know, folks seem to think that I'm boring just because I seem to be working all the time.
No.
It's true, it's true. Audrey is always complaining because I'm either asleep or at work. It'd be a different story if there was no money in the bank at the end of the week, though.
Must be rotten being the breadwinner all the time.
It is. Some women don't know they're born.
I'll remember that the next time my Jim's in one of his foul moods, which seems to be most of the time these days.
Well, does he not like his work, then?
Oh, well, I don't think mending tellies is any substitute for soldiering.
Yeah, well, you see, if shops sent stuff out in good condition in the first place, there won't be any need for people like him.
Yeah. Well, anyway, there's one thing. If it's him they send round to your place, you'll be guaranteed total satisfaction. He's very good with his hands, is Jim.
Right, what about that then?
It's okay.
Well, you know, strictly speaking, you should have an outside aerial.
Well, when we bought it, the man in the shop said it should work perfectly well without...
Oh, well, what a salesman know, eh? Look, what about that? I mean, I'd settle for that.
Well, it's fine till you get back into bed, then it goes all wobbly again.
I fail to see how that's going to affect it.
No, it's true, honestly. Come and try it. Come on.
I'll take your word for it.
Oh, Jim, come on, I'm not going to bite you.
Okay.
Put your feet up.
I've got my shoes off.
Well, take them off if it worries you.
Well, I mean, it looks fine to me.
No, just a minute. There! Now, did you see that?
Nope.
Oh, that's typical, isn't it? Nothing ever goes wrong when you want it to.
Right, I've got a lot of work to do, so I'll be off.
Oh, no, Jay, just a minute. Look, I mean, you've got to fix it. It does go funny, honestly. Oh, just a few more minutes. Please.
I must say, Mavis, I think you're being a bit hard on Mr. Sugden.
Yes, well, I'm not thinking properly, Derek, and I don't want him prying into my affairs. You know how nosy he can be.
Yes, I do indeed, Mavis. And you know very well that the best way to alert his interest is to act in an abnormal manner.
Yes, well, it's not easy not doing. I mean, what I'm doing makes me feel like a criminal. I go around with guilt written all over my face.
Oh, I thought we'd agreed about this, Mavis. 1, this bird doesn't necessarily belong to the Featherstones. 2, if it does, we're doing it a favour by keeping it here. So you see, you've no need to reproach yourself in any way. Thank you. After all, wouldn't any humane government give sanctuary to the fleeing victim of a repressive regime?
I suppose if you put it that way.
I do, Mavis. Though, mind you, there's always the fanatic that wants the refugee shipped back to his place of origin, no matter what the hardships or perils he may find there.
Mr. Sugden, you mean?
Yes, exactly. So we must close ranks and face the world in the interest of freedom and democracy.
You can't go yet. You've not fixed it.
Look, Audrey, love, I've told you. You need an aerial socket in your bedroom and then run it up to the main area.
You sure it won't work on just the portable area?
Depends on where you live and the direction of the transmitter, love.
Well, just do it then.
Well, that might not even cure it, you know. I mean, you might need a separate new aerial altogether. Either way, it's going to cost you money. So if I was you, I'd have a word with Alfie.
So you're just going to leave it as it is?
I'm afraid so, yeah. Cheers, love. Bye.
Thanks a bunch. Another dull night in bed then.
I know he said he wants to be close to Tracy, but you know as well as I do that's not the real reason for it. He's after getting his feet back under this table again.
And you're absolutely sure you don't want that?
Emily, after the way he's treated me, that's the last thing I want.
Is he actually pestering you?
Yes, I consider he is.
And you mind Tracy helping him with the new flat?
Well, if I'm honest, yes, I do. I know I can't stop her seeing him, and I'd be silly to try, but every time she goes round there, it feels as if he's winning somehow.
Only me.
Hello.
How did it go?
Usual first day back.
And how does it feel to be a third year?
Not much difference from a second year, really.
Do you want a drink?
No, I'm going to go upstairs and get changed to my old gear.
Just a minute, young lady. You are not getting changed or going anywhere till you've done your homework and had your tea.
They never give you homework first day back.
Are you absolutely sure?
They're too busy getting things organised.
Can I see your homework diary, please?
Don't you believe me?
I've been young as well, you know.
All right, I've got some maths and some reading to do, but I can do that later.
Now.
I told me Dad I'd go straight round.
I'm sorry, love, but you remember what I told you this morning? Homework first. She's got to choose her GCSE options at the end of this year, and her report wasn't nearly as good this time.
It must be very difficult.
Well, it is when you've got other attractions down the end of the street.
Oh, steady, Mavis.
Oh, I'm sorry, Derek. I've been like this all afternoon.
Sybil Featherstone's not been back, has she?
Well, no, but if she does, what do I say?
I thought we'd been through all that. Anyway, if she hasn't been back, there's always a possibility her budgie's turned up.
Oh, do you think so?
Well, if you'd lost Harriet, say, and you'd put an advert in the local shop, wouldn't you keep popping back to see if there'd been any response?
Well, yes, I suppose I would.
Well, there you are, then. Feel better now?
Oh, Derek, I wish I had you with me all day. I just dread that door opening in the cabin.
Well, now you're in the safety of your own home, and you can relax, can't you?
What on earth's that?
Oh, calm down, Mavis.
What do you think it's her?
Well, how can it be? She doesn't know we've got a bird.
Oh.
What are you doing?
Well, I'm not taking any chances, Derek.
Oh, Mavis.
Oh.
I'm sorry to bother you, but I think I could have a word with Mr. Wilton.
Mr. Sugden.
Well, we had a little altercation earlier on in the corner shop, and I'd like to clear it up.
Clear it up?
Yes, it's been going over in my mind, and is she in the kitchen?
Well,
Mr. Sugden.
Oh, hello, it's about lunchtime.
At lunchtime?
Yeah, do you mind if I sit down?
Well,
No, I felt that I'd upset you in some way, you know, and...
Oh, and I'm sorry, Mr. Sugden. I think it was me.
Yeah, it was that packet of birdseed.
Yeah, well, sort of.
I hope I wasn't too thoughtless. It didn't cause you too much stress.
No, in fact, Mr. Sugden, I think I should apologise to you.
Oh, well, I'll settle for a cup of tea if that's all right.
Yes, of course.
And when I've had my tea, you can show me around. I haven't seen it since you got it all sorted out.
Oh, I'm just closing, Mrs. Featherstone.
Not till I've had a word.
Well, so long as it's a quick one.
So this is what to pay me 20p for, is it? Stuck in a corner where nobody can see it?
You tell me where you want me to stick it, and I'd be happy to oblige, Mrs. Featherstone.
Well, where it can be seen.
Where it can be seen, right. There we go. Is that better?
Aye. If your mate had done that in first place, I might have had my budgie back by now.
Budgie?
Aye. Why, has somebody found one, have they?
We've not had any response to your card yet.
Hardly surprising, seeing as where she stuck it, is it?
No. No, it isn't.
Very nice, Mr. Wilton. Very nice indeed. Mrs. Bishop and I had a look at these when we were going up, but the finances wouldn't stretch, you know. Oh, that's very interesting. And Mother used to have one just like this.
Shh, Harry. It's only me. Now, shh, be a good boy. We mustn't make a noise now.
Yes. No, you want to look after that. Could be worth a bob or two in a few years.
I'll remember that, Mr. Sugden.
Yes. Right, well, I'll be off then. Have to thank your good lady for the tea.
Oh, yeah, Mavis, Mr. Sugden's just leaving.
Well, thank you for calling, Mr. Sugden.
Oh, I haven't seen your kitchen, have I?
No, well, I don't think there's anything changed since you were last in.
What, no little additions?
No, we don't go in for gadgets. I hate to rush you, Mr. Sugden, but I think I'm right in saying that our supper's nearly ready. Is that so, Mavis?
I'm just about to serve up Derek.
Oh, well, I'll leave you in peace then. But I'm glad we had our little chat.
Well, it's very nice of you to be so concerned, Mr. Sugden. I wish everyone was as considerate as you.
Yes, well, I wish you good evening.
Yes.
What was that?
Sorry?
Didn't you hear it?
Hear what?
Sounded like a budgie.
A budgie?
Yeah, in your kitchen.
And I thought we were having chicken tonight. Well, thank you again for calling, Mr. Sugden. Very thoughtful of you. Goodbye now. Mind how you go. That's right. Bye.
Right, I'm way over my tea, Alec.
Looked as though you needed that.
I'll tell you about a day and a half. I'll see you. Audrey, have you made your mind up about the new aerial then?
Ariel?
Yeah, for the new telly. Hasn't she told you?
Oh, that? No, I'm still thinking about that.
Right, fair enough.
Only I don't see why I should buy a new aerial when I was told it would work without.
Well, I suggest you take that up with the shop.
You never said it was in the call.
Oh, does it matter who called? It's still not fixed yet, is it?
I'll tell you now, I heard a budgie.
So you're saying it's haunted then, Percy?
The name's Mr. Sugden, young man, and no, I'm not saying it's haunted.
Oh, well, it's the old days, isn't it? Ace plays funny tricks on them.
Oh, bats. You often get bats in new houses.
Yes.
I'm not going deaf, and it wasn't bats. All I want to know is why I was the only one who heard it.
Well, it's obvious, Percy, isn't it? You're in touch with the spirits.
You're asking Percy, man's a double scotch.
Is this finished work, or is it still in rough?
Well, it doesn't have to be neat as long as the answers are right.
It doesn't have to be neat.
No.
Well, if I were you, I'd do it again.
I've told you it doesn't have to be neat.
Just do it again.
Why?
Because if I was your teacher and you handed this in to me, I would refuse to mark it.
How come you're checking up on my homework all of a sudden anyway?
Because I want you to do well.
You mean you don't want me to see me dad?
Hi.
Sorry I'm late, I had some homework to do. Just get ready.
That's okay, no hurry.
Just what do you think you're doing, Ken? I told you I don't want you calling round here anymore. She will come round when she's good and ready.
I didn't call to pick her up.
Look, I don't want you calling
No,
round
I
here.
just thought you wanted to know that things aren't as bad as they seem. If she works hard, they'll reconsider putting her back into the top set again next term.
Top set?
Yeah, in maths. I know they put her down, but I spoke to the maths guy today and he said they just did it to give her a bit of a fright.
They've put her down a set?
She hasn't told you?
No, she hasn't.
Well, it's a good job I came round then, isn't it? Look, I'll try and have a word with the head of the year about it, see if I can bring some influence to bear.
Influence? Don't you think you brought enough influence to bear already, Ken? She was fine until you started messing about with our lives. Don't you realise it's because of you she's in this mess?
I don't see there's any point dragging up the past.
No, well, you wouldn't, would you? I mean, it doesn't make you look very good, does it?
Deirdre, we've got to bury all this. It's Tracy's future I'm worried about.
Well, you worry about it at school and let me worry about it here. Now, would you please leave?
Dad gone?
Yes, he has. And you can forget about painting tonight. I've got a bone to pick with you.
Mr. Sugden, isn't it a bit early for the Hoover? Can't you have a lie-in for a change?
Look, there's no point in me lying in bed worrying about that poor bird.
Look, I'm sure if there was a bird, Mr. and Mrs. Wilson would be the first to know about it.
It's trapped and they're so deaf they can't hear it.
Either that or you imagined it.
Oh, what's that supposed to mean? I'm going doolally? Is that what you're suggesting?
No, I'm suggesting nothing of the sort. I'm merely saying you might have been mistaken. Perhaps it was the radio or, oh, I don't know, a kettle.
A kettle? Are you trying to tell me I don't know the difference between a budgerigar and a kettle? If you ask me, Mrs. Bishop, it's not me that's going doolally.
Well, according to Des, he was positive about it.
Well, now I remember Mr. Sugden did say he'd heard something or other.
No, we were dead certain it were a budgie. Well, that's what he told everyone in the Rovers.
Oh, no.
Oh, well, you know what Percy's like. He'll say out to cause trouble.
Yeah, he would, wouldn't he? Right, see you.
Yeah, see you, love.
Ta-da.
So, you didn't introduce Percy to your new little friend, then?
Well, no, I didn't want him giving me advice on how to look after budgericars.
And that was the only reason. So where were he, your new little friend?
He was in the kitchen, as a matter of fact.
Kitchen? What were he doing? Making tea? Peeling spuds? Or perhaps he was drinking vodka and whistling the red flag.
I beg your pardon?
'Tis a Russian name, isn't it? Boris.
Oh.
You might well say, oh, lady. I had a visitor last night, a Mrs. Featherstone, who reckons she's lost a budgie and wondered why her card wasn't more prominently displayed.
Now, don't forget to hand that maths homework in, will you?
Not likely to. I've got it first lesson.
Go on, love. See you this afternoon.
Oh, hello, Tracy. Just off to school.
Unwillingly, I'm afraid.
As Shakespeare said.
Are you coming through?
No. Mrs. D. Barlow, 1 Coronation Street, as opposed to number 3.
Ah, they can't get it right every time, can they?
Is Tracy fed up with school?
Maths, to be more precise. Apparently, they've been telling her to pull her socks up.
Oh, dear. Well, at least she's open about it with you.
Well, actually, she was trying to keep it quiet. It was Ken who told me.
Ken?
Yeah, he came round again last night. That was the reason, or so he said.
Good thing he did, then.
How do you mean?
Well, else she wouldn't have known about it. I suppose when you think about it, it does have some advantages. Ken working at Tracy's school and living just down the street.
Right, thanks. Thank you. Oh, we did have a restless night. Just couldn't settle. Oh, thanks, Rita.
The budgie?
No, Derek.
Oh.
In the end, he went downstairs to have a look at him, make sure he was all right.
Boris?
Oh, it's such a silly name for a budgie. Mind you, nothing would surprise me about that woman. I mean, she's just not fit to have animals. Do you remember when she lost that Rottweiler?
No, I can't say as I do.
Oh, I do. Answers to the name of Graham. Well, I say lost. I should think escaped would be more appropriate. And she keeps cats.
So, Boris, also known as Harry, has settled in Shea Wilton?
Oh, definitely. Do you know, I caught him looking at himself in the mirror, singing away while he was shaving.
Shaving?
Derek. Oh, Rita, it's just like we're a proper family once again.
Look, Mavis, before he gets too settled in, don't you think you ought to take him back? Not Derek, the budgie.
I think you're jumping to conclusions, Rita. I mean, we don't know for certain it's hers.
No, I suppose it could be a coincidence.
Of course it could.
Well, there's only one way to find out. You know where she lives.
Yeah, but the point is, if it's a portable, it shouldn't need an extra aerial. And there's too much of that sort of thing these days, hidden extras.
And I'll have one of them free tin openers, please.
Right. Free? 165.
Well, you never told me that when I bought this tin of beans.
Well, it stands to common sense, doesn't it? Anyway, I thought you had one.
I thought you had an aerial.
Yes, I have, but your Jim keeps saying I need another one. That's 827 then, please.
And you think he's pulling a fast one?
I never said that.
Because he wouldn't say it if it wasn't necessary. Anyway, it all comes back to you in the end. You pay Jim's boss, he pays Jim, and I spend it in here. So what are you complaining about?
I'm not complaining, I'm just asking.
See ya. Bye.
Hey, Sally, do you know what about aerials?
Well,
Well, it could cost you a couple of hundred.
Couple of hundred, and it'd pay that for the set.
Hey, mind if there's complications, you know, it could be more.
No, it's not just the money anyway. I mean, Audrey's been in all morning. She'll be sick to the back teeth by now.
Yeah. Now, are you sure you don't want something just a bit stronger?
No thanks, Audrey. One rule about this job, don't drink before you get in a roof, you're likely to fall off.
Oh, well, I could always catch you. Caught quite a few fellas in my time, I can tell you.
Well, thanks for the tea, Audrey, but no thanks. I'll be getting on.
Well, I'll hold the ladder for you, shall I?
Hey, all right, love, I'll be fine.
All right. Well, I'll just snip up to the bedroom and switch on. I won't be a minute. Do you know I'm enjoying this?
Audrey, the neighbours.
Give us something to talk about. See you in the bedroom then, Jim. Don't be long, will you? Promise.
Right you are, Mrs. Roberts.
Only time for a sandwich, so we better order now.
Well, Rita thinks that we... Oh.
Thinks what?
Well, she says she'll come and relieve me so that I can relieve her.
Look, do you want one or not?
What?
A sandwich?
Yes, I suppose so. I'll have cheese and tomato.
2 cheese and tomato, Jack, please.
2 cheese and tomato. I'll take for your booze first.
All right.
Oh, according to Percy, Derek's got a new bird. I thought you were looking a bit chirpy.
We'd be grateful if you take anything Mr. Sugden says with a large pinch of salt, Jack. Jack, would you mind refraining from making cheap remarks at my customer's expense? Cheap remarks. Go and get the sandwiches, Jack.
Yes. Anyway, love, he'll be back in his classroom now so he can relax.
Relax? I've forgotten the meaning of the word. Give us another half a lager, please, Ben. Oh, it's you.
Be looking for you. Something I wanted to ask you.
Oh, yeah? What is it?
Why is Dorothy Perkins in the same bed as Paddy McCready?
What are you on about? The roses, aren't they?
There you are, you see? I said if you'd come last night, we would have won 8 bottles of wine.
Oh, I'm sorry. Will half a lager do instead?
Aye, go on.
Bet, and another half a lager, please, love. I am sorry about last night.
Aye, so you should be.
Am I forgiven?
Depends.
Go on.
Fancy meal out tonight?
Your persistence, I'll say that for you.
Cheers, love.
Thank you, love. Cheers. Bags of patience and all.
If you'd like me to drive out somewhere in the country, then we won't bump into anybody we know.
Right.
Well, Rita thinks we ought to take him back.
What's it got to do with Rita? I do wish she wouldn't interfere.
Well, how long can we go on hiding him?
For as long as it takes, till the dust settles.
You don't think that we're being selfish by keeping him?
Selfish? Maybe he is a refugee. We've granted him asylum. To give him back would be a betrayal of his trust. Put yourself in his shoes. Claus.
But everybody's talking about him.
No correction. Everybody's talking about Percy Sugden and what he thought he heard. Nobody takes Percy seriously. It'll all be forgotten in no time.
Thanks very much. Here, oh, don't go without your wrapping paper. Ta-da, love.
Are we in private?
Beg your pardon.
Is it just you and me?
Are you trying to be funny?
Is she about?
Mavis has gone for a dinner.
Oh, good. Has she been acting queer this morning?
No more than usual. That's not saying a lot.
Has she got trouble with her hearing?
Not that I'm aware of. Why?
Well, they had a budgie in their house last night and both she and Mr. Wilton denied it. Now, what do you make of that?
Sure it were a budgie?
Oh, are you saying I'm going off my trolley?
No, I'm not saying that, Percy.
Oh, well, a lot of them are, but I'll prove them wrong. There's something you might not know about me, Mrs. Fairclough. Now, we Sugdens have got a very stubborn streak. Once we get that bit between our teeth, we never let go.
Come in, Jim.
Hi.
Hi.
Right, the picture's working. I'll be off then, all right?
Hey, aren't you going to test all the other channels?
No, you won't have any more problems.
Jim, what if I want it over there?
Well, it's up to you, love. I mean, you can have it where you want, but you will need a longer lead.
Another one?
Well, yeah, from the set to the socket.
Oh, I think I do want it over there, actually. I mean, you're not in any rush, are you?
No. Right then. Where would you like it?
Well, I'm lying here and Alfie's here. Well, here, actually. Bet your wife doesn't have that trouble, eh, Jim?
Well, this is as far as it's going to reach.
Trying to peek over the top of your stomach. A periscope, that's what I need. Yeah, do you know it will? It'll be better over there.
Well, you will need a longer lead then. And God knows what your neighbour's thinking of all this. Just don't come anywhere near the window. She'll get the wrong idea.
Oh, fiddlesticks.
That wife of yours still boozing?
No, she's not. Anyway, all she had was a bit of lemon.
I was only joking. Anyway, I don't think a stiff brandy would do her any harm.
What do you mean by that?
Well, I was going to say she seemed a bit edgy today. It happens she's not the only one.
No, it's not surprising, is it? From what I hear, you've been upsetting her.
Oh, well, if you think I've been upsetting her, wait until Detective Inspector Sugden gets on the case. Your problems are only just starting. See you.
Right then, well, I don't think you'll have any more problems. I'll be off then.
Now, you're not going up on that roof again?
You must be joking. I'm well behind schedule as it is.
Good, then you can have somewhat a little bit stronger before you go.
Mrs. Roberts.
Audrey?
Audrey, I've had biscuits, I've had tea, I've had sandwiches. I really don't want to take advantage of your hospitality anymore.
Alfie wouldn't mind, honestly. I mean, he's gone off it, actually, because of his heart.
I'll be off then.
Just a quick one.
Audrey, I'm a family man.
Well, that doesn't stop you having one of Alf's brandies, surely.
Thank you, but no thank you.
All right. Well, I'll be in touch if I have any more trouble.
Audrey, I can assure you, there is nothing more that can possibly go wrong with your television set. Okay. I'll see myself out.
Bye, Jim.
You were waiting for someone?
No, why should I be?
No, nothing. Just wondered.
I do live here, you know.
No, I live here. You live down that end.
You don't own the street.
And what time do you call this?
Oh, it's enough out of you.
What's up? I grow at work.
Work? I've had it up to here with work.
You're not going back in the army, are you? Royal TV engineers.
Next time it'll be the Foreign Legion, son.
I could always get a job with Percy Sugden, sweeping the streets.
He's gone in again. It's like having Sherlock Holmes on your doorstep.
Well, I'll bring Harry in for a bit. I don't think he's suited to the kitchen.
Oh, it's no good, Mavis. We can't go on like this, under siege. I mean, maybe Rita was right. Maybe we should take him round to Mrs. Featherstone.
Oh, no, Derek.
Well, at least we would know where we were, wouldn't we? Wouldn't we, Harry? Or should I say Boris? There, do you see? He cocked his head. Didn't you, Boris? There, you see, he did it again. Oh, I'm sorry to say, Mavis.
Oh, Derek, and he's so happy with us.
Yes, and in a fair and just society, his rightful home would be here at number 4. He's happy, we're happy. And what's it got to do with Rita or Percy or anybody else?
Derek,
Yes?
did you hear that?
What?
Well, he cheeped. Whenever I say your name, he cheeps. You don't think he could be called Derek as well?
Well, it would be a happy coincidence. At least we could keep him with a clear conscience. But no, I don't think so.
No, it's not the sort of name for a budgie. It would sound silly.
Well, no sillier than Boris.
Oh, all right, there's no need to snap my head off.
I'm sorry. We're under stress, both of us. Our world is getting smaller. The enemy's closing in. Oh, why can't we just be happy, the 3 of us? I mean, we're not criminals, are we? So why do we feel like Bonnie and Clyde?
I've got a smaller one of these, have you?
Oh, could you not find one? I'll see if there's one hidden under beef burgers. Yes, Percy, anything else?
No, I'm not in your way, am I?
No, by no means.
Oh, I see. You want me money but not me company, is that it? Hey, typical. It's people like me and Kenneth keep you going in fast cars and videos.
Oh, yeah.
How much profit is there on these carrots?
2pence.
Doesn't sound much, does it? But multiply it by 100, it soon adds up.
This is all right, Ken. It's an individual, all right?
Yeah, fine.
Oh, is that all you want? Aye. Oh, that's £3.40 then, please. Sorry, Ken, you don't mind if I serve this gentleman, do you?
No, go ahead.
Oh, just right.
Cheers.
Yeah.
See you later.
And folk think I'm daft. Well, there's other folk round here dafter than me.
Well, we'll try not to be too late, but you know what these country roads are like.
Well, for heaven's sake, don't take any risks. We'll be all right, won't we, Tracy?
I'll get it.
You're not expecting Ken, are you?
Oh, well, I'm not, but... oh.
She ready?
Hello.
Not for you. For my other two girlfriends.
Oh, smart, smart.
Right, the outfit.
Double smart.
Thanks. Do you want one?
No, it's all right, love. We spoiled me dinner. Make Auntie Emily a drink, will you?
Okay.
If Ken does show up, what shall I tell him? That you're on business?
No. Tell him I'm out with a fella.
Derek give you a job, then?
No, I noticed a bit of bird muck.
Oh, very neighbourly.
Yeah, so, well, if you can't do a good tale without folk being suspicious, it's a poor do.
Are they in?
Well, how would I know? I can't see him.
Oh, never mind. I'll come back later. It's not important. See ya.
You know.
I felt like such an idiot. I mean, I even hid in a shop doorway in case he saw me. And then when he walked past, well, he looked nothing like Ken.
Fancy for starters, hmm? Yeah, I'm going for a melon.
God knows what Les MacDonald must have thought. I feel like he's haunting me.
I know what you mean.
I'm sorry. What did you say you were having to start? Melon?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I'll have that as well. Anyway, at least we're safe here. Ken hasn't got a car.
I must have clocked about 100 miles today. See the world in my job, you know. Bolton, Runcorn, Horwich, Crestwood, Weatherfield.
Wish I had a job like that. I'm a sitting target as far as Ken's concerned.
Mr. Barton, your table's ready if you'd like to come through.
Cheers.
I'm looking forward to this.
That's important. I just thought I'd let you know. Young Tony's phoned and they're going on their holidays in the morning. So if you see a strange lad first thing, it's his cousin, not a mugger. At least I hope it's not a mugger.
Well, thanks for letting me know.
I did call earlier, but you weren't him.
Yes, well, we were in the garden. We felt the need for a bit of air.
I thought you might be at an identification parade.
No. You haven't seen him yet, have you? Oh, you'll like him, I know you will.
Where is he?
He's in the kitchen, I'll get it. Oh, will you draw the curtains, Rita?
Yeah?
The curtains.
Aye, this is a bit cloak and dagger, isn't it, Mavis? Are you happy living behind a veil of secrecy and guilt?
Oh, I'm not. There. Isn't he lovely? Oh, yes, you are, aren't you, Harry?
Mavis Will. Brownie badge for helping dumb animals across the road. Who'd have thought you'd been reduced to bird napping?
It's not funny, Rita.
No, it isn't. And if Mrs. Featherstone gets wind that her Boris has been pinched by the woman she trusted to put a card in my window...
Oh, you're blowing it out of all proportion.
Happen I am. And I'm certainly not going to tell you what to do. I'll leave that to you and your conscience. See you tomorrow. Hurrah.
The minute I go in the garden, she rushes in the house. Doesn't say a word, does she?
Derek's just stood there, smiling.
Like he does.
Like he does.
Yeah. Then she closes the curtains and beckons him in.
What do you reckon?
Chocolate skookin, it's got to be. Yeah, Birdman of Weatherfield.
Half a bitter, please.
Half a bitter to you, Percy. 45, please, sir.
Very cheap, Jack.
Very cheap. Cheapy, cheapy, cheap, cheap, cheapy, cheapy, cheap.
I suppose you think that's funny and all, eh?
Me? What?
Yes. Well, I'll tell you something. You might well laugh, but there's something going on in Wilton's kitchen.
Could be right there, Mr. Sugden.
I know I'm right. And I'll tell you something else, too. I'll get to the bottom of it.
You're a bit quiet tonight.
What gave you that idea?
You just don't seem to be your usual self.
What, because I'm not shouting my mouth off at someone?
No, you just seem a bit subdued, that's all.
I'm fine.
Good.
I mean, I gotta rest my tongue sometimes, don't I?
Everything all right at work?
Mm-hmm. Why shouldn't it be?
Well, I don't know. Things seem to be getting you down. Look, Jim, you can tell me now.
I know. I don't think I don't appreciate it, Liz, because I do.
Well,
Well, what?
there is something, isn't there?
Well, to tell you the truth, I've spent the last 2 days fighting off the advances of May West from Grassmere Drive.
Oh, Audrey Roberts?
Uh-huh.
She fancies you.
So it looked to me, yeah?
Oh, give over. You always did think you were irresistible. You sure you didn't imagine it?
Look, she only asked me to get on the bed and take my shoes off with her.
Flaming hussy. And did you?
No, I did not. I kept them on.
But did you get on the bed with her?
Well, yeah, briefly, yeah.
Oh, yeah. And then what happened?
Nothing.
And you expect me to believe that?
Well, look, if anything did happen, I'm hardly likely to tell you now, am I?
Well, yeah, I suppose so.
Hey, Mr. Sugden.
What?
Definitely Des. Quite agree. Afraid so, Mr. Sugden.
Come again?
Said if you're not deaf, you must be deaf.
You're the one that's daft and I'm not deaf. When I was in the desert, I could hear German tanks coming 10 miles away.
Amazing.
But true. You vouch for me, won't you, landlord? I'm just telling you, I've got ears like a bat. Pardon.
So, how's life treating Ken?
Well, I think I know how students feel, fending for themselves for the first time.
Forgotten how to cook, have you?
Oh, no, I'm quite a damn hand when I can be bothered. No, I've just got out of the habit of cooking for one.
I know what you need, a night on the town.
You think that'll solve my problems here?
Well, why not? You're a single fella, make the most of it.
Oh, no. No, I'm not.
Aren't you?
No. Deirdre and I may be living separately, but we're still married.
Shall I ask one of the waitresses to go and see if she's all right, sir?
No. It's all right. I've just seen her.
Thank you very much, sir.
Good night.
Good night.
Where have you been?
Oh, sorry, I was waiting to use the phone.
Who are you phoning?
Emily. I just wanted to see if Ken had been round to the house, but everything's okay.
Oh, if I'd known you were that concerned about him, I'd have asked him to come along and all.
What are you on about?
What do you think? I spent the last quarter of an hour sitting there like a flipping lemon. And it was you, so we had to get back home early.
I'm sorry.
Look, we came out here to forget about the fella. And what happens? You do nothing but talk about him all
Look,
night.
I said I'm sorry.
Put your lid on. You can't even go to the loo without making phone calls to see what he's up to.
Hang on,
No, you hang on. I spent the last 2.5 hours trying to talk about everything but him. Well, I've had enough. It's your problem. You sort it out.
Yes, we had a very nice meal, thank you very much. Now, come on, get yourself out.
You were back early.
How do you know? You should have been asleep. Have you got your maths?
Can't you think of anything else but maths?
I'm only asking.
Dave didn't come in, did he?
So?
Did you have a row?
We had a very nice meal and a good conversation.
Well, why didn't he come in?
Because I was tired and you're going to be late.
Did you want to come in?
Look, mind your own business, madam.
I bet he did.
Hello? Oh, Debbie. Ah, well, why don't you ask her yourself? She's right here. Debbie wants to know if you'll bring your Bobby Brown tape.
Hiya. Yeah, so long as you look after it. And sorry my mum was a bit short. She's got boyfriend trouble.
Rita? Oh.
Morning, Derek. She's not ill, is she?
No, she overslept, I'm afraid. She had a stressful night with very little sleep. She sends her apologies and an assurance she'll be in by 9 o'clock.
Well, does she want to take the morning off? Well, she can do. I'm sure I shan't be run off my feet.
Well, between you and me, Rita, I think it'll do her good to work. Take her mind off the you-know-what situation.
Ah, look,
You know, it's
Derek.
getting out of hand, all this. Apparently she had a dream in which a captive eagle broke free from its tether and smashed all the windows of a number 39 bus. I said it wasn't necessarily symbolic. After all, budgies don't have talons, and there aren't many buses with millet and cuttlefish clipped to the handrails. She wasn't entirely convinced.
Look, Derek, far be it from me, but don't you think it's time you did something?
What?
Oh, yeah, I don't know. But honestly, maybe she's the only person I know who can find a budgie and break half the commandments at the same time.
Yes, I've noticed that about Mavis. She does have a highly developed sense of guilt. Mind you, that's probably what makes her compassionate as well. She's very reluctant to return that little feathered soul to what she considers to be a bad home. You can't blame her for compassion, Rita.
Oh, I don't. Oh, no, I don't, Derek. I just don't want to lose her to the men in white coats. And I'd like some work out of her.
Time for positive action, isn't it?
Well, All I can say is, if I have another day of Harry the Budgie, or Mrs. Featherstone, or Mavis's tussle with Original Sin, I'm liable to choke summit. So either get shot at that bird, or get her to accept it with a clear conscience.
You're right, Rita. Definitely time for action.
Definitely.
Question is what?
Right, I'm going to see you.
What's the rush?
Because I'm late, that's why.
It's never bothered you before. Hey, you got a wee girl waiting around the corner for you, have you?
No.
It's funny, that's the only thing that could make me rush when I was your age.
Yeah, well, always have had a one-track mind, haven't you? See you, Mum.
Bye, love. Work hard.
Don't keep her waiting now.
Keep an eye on him for us, will you? He's having fantasies here.
Just don't let me catch you hanging round school playgrounds.
Yeah, not my scene, love. I prefer the older women.
Watch it, that's all. And shouldn't you be at work?
Oh, I was meant for better things. I wasn't put on this earth to entertain middle-aged women under the pretext of repairing their tellies.
I thought you'd finished the Audrey Roberts saga.
Listen, the memory of Audrey Roberts inviting me onto her bed is one I shall take with me all the way to the grave.
She wouldn't seriously be after you, Jim. She wouldn't be that daft.
Are you saying she didn't ask me onto the bed?
No.
I mean, it was blatant. She went upstairs, got on the bed, asked me to get on it. What the hell am I supposed to think?
I can imagine Audrey doing that as a laugh, you know, flirting. But not serious, Jim, surely.
Well, all I'm saying is there's more on offer in that mini market than meets the eye.
But she's happily married.
Oh, come on, Liz. She's the original bored housewife.
OK, maybe happily is an exaggeration. But she knows where her bread's buttered, and she's not going to throw that away for the sake of a quick fling in the afternoon.
Well, believe you me, I would not like to be the milkman on that round. Bye-bye, love.
And that's 24 pence change, Jack Tan.
Look, at least I'll be able to have a brew, won't I?
You know, Sally, there's a mystery at the Rovers. There always has been. The staff arrive at 9:30 in the morning. They don't open the door till 11. What do they do in that hour and a half?
Well, they're getting ready, I suppose.
They brew up.
You must be joking. I've got my pumps to clean, crates taken up, bottles to stack, cellar to organise, deliveries to take in, and I'm doing it single-handed, you know, and I bet he's not there.
Oh, what's Bet and Alec doing?
Brewing up. Ta-da.
See you, Jack.
Morning,
Oh, this is a sight for sore eyes. Have you come to work?
Listen to him. You're not getting me behind that till, Alfredo, so don't start.
I'm not starting. It's just nice to see you.
Oh, thank you. Well, you could see me more at breakfast if you didn't bury your head behind that newspaper. Morning, Sally. Love.
Anyway, what do we owe this pleasure to?
I thought you'd like to know the bedroom telly is on the blink again.
You're joking.
Alf, I wish I was. Now, you can have your paddy, I'll put the kettle on, and don't worry, I'll sort it out.
Antique collector?
Yes, 1, 2, 3.
Homes and gardens?
3.
Traditional homes?
That 1.
Practical woodworking? Practical woodworking? Mavis?
Sorry, what was it?
Practical woodworking.
I don't seem able to find it.
That's because you're looking on wrong shelf. Try the next one down.
Oh, it's no good, Rita. I'm going to have to talk about it.
Oh, Mavis.
Well, it's all right for you, Rita. You don't have the problem.
I flaming well do. I've had it ever since you found that wretched bird.
He's not a wretched bird. He's a fellow creature and he's entitled to a good home and love and affection.
I'm sure he is. But seeing as I pay your wages, I'm entitled to a small part of your attention. You might as well not be here.
Well, I'm very sorry.
And do we have to have the face?
What face?
That face. I'm sorry, Mavis. I've had Harry the Budgie for almost a week. You've had the morning off because of it.
He?
Oh, you've had Derek in here wringing his hands. You've had me practically tearing my hair out. It's just not good enough, Mavis. The only thing that's still chirping is that flaming sparrow.
What was Derek saying?
Nothing enlightening, I can assure you.
He thinks I should take him back to Mrs. Featherstone's, doesn't he?
As a matter of fact, I don't think he does anymore.
Yeah, he does secretly. And you do too.
I definitely don't. I think you should dye it red, pretend it's a robin, and forget you ever heard the name Featherstone.
I'm going to have to do it.
Do what?
I could never live with myself. I'm going to have to tell Mrs. Featherstone.
Oh, for heaven's sake, Mavis.
Well, what's the matter now?
Nothing. Nothing, but just for today, forget all about Harry the Budgie. And then this evening when you get home, if you think the gates of hell are just going to swing open, then phone Mrs. Featherstone and confess your sins.
That should be soon enough, shouldn't it?
As long as it's still breathing. In the meantime, will you do me a very big favour? What? Look for practical woodworking on the next shelf.
If I lived here, I'd throw my cap in first.
Dave, I'm glad you've come. Come in. Before you say anything, I'm sorry.
I was going to say that.
Accepted. Coffee?
Yeah. Oh, that husband of yours hangs over us like a spectre.
It's my fault. I tell myself I've cut him out of my mind. He's gone, finished. And what happens? I see a man roughly his height and I'm hiding in shop doorways.
I don't help though, do I? You don't need me flaring up.
I can understand it. I mean, you take me out to dinner and I bring Ken along. It can't be a lot of fun for you.
Look, do you want me to have a word with him?
How do you mean?
Oh, yeah, nothing heavy, but sort of... Deirdre's getting fed up with you hanging around and we'd both appreciate if you cleared off, you know, something like that.
But he'd just say he's not. And let's face it, he's not exactly harassing me, is he? He's just around.
Yeah, too much.
Oh, God, we're at it again. Ken. Do you mind if we talk about the stock market or something? I'm sure it'd be a lot more fun.
Well, it's the colour. It's gone all funny. Who? Jim MacDonald. Yeah, well, he did come before, so he might as well come again. I mean, he knows the teller. Yeah, all right, I'll be in all afternoon. OK, Mr. Gregson. Yeah, right. Thank you.
You said that Jim MacDonald had botched your telly up.
Well, I'll have to give him the benefit of the doubt, won't I? Anyway, I could hardly say that to his boss. Have poor old Jim losing his job. Right, I'll just get myself some tea bags and I'll be off home.
Tea bags?
Oh,
Oh, come in, you're safe. She's gone for a dinner.
Oh, good. I found one, Rita.
Oh, hallelujah.
A little green one. To my eyes, you'd be hard-pressed to tell the two apart. It could be Harry's twin brother. You want to see?
No offence. I spent my morning with one bird. I don't want to spend my dinner hour with another.
No, quite understood. Pretty little thing, though.
I'm sure.
Even if Mrs. Featherstone doesn't believe he's hers, I'm sure this'll go a long way to easing the pain of her
I'm
loss.
sure it will.
Has Mavis been very tense?
Oh, she's not been the only one, and it's been touch and go. She was all for giving Mrs. Featherstone the bird back and spending the rest of her days in mourning.
She's not done, though, has she?
No, I think I talked her out of it.
Oh, well done, Rita. Don't think I could take Mavis in mourning again.
Damn sure I couldn't.
Once she hears Mrs. Featherstone has found her bird, she can relax with Harry.
And life can begin again. No, I said, wait till you get home this evening, then phone Mrs. Featherstone.
Good thought, Rita. By which time this cheeky little chappie will have become Boris Featherstone. It's been a testing time, hasn't it, Rita? But we've come through it.
Do you know, there's some only have plague and famine to deal with. Hey, but go on, get off with that. We're not out of the wood, you know, till that's delivered.
No. Oh, just imagine, though, when Mavis rings up this evening and hears that Harry is legitimately hers. You can just picture her face, can't you?
Could be the nearest she'll ever get to ecstasy.
It isn't that I don't want you to stay, Harry. I hope you understand that. It's just that, well, some things are right and some things are wrong. And if you belong with the Featherstones, well, that's where you belong. Hello, is your mother in? Well, if she is, do you think I could have a word with her?
Why?
Well, I just think I've got your budgie here. There. Does that look like your budgie?
Yeah.
Oh, the one that went missing?
Boris?
Yeah. Oh, I called him Harry. Well, do you think I could speak to your mother?
She's out.
When will she be back?
Don't know.
Oh, well, hold that a minute. Now, I'll just write my name and my telephone number down. And then perhaps when she comes in, you could ask her to give me a ring. Right. It's Mrs. Wilton, number 4, Coronation Street. And that's my phone number. Right, there. Oh, there you are. Thank you. Oh, wait! Wait! Young man! I didn't mean you to take Harry yet.
It's Bonnie.
Oh. Hello? Hello, young man? Well, at least let me have my cage back. Oh.
Just in time. Get your coat off and it'll be on the table.
That's what I call a wife.
It's what I call a slave. And it's pie and salad. Though I think you'd rather it was a large whiskey.
Why's that?
Mr. Gregson's been on the phone.
Oh, you think you're a slave, Liz?
Guess who you've got to add to your list of calls this afternoon?
No. No, I don't believe it.
Apparently the colour's not right.
The colour's not right. It's the marriage that isn't right.
Oh, walls have ears, Jim.
I mean, it was fine. It was in perfect working order when I left.
Well, she asked for you personally.
You see, I told you, the woman is on heat.
Oh, she'd be mortified if she heard you say that. Do you want sauce?
I'm not going round.
She won't eat you.
I know she won't. I won't give her the chance.
Well, I've passed on the message. She'll look out if you don't do your job.
Well, I'll have to go round after the shop's shut. I mean, she's not going to try on when Alf's there, is she?
Do I take it you don't want sauce?
The only sauce I want is ketchup. I told you, Liz. The woman's obsessed.
There you are, Emily. 27 change. Thank you. Thank you. Well, we have a collection of long faces this afternoon, haven't we?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry, but sometimes my house is just too small. When Mr. Sugden's in his hard done-by mood, the walls shrink visibly.
Oh, what's today's problem, then?
Well, the problem's his complete lack of humour. Ever since he thought he heard chirruping in your house, Mavis, people have been making jokes about his hearing. And, of course, to him, any suggestion that his faculties might be less than perfect is a mortal insult. Oh, well, we'll fight the good fight.
Onward and upward, Emily.
Bye.
See you. Ta-ra, love. Well, that little bird's caused havoc all round, auntie.
Don't say that, Reed.
Well, come on, let's have it. You're calling through the letterbox, and the lad's inside with Harry the Budgie.
So I'm calling, and all he'll do is call back and say, it's mine, it's Boris.
Boris?
So I was just about to leave when I turned back, and I said, just you open this door, young man. But somebody had stopped staring. I realised how awful it must look, me trying to get into a young boy on his own.
How peculiar.
It's more than just peculiar, Rita.
No, I didn't mean that. I meant... Oh, never mind. So, they hadn't got their bird back, then?
Well, obviously not.
Well, I don't know, Mavis. It's been a funny business all round, eh?
Funny isn't the word I would choose. It's been utterly and completely devastating. Not that I'm complaining, it's just that if I'd known you weren't coming till now, I'd have done you something a little more exciting than a cup of tea.
I don't want a cup of tea, thanks. Where's Alf?
Alf? It's only 6:15. Our grocer's day doesn't finish when he shuts the shop, you know. It'll be at least another hour. I'll go and get you that cup of tea.
No, I said I didn't want one.
Ah, perhaps somewhat a little stronger?
No. Now, what about the telly?
Oh, yeah. It's going on a bit, isn't it, this telly saga? I have fiddled with it. I've tried all the adjustments, but it's still not right.
So what's wrong with it?
Well, it's the colour. It's either all black and white, or they all look as if they've got tomato soup as makeup. I mean, there's no in-between.
And you say you've been fiddling with it, Audrey, yeah?
Only after it went wrong.
Aha.
Of course.
It was perfect when I left it, pet.
Well, why don't you come up and have a look for yourself if you don't believe me?
Oh, I believe you, Audrey, but I'll tell you what. You stay down here, I'll go up on my own and see to it. All right?
I've got a perfectly good pair of legs, Jimmy. I can cope with a few stairs. Come on, I'll show
So
you.
you stay down here and I'll go up on my own, okay?
All right, suit yourself. You're not going to get away with it that easily, though.
Away with what?
I am definitely going to make you that cup of tea.
It's only me. Mavis. Mavis, you there?
Yes.
Oh, my word, it's been a busy day. I happened to pass a pet shop on the way home, and I popped in, and look what I found for little Harry. Mavis, come and see. Harry, Where on earth? Mavis, Harry's gone. Well, have we had burglars? Well, what then? What's been going on?
I couldn't have lived with myself, Derek.
What?
I've taken him home. I thought he was heaven sent, but I was wrong, and I have to admit I was wrong.
What on earth are you saying?
Harry was a Featherstone.
Have you taken him round to Mrs. Featherstone's? But that's impossible.
What?
Well, you couldn't have done. I mean, did Mrs. Featherstone take him in?
Yes.
The confounded cheek of the woman. It wasn't hers to take.
Yes, it was, Derek. That's what I'm telling you. He wasn't Harry Wilton. He was Boris Featherstone.
Well, I'm sorry, Mavis. This has got to be sorted out. The woman is utterly unscrupulous.
No, she isn't, Derek. She's entitled to have her bird back. And anyway, I didn't see her. It was a little boy that took him in. Oh, Derek, I know how you must be feeling, but just remember, time is a great healer. We'll survive. We survived when Harriet left us. And we'll survive again.
Mrs. Wilton?
Yes. Oh, you've got Harry.
Yes, it's your bird, isn't it?
Well,
I've got enough with one flipping bird. I don't need two. Our Darren should never have taken it off you. He's budgery gone mad. And he'd got his back already. Not 10 minutes before you come, a soft-looking fella turned up with it. I were a bit worried at first. It looked like somebody that had been let out for the weekend. But he got our Darren's bird all right in a cardboard box. I would have given him 50p reward, but you never know what they'll spend it on that type, do you?
Well, you must come in, Mrs. Featherstone.
I won't, Tar. I've their father's tea to get. You know what you want to do? Put a card in shop windows. Say you found a budgie. Somebody'll take it off your hands.
Well, thank you, Mrs. Featherstone. Thank you very, very much. Oh, Harry. Derek! Oh, Derek. He is Harry Wilton.
Oh, Mavis. Thank you.
It's a combined paper towel, kitchen foil and cling film moulder.
Aye, heck, does it boil your egg through as well?
No, you're not being very serious about this.
I am. Let's get it close.
Hey, you're doing me no favours, you know, you.
How come?
Well, with this lot. I mean, at one time she used to have to go out to spend my money. With you around, she can bankrupt me without setting foot out of the door.
Oh, notice it's his money, even though it's me that has to earn it. What price liberation? Same again, Dave.
Yes, please, off.
Thank you, Alec.
So, you see, that little boy should never have taken Harry from me because he'd already had his bird returned. Oh. Yeah, it was a bit of a sad thing, actually, because apparently just before I arrived, this, what would you call him, simple sort of person had brought Boris back in a little cardboard box. Actually, that was very kind of him, really, because that sort, sometimes they can get really attached to animals.
Your vodka and tonic, Rita.
Oh, thank you.
Hi, Derek.
Oh, hello there.
Excuse me, have a word?
Yeah, sure. Don't mind if I get myself a drink.
It'll only take a minute. It's about Dee.
Can't think what else we'd have to talk about.
You realise she won't come in here at the moment?
No, I didn't realise that.
Well, she won't.
And why's that?
Because she's sick of having to face you whichever way she turns. Can't you just clear off and leave her alone?
Are you saying I'm not to drink in my own local?
I'm saying you can leave her alone. She doesn't need you. She certainly doesn't want you.
Sorry. Can I just get this clear? You're telling me to stay away from my wife?
She's finished with you. Can't you get that into your head?
Well, to be brutally honest, what goes on between my wife and myself is our business. I can't for the life of me think what it has to do with somebody who mends the kitchen cupboards for her.
It's got everything to do with me, mate. I'm not going to sit around while she's being harassed.
Really? So what are you going to do about it?
Gentlemen, I hope you're going to be civil with each other.
I'm perfectly civil, Alec.
I'm going anyway. Not drinking in the same pub as him. But I'm warning you, mate. Just leave it out.
Sorry about my friend, Alec. Find a bit of please.
So frustrating having to take it away. Especially as I can't rely on Alfie for my late night entertainment.
Well, I'm afraid that's not my problem. All I know is the set's got to go back. Now, if you speak to Mr. Gregson, I'm sure he'll let you have a replacement one while this is still in the workshop.
Will it take long then?
Well, I don't know. You better ask Mr. Gregson that, hadn't you? Anyway, I'm way home from my tea. Thanks a lot, love.
I'm not going to eat you, you know, Jim.
No, I never said you were.
Look, you finish work for the day, so come and have a proper drink.
Look, I want to get home, get my supper, and see my two lads.
Do you know you are playing hard to get?
Audrey, if you want me to lay it on the line, I will. I am not interested. Repeat, not interested. All right. I suggest if you're seeking attention, love, you flick through the yellow pages. Just don't call me, all right?
Hey, come on. I was only joking, Jim. And surely you don't think I meant...
I know exactly what you meant, love. So watch my lips. You don't get it here. All right. I'll see you. Well, I definitely sorted that woman out, Liz. Definitely.
So you keep saying?
Mm-hmm. I told her. I said, I've had too many years in the service to be taken in by a sultry look and a suggestive remark.
Oh, yeah. And how many sultry looks and suggestive remarks have you had in all these years of service?
Ah, loads, love. But then a man does, especially a man in uniform.
Does he?
Well, yeah, I mean, without going looking for them, you know.
Oh, it just happens.
Oh, yeah. Hey, now listen. Don't you think I gave Audrey Roberts the come on because I didn't?
Did I say anything?
No, but it was up in the air.
Aye, we are expert this morning in women's wiles and their innermost thoughts, aren't we?
Well, I've had loads of experience. Oh, yeah. I mean, I've had too much experience to go out with a married woman from the other end of the street.
Oh, I see. It's the proximity of a husband. That's what's holding you back, is it?
Now, listen, you're taking the mickey, but I'm telling you, Audrey can be looking at Martians on that telly, but I'm not going around to fix it.
Oh, what's up with you this morning?
Nothing.
Have you got a headache?
No.
You got heartburn?
No.
Is your back playing you?
No. You make me sound a physical wreck. I'm all right.
Well, what are you so flipping miserable about, then?
Well, it could have something to do with you having egg yolk all over your chin.
Oh. No, but flipping bills again. Do you know, they breed like rabbits ever since we moved in here. I don't believe this.
What?
They sent a bill for the television already. Do you know how much it is?
No.
£45. £45, 16 pence.
Well, what do you expect it to be?
Well, I don't expect it to be £45. He hasn't even mended the blooming thing yet. If he thinks I'm paying this, he's got another thing coming. What time's his shop open? He's going to get an earful about this, I'll tell you. £45?
No, why don't you just pay it and have done with it?
Pay it and I've done with it. I want some satisfaction before I pay this, and that means a television what works. £45. He must think I'm a walking wallet.
I got an airport job tonight.
What time will you be back, love?
Well, I don't know. It depends what time plane gets in.
Oh.
Hey, Ivy. Talk about a couple of lady mokes.
What do you mean, Vera?
Likes of us being driven to work in cars, eh? Maggie Thatcher can't be all that bad, eh?
Don't rise to her, Don. Listen, do you fancy going to bingo tonight?
Sorry, I've got a previous engagement. I'm going out with a colleague from work. Oh, thank you, my man.
My pleasure, madam.
Colleague from work, my eye. Should be going down Bottom Club with Olga Hargreaves. They've got a Blue Comic on this week.
Well, that's Frank Gregson straightened out anyway. No wonder he can afford to live in a blooming posh house at Primrose Gardens. Prices he charges. Oh, they're bringing the television round this morning, by the way.
All right, well, I better stop in for it then.
No, I'll wait in this time. I want to make sure it's all right. If it's not, that Jim McDonald's going to get a piece of my mind. I don't think he's up to the job.
I am quite capable of checking to see if a television works, Alf.
Well, you haven't been so far, have you? No, I'll see to it this time. You get yourself to the shop.
Alf.
What?
I want to talk about Jim McDonald, actually.
What about him?
Well, I didn't want to say anything before because I didn't want to cause any trouble.
Trouble? Why? Has he been getting clever with you? Because they do get clever, you know. I mean, that's what they like, sergeants.
Oh, no, not that.
What then?
Well, call it woman's intuition, woman's feelings, whatever you like. I mean, I'm a woman, aren't I?
Oh, there's no doubt about that, love. Just a minute. Has he been pestering you, chatting you up?
No, not pestering me. Look, I got the impression he fancied himself with the ladies. You know what I mean? All macho. He came round 3 times for one silly television set.
Audrey. are you trying to say?
Well, that's it. I mean, I were joking along and he got the wrong impression and a story. Mind you, you were quite insulting to me the last time.
He was what?
Oh,
leave him to me.
Look,
Just leave him to me.
Really, it is not worth getting all het up about, love. Not in your condition.
Audrey, leave him to me.
Or Frank.
Seems A1 to me, this.
What's that?
This set of Alf Roberts.
Yes, perfect.
What's it doing here, then? Incubating?
Well, I brought it round last night. That Mrs. Roberts, she is an awkward lady. That woman could find fault with a snowflake, you know. So anyway, I reckon if I bring it round to the workshop for a couple of days, it might convince her. You know, customer relations and all that.
Customer relations. Teach you that in the army, did they? Customer relations.
No.
It's a pity, because all you seem to have achieved is bad relations. I've had Alf Roberts on the phone, complaining about how long it's taking you to repair his set, and wanting it back straight away. Get that set back to him this morning.
Oh, come on, Frank. Can someone else do it?
Why, it'll only take you 10 minutes.
I've loads on.
No more than anybody else.
Look, Harry lives round there.
Look, when you were in the army and you told the private to do something, he had to do it PDQ. Well, here, I'm the sergeant and you're the private. Get that set back to Alf Roberts this morning. And no more bright ideas about customer relations. It's too subtle a concept for an ex-squaddy.
Oh, hiya, kid. Hey, is it still on for tonight?
I'm one of you.
Can't wait. I bet it'll be a right laugh.
You gotta keep a straight face, man. Most of them take it dead serious.
Well, it'll take me army time to. I mean, do you really believe you can hear voices from beyond grave? It's like saying, well, you believe in ghosts.
I didn't, but...
Oh, don't tell me you're one of these that takes it seriously.
The atmosphere can get you sometimes. You know, when you see somebody obviously believing they're talking to the dead dad or somebody.
Well, I don't want to talk to my dead dad. They were a right sod. First couple of years I were working, he was set my wage packet off me. He only used to give me £5 bob back. £5 bob. Couldn't buy any decent clothes till he'd snuffed it.
This lady's a traffic jam.
No, lights were at red.
She got you there, curly lad. You know this management course you went on, or whatever it was? But it didn't tell you how to treat likes of me and Brenda.
Vera, head office, I've no conception of the likes of you and Brenda. You are a foreign species to them, and if you don't mind, I was on a computer course.
Curly?
What?
Is there anybody you'd like to get in touch with, you know, from other sides, somebody that's passed over?
Pardon?
Think about it.
Hello.
Emily.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to startle you.
It's all right. I'm just a bit, you know, jumpy at the moment.
And we know who's to blame, don't we? The ubiquitous Kenneth.
Oh, Emily, he is everywhere. Everywhere I turn. Or else he's taking Tracy out somewhere for a meal with him or shopping with him. Do you know, I don't think he figured as much in my life when we were living together as husband and wife.
I believe he and Dave had a confrontation in the Rovers.
Dave asked him to leave me alone. Do you know what he said? Cool as you like. Are you telling me to stay away from my wife? I'm his wife in name only now. Why can't he get that through his thick skull?
Don't think he wants to.
Bye. Can I pay for these, please, love?
Sorry.
Oh, it's all right, I'll get it. Oh, so what's happened to Mr. Roberts?
Happened? Such as?
Well, it's not like him to be missing all morning, is it? Has he had to go off to the doctors or something? And I've never seen you looking so worried.
Me worried? Why should I be worried? Al's just had to go somewhere on business, that's all. He is fighting fit. Yes, Emily?
All right, Alf. I got your telly back.
Who were you expecting to see? As if I didn't know.
Where'd you want her then, Alf?
Never mind all that. There's something I want to say to you.
Oh, yeah?
About my wife.
What about her?
You've upset her.
I have?
Yes.
Would you mind telling me how I've upset her?
By chatting her up.
What, you mean say good morning, Mrs. Roberts? It's a nice day, Mrs. Roberts.
No, that's not what I mean at all. Don't be sarcastic with me. You've been chatting her up, trying to get off with her.
Me? Trying to get off with her?
In this house while you're supposed to be working, taking advantage.
Mrs. Roberts said this?
Yes, she did. And what have you got to say? Oh, yeah, and there's something else you can explain, if you can. Why has it taken you nearly a week to mend this set and charge me £45 for it? That's if it is mended, which I find surprising. It seems to me that you're a bit out of your depth mending televisions. I mean, you've got no proper training for it, have you, for a start? Your line seems to be chatting other people's wives up under their own roofs. Is that why you took the job? Because it gives you more opportunity?
Have you quite finished, Alf?
I'm still waiting for an explanation.
Well, I'll give you an explanation then. I never made a pass at Audrey, she made a pass at me.
You...
And not just once. Every time I walked through the door. And who kept asking me to go through the door on the pretense that her telly was duff? Audrey! Oh, yeah. It was like fighting off a swarm of bees. But I did fight her off, Alf, because I'm not into other fellas' wives, and especially not Audrey. And as for your telly, matey, it's in perfect working order.
Yeah, put it... Hey! Hey, look what you've done! Hey! Come back here! Hey!
What's this?
Oh, your escort to lunch, madam.
What, both of you?
Well, it was Mark's idea, wasn't it? Thinks it does his macho image, the power of good, you know, to be seen with a woman what's pregnant.
Especially a woman that's pregnant and beautiful.
True.
Right, Audrey, I'm going for my dinner.
See ya.
Oh, Audrey. Are you sure there's nothing wrong with Mr. Roberts?
Yes, of course I'm sure. Go on, go and have your dinner.
See you later.
Bye.
Do you want to sit down?
No, no, be all right in a minute. I just felt a bit queer. Probably carting that thing around.
You just dropped it?
Crash bang well up, straight on the floor.
Deliberately?
He said, here's your set, then you just let it go. I'd say that was deliberate, wouldn't you?
I don't know what to say.
Well, I hope I hear you saying you're going to let me have another set.
Well, that goes without saying.
Same model, same money.
Absolutely.
And what about this bill?
Oh, I think we can forget about that, Alf, in the circumstances.
Yeah, and what about damages for me personally?
To you? Well, he didn't assault you, did he?
No, no, but you can see I'm upset, mentally.
What are you saying exactly?
Compensation, that's what I'm saying. I mean, if you employ maniacs who go around upsetting your customers, there's a price to be paid.
Oh, I think we're talking solicitors here, Alf.
I think we are.
You saying you're going to sue me?
Well, I will if we can't get it settled here and now between us.
Go on, then. You sue me.
I will.
You do.
I've just said I will. Oh, I think I'd better sit down again.
Here. Do you want me to call your doctor?
No, 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 I'll be all right. Just need a rest, that's all.
I'll tell you what I am going to do.
What?
I'm going to sue MacDonald. That's after I've had him done for criminal damage.
Yeah, well, he's a liability, MacDonald, isn't he? I mean, I've had nothing but trouble from him ever since he moved into Coronation Street. I mean, he might think he's like us, a civilian, but they never are, you know. Not once they've been regulars in the army. They're like policemen like that.
I suppose I did feel a bit narked and jealous when Jim told me what Audrey had been up to. But he sounded so, well, so indignant about it, in the end I had to laugh. And knowing Audrey's type too, I mean, I don't think for a minute she was doing anything but flirting. We all do that, don't we? But he really couldn't handle it, which I don't suppose is a bad thing, though he likes to think he's a ladies' man.
Ken's not a ladies' man.
He's had his share of women, though, hasn't he? 3 wives and Wendy Crozier. That's just them that I know about.
Yeah, but I think they happened to him rather than him happening to them, if you see what I mean.
What did you see in him?
At first, I thought he was too old for me. But he persisted, and finally, I married him. There was no walking on air this time, no earth moving, but, well, I'd had all that with Ray, and he didn't turn out to be a very good advert for it. So, I married Ken. And we were happy. Apart from... Anyway, that was getting better. At least I thought it was. Till Wendy Crozier appeared on the scene.
And do you think she made all the running?
No. Ken likes to think he's confronting life, you know, making the most out of it. She came along, attractive, single, on offer. He was the classic, middle-aged, well-married, sitting duck.
Oh, I think I better have my Jim psychoanalysed, just to make sure there are no time bombs ticking away inside him that I don't know about.
Like Audrey, you mean?
Oh, no chance. I think she frightened him to death, actually. At least I hope she did.
Oh, no.
What's he doing here? Shouldn't he be at school? I think he's asking if you want a drink.
Do you usually have that effect on women, Kenneth?
Probably just remember to go to council meeting or something.
These career women. What can I get you?
Just a half, I'm on duty.
Oh, where have you been? Look, I'm speaking to you. Now, where have you been?
I've been living a nightmare.
Why? What's happened?
That Jim MacDonald is a lunatic. He is. He's a flaming lunatic.
What's he done?
Well, for one thing, he's just smashed our television set.
Smashed it?
Thrown it on the floor, deliberately smashed it, vandalised it. I mean, I think he must have been in the SAS or the Commandos or something. He's trained for violence, that fella. You can see it in his eyes. He's dangerous. He shouldn't be walking the streets.
Alfie, please. Now, what are you talking about?
He had a go at you and all.
Me?
Yeah, he said you'd given him the glad eye. Oh, I could see what he was trying to do. It's the oldest trick in the world, that, you know. Change it round. I mean, get your accusation in first. Anyway, from now on, he's barred from this shop.
Oh.
And his family. I mean, it's obvious those lads are going the same way as the dad. We'll have a family of lunatics in the street.
Mr. Roberts is back then. His car's out. Is there anything wrong?
No, love, no. Just look after things for a minute, would you? Alfie!
I've already told you, Mr. Gregson, I don't know where he is. No. No, I am not trying to cover up for my husband. Yes. Yes, as soon as he comes in, I'll tell him you've been after it. That man is so rude.
Well, what's going on? Where's me dad got to?
I'll be doing a couple of foreigners in the firm's time. That's what I'd do. Get myself a bit of money together, open up my own TV shop, bankrupt Gregson's.
You'd go bankrupt, you mean?
I wouldn't be doing the work. I'd get someone else to do that. I'd just be the brains.
Shh, I think I heard your dad. Where do you think you've been all day?
Been at work. Where else?
You're in deep trouble with your boss, Dad.
Mr. Gregson's been on that phone 3 times after you.
Was he?
Been skiving, have you, Dad? Remember that time you said you walked around Catterick Camp with a brush for a fortnight and nobody asked you what you were doing?
Well, he could hardly carry a telly all the way down Weatherfield all day, could he?
He could carry an aerial.
Honestly. And he talks about getting a Ferrari before he's 30. Take it all back, Steve. You're not dim. You're a complete blackout.
Can you two go for the fish and chips? Get some money out of my purse. It's in my coat pocket.
It's his turn.
You can both go.
You know, this isn't fair. I mean, I went last time.
Well, come on. Let's have it.
Let's have what?
What have you been up to?
Been working.
Why haven't you been back to the shop? Jim!
You know, he accused me of messing around with his wife. Fatso did. Me messing around with her. Jeez.
When did he say this?
This morning, when I brought the telly round.
You've not punched him, have you? That's why you've been missing all day.
No, I didn't, love, but by God, I thought about it. If I hadn't been holding the telly, I'd just dropped the telly instead.
Right, listen, what do you want from the chippy?
Fish and chips twice and whatever you want.
Can I have a double steak pudding?
Whatever you like. You dropped their telly.
Yeah, I just missed Fatso's foot.
That's what Mr. Gregson wants you for.
Yeah, very likely.
Jim, there wouldn't be more to this business with Audrey than you're letting on, would there?
No, there wouldn't.
Well, it all seems to be getting out of hand. I mean, from what you said, Audrey was just making goo-goo eyes at you.
I know, it's just that Roberts and his wife. I'll tell you, Liz, listen, from now on, nobody from this house goes near that shop.
Yeah, well, like I said, it's all getting out of hand.
So, where's your Veravan tonight, Jack?
I don't know because I don't ask Ivy. Gives her no excuse to ask me where I'm going. Happens she's out razzled with some toy boy. Oh, now, come on, Don. Vera, do us a favour.
Well, perhaps that's why she don't bother asking you where you go, Jack. Because she can't see you with a toy girl.
I could very soon go off you, Ivy. Yes, Ken.
Similar for me, please, Eric. And, Would you happen to know what Deirdre and are drinking?
Deirdre, gin, slimline tonic, slice of lemon, no ice. Dave, pint of lager.
I'm impressed.
I had stout myself sometime.
Could you take them a drink over from me?
Yeah, certainly. I'll get one of the staff to do it.
You know, it's been a right culture shock coming back here after spending a month with state-of-the-art computers, beautiful, efficient machines. Then suddenly, you're back to Vera and her mates. It's like going back to the Middle Ages. But I'll tell you something, I'm going to target head office career-wise, definitely.
Oh, and what are you going to target career-wise, mate?
Well, I think tomorrow it's that back axle of that fishmonger's van. How about you?
Well, you two haven't got much of a career future anyway, have you?
Eh?
Come again. Well, the internal combustion engine, CO2, carbon monoxide. I mean, how long do you think the world will allow you to go up and down motorways polluting it? 10 more years, mate, and then that's it, you're out of a job.
I'll tell you what, Curly. I wish you'd target head office like tomorrow and take a permanent powder.
Yeah, I'll drink to that.
Look, it's no use hiding your heads in the sand. I mean, look what happened to Accrington Stanley.
Ah, wench. Would stake these potions to Deirdre and her beau.
Wench? Who do you think I am, Nell Gwyn?
A joke.
I'm not laughing. Take 'em yourself.
Well, you wish you looked like Nell.
I heard that.
Drinks from Ken to make up for the one he didn't buy you at dinner time, Deirdre.
Thanks.
He's never going to give up, is he?
Don't let him get you. He's winning if he gets you. He's just trying to weigh you down.
Yeah, well, he's managing that all right.
Then get away from him. Come live with me.
It is a gin and tonic. Alec said that's what you're drinking, and of course, I should know what you drink, if anybody.
Leave me alone.
Sorry?
Leave me alone.
I just want to buy you a drink. Good health, anyway.
It's something else.
There's only one way to get rid of him, and that's to divorce him.
Do you mean it?
Yes, I do. I'm going to divorce him.
Hiya. Oh, well, the wanderer returns. And here's me. I thought it were going to be a 2 o'clock in morning touch for you, lady.
Couldn't do that. What would my husband say?
Nothing.
No, because you'd be lucky if you were home yourself, wouldn't you?
Hopefully. In the interest of peace. What are you drinking, Vera?
I'll have half a lager. Do you know, I'm that parched with giggling.
Is this drinks all round? No. Do you know, this world is turning very mean.
So where have you been then? I know you've been at Bottom Club listening to that blue comic.
Well, if you must know, I've been to a spirit meeting.
You've been where?
A spirit meeting.
So you mean spiritualists? Anyway, what you doing going to a place like that?
Well, I went with Brenda, you know, this girl I work with. It was a great time.
Oh, listening to a lot of mumbo-jumbo.
No, this bloke, this medium.
Oh.
Yeah, well, he made contacts for half a dozen there. You know, from other side. One was from a fella, he kept asking for a cream bun. Well, woman standing next to me, she fainted. I could hardly keep my face straight. But you know, I think Brenda believes it.
It's a load of twaddle, Vera.
Absolutely. What you doing going to a place like that, then?
Well, listen, there was something happened and it was dead creepy.
Oh, like what?
Well, this fella, this medium, well, he kept getting messages, you know, from a spirit that nobody seemed to recognise. His name was Brian.
Your lager, my dear heart.
Oh, Tarlo, do you know I'm as dry as toast? I think these spirits, you know, must have been teetotal. I never saw a sign of a drink.
Hiya, kid.
Oh, Vera, do you know, I still keep thinking about last night, me. Honest, it made me go all shivery, you know, when that bloke said, I'm getting a Brian, he looks right at me.
Will you give it a rest, Vera?
Well, don't take it out on me.
Morning, Dave. Come on in.
If looks could kill, I think I'd be lying dead on them flags out there.
Well, it's his own fault. If he doesn't like seeing my visitors, he shouldn't be living in the same street.
Oh, hey, Trace.
Hiya.
So what do we owe this early morning call, anyway? You after some breakfast or what?
Now you know about me and breakfast.
No, I just wondered if you managed to fix up an appointment yet.
Just hang on a minute, Dave. You all set for school, Tracy? You got your stuff for PE?
Yeah, I'll be off then.
All right, love. See you this afternoon.
See you, Trace.
Yeah, I suppose you will.
Look, I was only going to ask if you'd managed to fix up an appointment with the solicitor, you know, about the divorce.
I know what you were going to say, Dave. That's why I stopped you. I don't want to discuss the divorce or even mention it in front of Tracy.
Are you sure you want a divorce?
Oh, quite sure.
Well, then Tracy's going to hear about it sooner or later. There's no point trying to hide it.
I know she's going to hear about it, but... Well, she'll hear about it when I want her to, the way I want her to. Not all casual from a stranger.
Hey, stranger?
No, I didn't mean it like that. Look, I just want to tell her myself. Explain it to her properly.
Yeah, all right, but have you fixed up an appointment yet or not?
No, not yet.
Right. Well, do you want me to do it? I know this fellow's supposed to be pretty good.
No, it's all right. I can manage all that myself, thanks.
I'm telling you, Audrey, if any of the McDonald family come into this shop, they are not to be served.
It's going on a bit, this, isn't it?
Well, whose fault is that? Is it my fault?
All I'm saying is...
Look,
I
the
really
man
think-
wrecked my television set, insulted my wife.
Yeah, well, maybe that were accidental.
What was the telly or you?
No, what I'm saying
Look,
is...
the man is not to be served. He is not sharing my bread and salt.
Oh, well, if you're going to go all biblical...
Look, Audrey, I don't care what you say. I'm going round to the shop this afternoon. I'm not leaving until I get a new television set and an apology. Oh, yes. I shall get an apology.
I tried to get you at home last night.
Yeah, I went out.
I know you were out. I spoke to your wife. She must have told you.
I thought it would keep till this morning.
You smashed the fella's telly and you think he can keep till morning? He's blazing mad, is Alf Roberts, and he wants someone's guts for garters. And I tell you this, sunshine, he's not having mine.
Look, that telly breaking was just as much his fault as it was mine. If you want to know the real fault here, it's his missus. I mean, getting me round to the house all the time. It's a load of nonsense. The telly is fine. It's her horizontal hole that needs seeing to.
What, she fancied a bit of the other, you mean? But look, is this straight?
God's honest truth.
Well, why make a fuss about that? That's part of the job. No need getting stroppy with a woman's husband. What's she look like, anyway?
Well, she's a very good-looking woman, all things considered.
Well, there you are, then. Why make a fuss? I'll tell you what. Next time their set's on the blink, I'll go over and have a look at the job myself.
It's dead obvious what he's up to. He's just going to keep on getting at you until he wears you down.
I know exactly what Ken's up to, Dave. You don't need to spell it out for me.
But maybe you're too close. You know, I can stand back. Look, like they say, the spectator sees more of the game than the players do.
I know better than anybody what Ken wants and what he does and how he goes about it, so don't give me lessons on the subject.
Agreed. It's you that has to cope with it. That's what I'm on about. Look, as I see it, there's two things you've got to do. One, you start divorcing Ken.
Yeah, well, I've already said I'm going to do that.
And two, you get out of this place. Move in with me.
Oh, Dave, we've already been through all that.
Or, if you don't want to move into my place, I move in here. Either way, I don't care which way it is. You know how I feel about you. I just can't see why we can't be straight about it, that's all. Tell you something. Sure, Ken is wasting his time. Makes sense, don't you?
I had a word with my friend about last night's little session. You know Ivy, lives next door but so.
She's the one who had the lad called Brian, right? What'd she say when you told her?
Do you know she went dead peculiar, I thought?
She'd be frightened, you see. There's a lot get frightened.
Why? What is to be frightened about?
It's like the mystery of it, isn't it? You know, the unknown.
Well, there's a lot we don't know about. I've always said that.
I'll go along with that, Vera.
Oh, you frightened me to death, creeping up on me like that.
Well, you might have heard me if you weren't so engrossed in your conversation about what we don't know. One of which is how to build a display. Product labels to the front, please, ladies. We want to sell these, not build a pyramid that might be still here in 2,000 years.
Get back in knife drawer. You're too sharp to live, you.
I can see while I've been away, the standards round here, well, they've just gone to pot.
Well, to say he's your lodger is very off-family, isn't it?
Well, he's had a lot on his mind, hasn't he, going on that management course and not seeing Kimberley, has he? Her being on holiday in Barmouth.
That'll be it. That's why they keep boxers away from women, isn't it? You know, before a fight. So they'll be all nasty and aggressive.
Yeah. Mind you, if that were true, our Jack would be a world champion.
OK, so you've got memories. I understand that. That's why I'm saying get out of this place and move in with me. We'll always look for somewhere a bit bigger later on.
I can't. I just don't think it's a good idea living together.
Why not? Go on, give me one good reason.
Well, for one thing, if I do divorce Ken and we start living together, it's going to make the divorce messy.
No. It was him who broke the marriage up when he walked out on you for another woman.
Yeah, but all the same.
Look, you're entitled to start again. Pick the pieces up, build a new life. With me. That's what I'm offering. It's what I want. And I think you do too.
You keep rushing me, Dave.
You've got to think forward. I mean, we've got a great future together, you and me. And Tracy. I'm not forgetting Tracy.
There's another good reason for not rushing anything.
You've got to think positive. Look, come the new year, you could be a free woman. Nothing to stop us getting married.
I never want to get married again, ever.
You say that now, but you will. You want the security.
Security? Give over. As far as I'm concerned, it's like bars on a window. I mean, they tell you it's to stop people getting in, but what it's really for is to stop you getting out.
Oh, I don't believe this. Here I am making you a sincere offer. All right, proposing if you like. And what do you want, eh? All the candles letting me down on one knee?
I don't want it at all, in any way, shape or form.
Oh, I see.
No, I don't think you do, Dave. And don't go all huffy on me. Look, I don't want to be told what I ought to do and what I need and what's best for me. I'm sick of all that. I've had about as much being pressured and leaned on as I ever want.
I'm not leaning on you.
You don't mean to, but you do. Ken used to do it all the time. Anything that I wanted to do that he didn't like, I'd get the pressure. He'd make me feel guilty, or he'd start organising me. And now you're starting to organise me.
It's just the way I am. I can't be any different.
All fellas say that. And you know why? Because you're all dead complacent. Deep down, every one of you thinks he's Mr. Wonderful.
Oh, well, if that's how you feel, I might as well sling me up.
I just want to get on with my life. My life. The way I want it to be.
Ah, well, if you're not going to ask me to stay, I'm going. But I tell you this. If I do go, then that's it. I mean, if you don't want me to walk out of your life, you better say so right now.
Thank you very much.
Cheers.
There's a terrible row going on between McDonald's and Roberts's.
What about?
Well, this is it. It's all dead mysterious. Mr. Roberts was just about to tell me, and then Audrey told him to shut up.
It's probably something and nothing.
Right, I'll get him in. See him again, yeah?
Yeah, cheers.
I'll see you now.
Oh, Liz, can I have a word with you? Yeah, sure. What's this row all about between you and the Robertses?
Better ask them.
Yeah, well, I have already, and...
Yeah, well, if they won't say anything, I think it's best if I don't either. See you.
See ya. See? What do you make of that?
I don't know. Anyway, who cares?
I care, Kevin. I'm bang in the middle of it, aren't I? According to Mr. Roberts, I'm not allowed to serve the McDonald's.
I enjoyed that. Something wrong with yours?
No.
Well, you're not going to eat it. Seems a shame to waste it.
Why do you finish it, Derek? I suppose the reason I've no appetite is because of my guilty conscience.
Guilty conscience, or maybe. Is there something I should know about?
Well, it's Harry. I can't help thinking that somebody, somewhere, perhaps even a little child, is sobbing themselves to sleep over a lost budgie that I've got.
Oh, maybe.
Well, Derek, we know he didn't come from the Featherstone, so he must have come from somewhere. I mean, somebody loved him, and I know exactly how they must feel.
Maybe you don't need to lose any sleep over it.
Well, I can't help it.
There is no broken-hearted child sobbing over Harry. I can guarantee that.
But you can't possibly know that.
Yes, I can. Harry was the Featherstones' budgie. The budgie I took then.
The budgie you took?
Yes. I bought it at a pet shop so that you could keep Harry, the budgie you loved.
we're going home.
Eh?
I have things to say to you in private.
I haven't finished your lunch yet.
Derek, now, please.
Hi, Ken.
Hello, just a half a bit of please. Can I get you a drink, Emily?
No, thank you. Do you mind my asking, Ken, why you drink in here at lunchtime? It can't be the nearest pub to school.
No, it isn't. There's the Nelson and the Flying Horse. I don't drink in either of those to avoid the embarrassment of bumping into my pupils.
That's supposed to be a joke, I presume.
I wouldn't presume it too confidently if I was you.
You see, some people think you drink in here because you're determined to pursue Deirdre.
Do they now?
Is that the reason?
What do you say, Emily? That's no concern of anybody but myself and Deirdre. Hi, Deirdre. You well?
Oh, Peter. Just the person I wanted to see. Can we talk?
Oh, look, not right now. Look, I'm in finance on Tuesday. Will you keep till then?
Well, this is nothing to do with council, actually. I want you to have your solicitor's hat on.
The old marital disharmony, I take it?
Yes.
Well... All right, look, my office at 4:30 then. Or somewhere less formal, if you like.
Thanks, Peter.
How dare you deceive me
Come
like
on,
that?
Mavis. When you say deceit...
It was deceit of the very worst kind.
But for the best of motives. I mean, you were so obviously smitten with Harry.
Oh, Boris, let's call him by his real name. I mean, he is Boris Featherstone, isn't he?
Yes. Seemed like a good idea at the time. Rita thought so, too.
Rita? Oh, she's in on this as well, is she?
Yes, I did consult her.
Oh, I see. The two of you have been plotting and scheming behind my back. I suppose you thought that I couldn't face the truth, is that it?
Yes. No. Oh, I don't know.
You and Rita have treated me like a child that mustn't be told there isn't a tooth fairy.
Look, Mavis.
Derek, what we have here is a stolen budgie. Don't you see that three of us are living a lie?
The Featherstones are perfectly happy. The one I gave them, they think it's theirs. They couldn't tell the difference, so what's it matter?
It does matter, Derek, and you will take Boris back to them.
I can't do that. How would I explain about the other budgie? Mavis, I've got to get back to work. Look, he's your budgie now. It's Harry, not Boris. If you don't want him, you take him back.
Right. Be good, you lads.
Thanks, Alec.
You're welcome. See you now. Hey, it's been a grand session.
It's been murder. It's never stopped.
Nah, well, that's how it should be.
Oh, aye, if you've enough bar staff.
There's plenty, you, me and Jacko there.
Oh, give over. Duck egg only counts as half.
Yeah, me mum. Go on, I'll have half with you. Listen, this seance that your Vera went to, I feel like I'd give it a rest, will you? I mean, it's upsetting Ivy, you see, all this talk about getting through to the other side.
So I think of Alvera, that, you know, the other side, the enemy.
No, I'm serious, mate. Ivy's never got over Brian, you know, and she never will while your Vera goes on prattling about somebody from t'other world called Brian trying to get in touch, so tell her to shut up, eh?
Don, if I could shut her up, don't you think I'd have done it before now, son? Yeah.
Hello, lovely, isn't it, is it?
That would be lovely, thanks.
It's a late dinner break for you, isn't it?
Do you know, tell the truth, I've only come in here to get away from Mavis. Since she come back from her dinner, she's not talking to me.
Why not?
I asked her that, and no idea. Since she's not talking to me, she won't tell me.
Oh, did you get him?
Gregson, yes. He's got a brand new television set waiting for us down at the shop. I said I'd go for it about 6 o'clock.
Ah, look, do you know, I'd better go and get her.
Hello, Ken. You? Why you?
Why me? Because you have got a terrible temper, that's why.
I have not.
You cannot stand being contradicted. You flare up at the least little thing.
I do
You
not.
don't let anybody else get a word in. You go ranting on, shouting them down. That's your method.
That is not my method.
Yes, it is. So listen, I am going to get that new TV set, then there will be no argy-bargy, OK?
Look, can I get a word in edgeways now?
Oh, listen to you now. Rant, rant,
Listen,
rant.
if there's any trouble between me and Jim MacDonald, I won't start it. I might finish it. But I'm going for the set, not you, and that's that.
I gather all is not sweetness and light just at the present.
Oh, it's been like this all day. It makes you wonder how some people manage to stay married. Oh, sorry.
Oh, Peter, thanks for coming round. Come in.
Well, better here than the office, eh? Anyway, I don't keep drink at the office.
That sounds like a hint to me.
Well, now you mention it. If you're having one, of course.
No, I'm not, but you can. Beer or sherry?
Oh, beer will be fine, thanks. So, what's the problem?
Sit down.
Thanks.
It's Ken. The arrangement we had. It's not working.
I thought it was all very civilised.
Well, it was supposed to be. He didn't want me to divorce him, naming Wendy Crozier. That was the name of his girlfriend. Did I tell you they'd split up?
Yes, you did.
Well, what he wanted was something nice and quiet after we'd lived apart for about 2 years, and I went along with that.
Well, if you can avoid a lot of bitterness and washing dirty linen in public, it is always the best way.
Yeah, but it's all different now. Since he split up with Wendy Crozier, he wants to get back with me again. I've told him to forget it. There is no way I want to go down that road again. But he won't take no for an answer.
Do you mean to say that he's badgering you?
He's taken a flat in the street above the corner shop. He's got a teaching job at Weatherfield Comp, which is the school Tracy goes to. He's never off my doorstep with one excuse or another. I mean, I can tell he is convinced I'll have him back if he works at it.
Right. Now, this is the key question, Deirdre. What is it that you actually want?
I want to get through to him that he's wasting his time. I've tried everything I can think of, and there's only one way now. Divorce him.
I can see you've given this some thought.
Oh, I've thought about nothing else. I want a divorce, Peter. As soon as you can get it for me.
Mavis? Brought you some flowers. I called at the cabin. Rita said you'd come home early.
Yes, I had a headache.
Rita mentioned that you'd had some words about the budget situation. And all I can say is, I hope you accept this, I acted for the best.
I know you did, Derek. And I'm sorry I snapped at you at lunchtime. I'll apologise to Rita in the morning.
No. As long as you realise I was simply thinking of your peace of mind.
Oh, I know you were, Derek. Thank you for the flowers.
You don't really want me to take Harry back to the Featherstones, do you? They strike me as a very volatile family. I have a feeling they could turn quite ugly.
I don't think I could bear to be parted from him now. And if, as you say, they couldn't tell Harry from another bird...
Exactly my point, Mavis. I mean, let's face it, Harry here was a fugitive. He came to us for sanctuary. It wouldn't be ethical to hand him back.
That's very true.
I mean, would a happy bird have left his home? I think not. We could leave our windows wide open and Harry wouldn't fly away. He's too happy here.
Well, quite possibly, Derek, but I'm not going to risk it.
We are keeping him, then?
Yes. I just think it was meant. I mean, when you think, Derek, he could have flown into any house he fancied, but he came to us. It makes you think. It must be part of some great, intricate plan that we only occasionally catch a mere glimpse of.
Exactly. And as Shakespeare tells us, his eye is on the sparrow. Sure, he meant budgets as well.
Yeah, well, it's getting very managerial, it's Curly. It's getting more like Colesworth every day.
Well, it's this course they've been... I bet they're teaching him how to wield power, you know. They all get like that, bit of Italy, you know, when they get a bit of power. You see, that's why they have you girls dressed up in uniforms. You're the troops, he's the Führer.
And I've been like a mother to that lad.
Well, haven't I always been like a father, eh? I've treated that lad the same way as I did our Terry.
Well, that's true. You never did up for our Terry, neither. Hang on.
Orange juice, bet love, and butter lager.
Hey, now, before we start, are we speaking or what?
Yeah, of course we are, being.
Oh, well, that's all right, then. Because you were dead naughty to me this morning, you know, and last night.
Well, I had cause, didn't I, love? All that stuff about voices from other side.
Well, no, we're only telling you what happened.
Are you having a drink, Vera?
Half a lager, time.
Yeah, whatever it is.
I'll tell you what, I'm surprised at you, Vera. I mean, you've got to be a bit dull, lally, haven't you, love, to believe all that stuff about people coming through and spirit messages and all that stuff.
Look, I never said I believed it. It's not me that keeps going on about it, Ivy. It's you. It's not me that's making a fuss about it. It's you. Hello, love.
Hiya. Gin and tonic, bet love, please. Ice and lemon.
Are you on your own?
Yeah, I've got to get another TV for the bedroom.
Bye, Egg.
He's dead set on getting a bit of sex and violence going on in that bedroom of yours, isn't he, eh?
Just the job, that. Every bit as good as the one you had.
That's not saying much, is it?
Nah, that was your aerial, that was. You'll get every satisfaction with this. The slightest trouble, you tell your wife, and I'll come out and see to it myself.
Yeah, we didn't get any satisfaction at all with the last one. Ah, here's the one I want it from.
What do you want?
Oh, don't come the old soldier. I want an apology.
Well, you'll have to go on wanting then, won't you?
Come off it, Jim. Mr. Roberts is entitled, so don't start being awkward.
I'm not being awkward.
See, everybody's out of step but him.
You can't go dropping the man's TV set
It's
and then
not just the TV set. It's his attitude to my wife. So I want an apology, and then you'll apologise to her and all.
Right, I've kept out of this for as long as I can, but you give me no option again. This business with your wife, you've got the wrong end of the stick.
And what do you mean by that?
Well, I suggest you keep her on a lead before she gets into more trouble.
You what? Now, just
Jim,
look
I
here.
don't want any of this. Now, all I know is that this customer has had his set smashed and we are supplying him with another, and he's entitled to an apology. Now, come on. I'm not asking you. I'm telling you.
Get off my back. You can stick your job and your apologies and your tellies. How does that suit you?
Let's have a few flowers around the place, eh? Something a bit better than nuts and crisps.
Well, I don't know why you're bothering.
Because I'm sociable. I happen to be a very sociable fella.
My foot, you're not inviting a lot of people around just because you are feeling sociable.
Well, these are the people I work with a lot. It's nice we get together occasionally. It makes it more relaxed.
So you can sort of size them up between the shoulder blades. Sure.
Always knew you were the woman for me. Now, we have here a kingdom without a king. The throne is empty. The question is, who gets his bum on it? Do you know this is what half the wars in history are about? In fact, it's what all the wars in history are about.
Well, maybe it's a question of who gets her bum on it, because she's already there, isn't she? I mean, she owns the place. She's going to inherit everything. Maybe she's going to be running your little kingdom.
No. No, she couldn't run it.
Well, maybe your opinion doesn't have to be hers.
Exactly, which is why we should get together and have a little chat over the vino and smoked salmon.
Oh, are we running to smoke salmon?
Eh? Oh, yeah, all right, but get them to cut it thin like it should be.
Oh, I see. I'm going to be doing all the shopping and all, am I?
Well, I thought you could hide it in the cafe books.
Oh, it's the thing we do all the time, you know, smoked salmon and dripping.
Right, I'll leave it to you then. And remember, we're not feeding them, we're just giving them something to occupy their hands.
Well, how many?
I don't know. Depends on how many I invite. I'll phone you, let you know.
You shouldn't be finishing off your own work at this time.
I'm still at home, aren't I? Besides, it's easy.
Well, if it's easy, why didn't you do it last night?
Oh, Mum, I'm thinking.
Where's Stephen?
Already gone? I think they've fallen out again.
Uh-huh. Right, can I have £2.50, please?
What for now?
That science trip, you know, I bought the little slip home.
Where to?
Can't remember.
Well, we are showing uncommon interest, aren't we? Well, I'll tell you what, son. You're not getting £2.50 off me till you show £2.50 worth of interest, OK?
See you.
Bye. What about you? You're running behind the clock, aren't you?
Yeah. No particular place to go.
What, you mean you've no calls to me?
I mean, I haven't got a job to go to. There you are. I knew you'd find a nice, gentle way to break it to you.
Jim, what have you done?
I told the boss where he could stuff his job, Liz.
Turn up this morning. Just turn up, apologise. Whatever it was, it'll all be forgotten.
Nah, I don't think it'll be forgotten, though. I think he's still picking up the pieces of the telly that I threw on the floor.
Oh, the television set, that flaming television set. I'm sick of the whole business.
Well, it's you that wanted it fixing.
Well, I didn't want to go through all this performance, did I?
And I suppose you think I'm enjoying this, do you?
Yes, as it happens, I do, and you're...
Are you out of your mind?
You're always at war with somebody, aren't you?
Me? Me?
I mean, how many people have you flung out of that flat upstairs? There was Curly's boss. You just don't seem to be able to get on with anybody. And now it's this McGregor or whatever his name is.
Who did she say?
Oh, don't bother listening.
Oh, and you with perfect hearing. Wasted on you.
McDonald's never even been in that flat, as far as I know.
No, but you sold him your house, didn't you? The next thing we know, it's like the flaming Alamo with all the wardrobe and the furniture in the backyard.
Because he was unreasonable. He's unreasonable as a fella.
It's funny how everybody That is unreasonable, but you, isn't it?
Is it reasonable to throw television sets at folk, eh? Is it throwing televisions at...
Suppose he threw it out the blue, did he?
He did, as a matter of fact, and that's not all he threw, is it?
Well, I don't know, I wasn't there.
Oh, so you don't know what went on?
No, I don't.
You know well enough what I'm talking about, giving him the glad eye.
Do you know, I don't think I heard you right.
Well, I heard him clear enough.
That's what he said, is it? That your wife gave him the glad eye?
Listen, he was cruder than that, and in front of his boss.
Oh. Well, it's obvious, as I've said before, that he thinks a lot of himself. And you just stood for it, didn't you, Alf? So it's pretty obvious to me that you think nothing at all of yourself.
Look, what he said...
Well, just let me tell you, I think a bit more of myself. Oh, come on, Mr. Miserable. You're a fool if you've been brooding about that. The git. Wouldn't give him the time of day.
Look, I'm not saying there was anything in
Do
what
you know, there's a few people need putting right around here, starting with him.
Hey, now,
just get
look,
out
you're
the
not
way.
going round there.
I'm gonna kill him.
Look, it's all gone far enough as this. It's all out of proportion.
I'll knock him out of proportion, I can tell you
Just
that.
look after... I won't be...
What's the row about?
Oh, I don't think this is the row. I think this is just the rehearsal.
I say, Audrey, look, let it drop.
Let it drop?
Look, you can't go shouting and bawling at people on the pavement. Folk will think there's something in it.
You believe anything against me, wouldn't you? Anything that anybody says to you.
All this over a flipping television set. I don't know. Look, come on in. Come in.
Oh.
I wish you hadn't bothered with the blooming television set.
No, Liz, no. Look, that is not going to do anyone any good whatsoever, is it?
You've lost your job on account of that woman.
Look, I chucked my job. The woman was just incidental, love.
Oh, just incidental you've lost your job? Just incidental with no money coming in? Because just incidentally, she can't keep her hands off the neighbour's husband.
Hey, she never got her hands near your husband, kid. Anyway, I mean, who can blame her?
It is not a joke.
I'm not joking. I mean, look at her husband fat's away. I mean, you got to feel sorry for him, yeah?
I don't feel sorry for either of them. They're not looking for wages at the end of the week.
Look, I chucked the job, Liz, because I decided I didn't want it. Or any other job where I got people like your man telling me what to do. I mean, his attitude, he was ripping people off. You expect me to do that as well? And what about him whenever I told him what she was up to, eh? Oh, is she good looking, eh? Get in there.
I suppose some men wouldn't say no.
Do you still want me to apologise?
Well, both lads need new shoes. I hope you know what that costs.
Look, I've just had Spanwise on the phone doing their pieces. Is there a problem?
No, I've sorted it out.
Well, I couldn't find anything relating to it at all.
Under the ashtray.
So, that's where I'm to look for information, is it?
No, the information is here. That is just paperwork.
Well, do you think we could find some way of keeping the paperwork flowing, if not the information?
Look, if I say I'm going to do something, it gets done, all right? We don't want a committee, do we? What does it say?
500 pieces.
That's what the order says. And here's my throughput. What does that say?
5,000?
Yeah, I knew someone had left a note off.
You put through 5,000 on an order for 500, without querying, without even checking with them.
That way they couldn't have their little moment of panic, could they, when they only got 500? There's that little moment of panic that makes them feel grateful we can do something for them. We'll screw the price up. Hello, Baldwin.
That is not how we do business.
Well, it is now.
What are you doing? We're mowed out in there.
Doing what you asked me to do.
Well, I didn't ask you to do it now.
You've been asking me to do it all week.
There's me and Duckegg like a couple of dancing dervishes, and you with a mouthful of nails deciding to worry about the stair carpet.
I can't do right for you, can I?
You can get in there while I go and throw boiled ham at some baps.
Right, lads, I'm with you now.
Have you got any sarnies or rolls out as well, Jack?
Yeah, she's knocking some up in the back like a swarm of locusts in here this dinner time.
Bayek, I'd like to see this lot shape under fire.
Did you like the war, Mr. Something?
No, I didn't. Nobody liked it.
He loved every minute of it. He admitted it to me.
What are you talking about, admitted? I say it with pride. It was a time of my life and a very testing time. And if 50 years ago some of us hadn't passed that test, you'd been speaking German now.
Yeah, this place would be running a lot more efficiently, wouldn't it? And you're responsible for all that, you are.
Yeah. Of course, if it had been up to me, we'd still have a barmaid.
But I thought it was you that gave her a marching orders.
Well, in the first place, yes, but I'd have given her a second chance, only I was overruled. Now I'm getting it in the neck because we're short-handed.
Are these done with?
They are, yeah.
Do you know I need 10 pair of hands in here?
I heard you saying you were short staffed.
You lost her for good, have you?
She got involved with a certain fella and it turned her head. Now I can make allowances for all sorts, but if they don't know who the boss is, they have to go.
So does that mean you're looking for a barmaid?
Why, do you know one?
You're talking to her?
Oh, aye, since when?
Since my husband resigned from his post.
You mean told his boss where he could stuff it?
Yeah, he walked out yesterday.
I know he did, love.
How do you know?
Because he was in here last night.
Oh, told you all about it, did he?
I think he told me the exact words he used in tendering his resignation.
Oh, well, you knew before I did.
Ah, but it's like the secrets of the confessional what the customers tell me in here, love. Now, be honest with me. Have you had any experience?
God's honest truth, none at all.
Well, now I know you're honest. That's the main thing. I'll start you tonight if you're game.
I'm game.
Well, that's quite a lot of cheques I've just signed.
Yes, well, we'll not be putting them all in the, well, in the first-class post, if you take my meaning. The cash flow isn't quite what it should be.
Don't let it keep you awake. The problem is that Peter built this place up to capacity and we're just not putting the work through it.
We had plans. A recession is the best time to pick off your competitors. Well, that was how he put it.
The big lads are as weak as they're ever going to be, and the weak ones are queuing up to go to the wall.
I suppose we can reduce capacity and the overheads.
That's chickening out. Keep up your capacity.
Oh, yes. And what on? Work from that well-established firm of if and maybe.
I can see a deal that'd keep us sitting pretty nicely. Take a bit of cultivating, perhaps a week. We'll talk later.
Well, let's make sure it's something slightly more substantial than a misprint before we cut any cloth, eh?
What?
Oh, just a little joke.
Right. Until next week, then, gentlemen. Oh, Mike, have you got a couple of minutes?
Well, it's funny, I was going to say the same to you.
Oh, well, it looks like a pie and a pint for us then, Arthur.
Well, what did you want to say?
You got in first.
The last time we had a meeting like this, just the two of us, you were interviewing me for a job.
Trying to embarrass me.
You wanted to get out from under. You were quite prepared to break your contract with Peter. But now he's dead. And you seem to be working very hard to keep his company going.
Yeah.
Well, it's not because you revere his memory. Now, I'm not saying the company would fold up if you left.
Bit of an exaggeration, but only slight.
So why?
Peter got me at a bad time. He took advantage.
I remember.
That's when he was asking me to do deals for him. You see, if I worked for his firm and started doing deals, well, you know what it's like. You start to build a bridge and, well, you don't stop work.
Well, not until you finish building a bridge. Then what do you do?
Let's talk about that another day, shall we? Now, this deal I've got, it's almost clinched. You know Phil Jennings, don't you?
Who's he?
You're meeting tomorrow. I'm having a few drinks for some people at my place. Alma said it's about time you got out and met people. She asked me to invite you.
It's very kind of you both, if I can.
Clinch a deal with Phil Jennings, and even Ralph Dobson might cheer up.
Oh, I think Peter liked having him around as the voice of caution.
Caution? You couldn't get him to bet on whether the sun had come up in the morning.
Oh, you could. He'd back it each way.
My feet are like puddings. I don't care. I'm going for a lie down.
Well, we coped, I thought.
Well, we'll not be coping again. I've took on a barmaid. She's starting tonight.
You've took on a barmaid?
Liz MacDonald was looking for a few hours, so I've took her on. She'll turn in early.
Liz MacDonald? She's not a barmaid. What are you thinking of, Bet? She's all wrong, her. She's never a barmaid.
Well, you'll just have to turn her into one then, won't you?
Now, look, Bet, I should have been consulted here. Shut up!
I've been telling you to fix that.
Oh.
I hope it'll be worth a lot of money when it's done.
I doubt it, love.
Pity. Sorry, I wasn't trying to be sarcastic.
You're managing quite well, Liz.
Well, it is a pity, really. Nobody will actually pay you for what you like doing. I've got a job.
You've got a job?
Only part-time, at the Rovers, but it's a few quid.
I don't want you working at the Rovers, Liz.
I didn't want you walking out on your job, but there you are. They're short-handed, so I said I'd do it.
My opinion doesn't count anymore, is that it?
There's nothing wrong with it, is there?
I didn't say there was anything wrong with it.
Well then.
Thank you. Mavis, you were brought up to religion, weren't you?
Oh, yes. My father was a Methodist. But my mother's side, they were Ebenezer Tabernacle, brackets non-canonical evangelical.
I don't think I've heard of them.
You possibly wouldn't have done. I think there was only them, and then there was a sister chapel in Glossop. But the Glossop lot fell into schism. I was brought up very narrow, but I broadened out as I got older.
Do you think that we go on other side?
Oh, I don't think. I know that's something I'm perfectly sure of.
Well, what about spiritualism?
Oh, mediums, you mean, that sort of business?
Yeah, getting in touch with other side.
Well, I don't know what to think. I mean, I don't know how you'd know to trust anybody, really.
Yeah, well, there you are.
He's a spiritualist. Him off Blythe Street. You know what I mean? He has a heel bar on precinct.
Oh, and grinds keys. Yes, I believe he is.
Well, I don't suppose he's in league with devil. Not for a heel bar, even on precinct. Now, why are you asking all this?
Oh, it's Vera. She's been to one of these meetings and they've got the messages through and that, but I want to know if they're sincere.
Well, as far as I can see, they're as sincere as any at t'other lot. Anyway, you believe in messages going back and forth, don't you?
Me, I don't.
Who was it you told me you prayed to when you lose something?
That's St. Anthony.
And if you find it, isn't that like him sending you a message telling you where it is?
He don't send you a message. I mean, you don't get a voice saying it's hidden under the sofa.
You never know. I mean, you might just hear it that way. I'm only saying you might.
Now, this business, it's like no other business.
There's no business like show business.
I'm not joking. When you look across this bar, you're looking across the footlights. You've got to put on an act. You may feel like taking an overdose, but you mustn't let it show. That's not what the customers are here for.
Well, I'm not miserable by nature, Mr. Gilroy, so...
No. I haven't noticed something about your features. But you do have a tendency to look a bit crestfallen. No offence.
Crestfallen?
I can't think of a better word for it. It's not miserable and gloomy. It's crestfallen.
Oh. Well, I'm very sorry.
No, there's no need to be. You just bear in mind what I've told you and smile. A natural smile at all times. When you step out in this bar, it's on with the motley.
I'm not sure I've got any motley.
Vesta la Juba.
I'm sure it is.
Yes, now about costume. I'm not saying there's any need to go really mad, but you could let a bit more air circulate under your chin, if you know what I mean.
No.
Well, I'm not saying cheapen yourself, but you could make the most of what you've got. This is show business. Ah, Jack. Wait a minute. I want you to show Mrs. Mackie the ropes. Show her where you stack everything and so forth.
Certainly.
Carry on.
Right. Starting at the top shelf. From the left, A is for ale, B is for brownie.
I think you might be wasting your breath.
Well, what's up?
I'm not sure I can work here.
Why has he said something to you, or what?
Oh, he said all sorts to me. Some of it were in Spanish. But what I did understand I didn't like. I don't think he's right in head.
Look. Tend to notice. Come here. Just nod and smile.
Oh, I've been told to smile.
And wait to see what Queen Bess has to say. She who is the power in the land. He's only a stooge. I mean, take stacking these shells, for instance. He wanted me to do it entirely different. Yes, boss, I said yes. Then I go in there and I say to her, look, do you want me to do it this way, that way? Then I give her my own idea, very humble. But I'll tell you what you see before you now, it is my way. The Jack Douglas system.
You've been working here too long, you know that, don't you? Go on, explain it to me.
Right.
Why do we have to bother with keys, eh? The only person this lock ever keeps out is me.
Well, hasn't Tracy got one?
Oh, she's got her own, yeah.
Come and have a drink then. I was standing there getting aerated about it.
No thanks, I won't. Not in there anyway.
Gotta be in there, meeting Hammer in there.
Well, in that case, no tar.
No hard feeling between you and Alec, is it?
Oh, no. I just never know when Ken's gonna turn up. I mean, he's haunting the place these days.
What is he on about?
Oh, I don't know. It's like he's laying siege or something. I mean, moving back into the street. Is he mad or what? You tell me.
It was me who told you to kick him into touch. And that was years ago.
Don't.
No, I'm sorry.
Oh, it's in the flipping lining.
You still won't come and have a drink?
Oh, no tar. But, you reminded me who it does keep out.
See you.
So, love.
Thank you.
And have on yourself.
Oh, well. I'll have it after, if that's all right.
Hello, am I late?
Remind me again, we have met, have we?
Oh dear, I'm late.
Make sure she puts ice in it.
Oh, hello. Always said we should see more of you. Same in there, please, love, and my usual.
Ah, well.
Didn't they tell you what it was? That's the first thing they should have told you. Alec, you want to look at your training programme seriously, you know?
Large Scotch, optics, third bottle on the right.
How are you on intelligent conversation? You're going to need it. All the intelligentsia we get in here.
Find a bit of food, Alec. Noisy in here tonight.
Oh, no page 3. Tell it's clever. It's got close-up printing.
That's because I don't have to leave room for my finger.
There you go.
Oh, there, Alan.
Thank you.
I'll tell you who we should invite tomorrow night. Deirdre. I bet she'd be glad to get away from here for a night.
Can I have a packet of nuts, please?
Yeah, sure.
Right, you. Grab your nuts, take your pint, and go and sit nice and quietly in the corner, understand?
What are you doing?
What's got into you?
Keep your eyes off my wife and watch your lip. Come on.
Oh, yes, you've done very well. We'll have no more trouble with customers. We'll have no flaming customers.
I only popped in to see if you fancied some of these. Only our freezer went on blink, you know, at work. Only for a couple of hours, but they've had to throw everything out, everything.
Well, is it all right?
Of course it's all right. Only they can't take a chance, can they? But look, I haven't even thawed out.
Well, thanks, love. If it don't smell.
Well, I know you like fish. You've been a Catholic.
It's got nothing to do with being a Catholic, Vera. I just happen to like fish. Anyway, thanks very much, love. Now, you sure it's...
Look, of course it is. I wouldn't give it you, would I? I'd have it for him. Taking notice that rules and regulations, you know. He never has out on his plate unless it's well past sell-by date. And it's never affected him, has it? Anyway, I'm off.
Vera?
What?
Are you thinking of going to this spiritualist meeting again?
Oh, Ivy, you're not still going on about that,
Well, I just
are you?
want to tell you that...
Yeah, I know you've told me. Look, I'll go if I want. It's something to know. I don't know why you keep going on about it.
Will you shut up and let me finish? I'm not saying I believe in it, Vera, but if you're going to go, I'll go with you.
You are? Well, you've changed your tune, haven't you?
No, I haven't. Let's be clear about that.
Oh, well, it's tomorrow night, I think. You know, them doings.
Right, well, if you fancy going, I'll go with you.
Well, I only went, you know, as a change from bingo, but, well, I will go with you. Because you want to go, don't you? Well, from all you've said, like.
I can't get it off my mind, Vera. Let's face it, if I go and it is a load of malarkey, I'll know, I'm sure I will. And that'll be that, won't it?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, we'll go.
Vera, I'd rather you didn't mention it to...
I don't need telling. As far as his lordship's concerned, we're going to bingo. I'll call round for you.
But how many?
Oh, 12, 15.
Well, I don't know where they've got that many glasses.
Look, I'll do the drinks if you can just provide them with something to keep chewing on.
Look, I can't leave Gail till after dinner. Then I've got to get my hair done.
Hey,
Look,
hey.
I just want everything to be all right.
It will be all right. It's not the feeding of the 5,000. I'm just inviting a few people round for a drink.
Yes, but what few people? I mean, not anybody I know, are they?
Deirdre Barlow.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, quite honestly, I don't know why you've invited her. It'd be nice to see her, but, well, it's not exactly her scene either, is it?
She's a counsellor.
So?
I'm inviting this bloke called Phil Jennings, right? He's a businessman, whatever that means, but with him it can mean anything. Anyway, he likes meeting counsellors. He says you never know when they might come in useful.
Well, that's why you've asked her. What about the rest?
Jackie Ingram.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, well, the rest can just drink their plonk and push off.
Oh, charming.
Look, I know I can run that place. I can run that factory better than it's ever been run before.
And I know you can, because you keep telling me.
The problem is I've got to convince her. I've got to make her trust me so much that she'll hand the whole lot over to me. Lock, stock and barrel.
Do you mean there are people in this world that don't trust you?
Yeah. I don't understand it myself.
Security man. Store man.
Oh, give over.
Delivery van driver.
Jim, why are you doing this?
Why do you think? I'm trying to get a job.
Yeah, one that suits, not just the first one you see in the paper.
Yeah, well, I'm not sitting on my backside any longer while you go out to work to support this family.
While I go out to work in a bar.
Hey?
That's what's getting you riled up. Not that I'm working, but that I'm working at the Rovers.
Well, you know my thoughts on that, don't you?
Yeah, and I'll tell you mine, shall I? Because what gets me is, ever since I first met you, you've spent most of your time standing in bars.
So I'm sociable.
You're sociable, and you drink a lot, yeah? But these barmaids that have always served you, have you looked down on them? Have you always thought they were lowering themselves?
Yeah, well, they weren't my wife, were they?
Ah.
Well, they weren't, were they?
So it's all right for them, but not for me?
Yes.
Because you want me all nice and safe at home. Because you don't trust me to work at the other end of the street where I might... Well, I don't know what I might do. I suppose I might end up talking to other men.
Yeah, well, I suppose you might.
Where are you going?
I'm going out. I'm going down the job centre.
Well, just remember, there's no rush, that's all. You don't have to take the first job that...
Oh. Do you know, I swear he's got a touch of elephant in him.
Elephant?
Well, they say elephants never forget, don't they?
Oh, yeah, they do.
I've told him to forget about it. It's finished. Whatever Jim MacDonald said, I don't want to know anymore. But he won't listen.
Yeah, well, fellas are like that, aren't they?
No, lovey, elephants are like that. And here's Jumbo.
What?
No.
Look, if you're doing nothing, and it doesn't look as if you are, there's plenty of tins need pricing up back here.
Oh, and will that make you happy? Will that bring a smile back on them rugged, manly features?
No, it will not. The only thing that will do that is if a certain Irishman decides to apologise.
What did I tell you?
Hey, listen, come round here. Round here.
Dear, oh dear. What?
Look, what he said about, you know, making up to him, there were no grounds for that, were there?
What's that supposed to mean?
It's not supposed to mean anything, but I need to get my facts straight, don't I?
Alf, no, I was not leading him on.
Oh, that's all I need to know.
But I still think you should let bygones be bygones. I mean, please, Alf. I mean, it's embarrassing for me if people go talking.
Yeah, well, that's why I need to get the record straight. That's why I need an apology. I'm not going to rest until I get one.
You don't know anybody with an elephant gun, do you, Sally?
Why?
I think we're going to have him put down.
How's it going, kid?
Oh, I think I'm getting the hang of this.
You will.
And a packet of crisps, £3 and 8p, change from a fiver.
She can count.
Yes, so can I. I want to be sure we're reaching the same answers.
You mean you don't think she's honest?
Well, like most folk, I think she'll be that bit more honest if she knows somebody's keeping an eye on her.
Don't you trust anybody, Alec?
Not if they're handling my money, no.
So if we got busy and had to employ, say, Mother Teresa to help us out?
Want references?
You're lovely. Yes, Phyllis?
Give us a light ale, please, Bet. Hey, how long's she been working here?
Not long, love. Just started yesterday.
Yeah, I'll put us another pint in there, Jack.
You're not working, son?
No, I'm doing it late. I'll go back for a snooze and I'll start about 5. Hey, listen, your beard's not still going on about this spiritualist lark.
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, there's a devil of a job talking, have you, out of it?
Well, they get some daft ideas, don't they?
Yeah, well, Harvey tends to get a bit serious. Anyway, I've talked her out of this one, so I'd appreciate if Beardy didn't talk her back into it.
I will mention it. Cheers. She'll take the notice, but I will mention it.
If you are still doubtful about Liz...
What?
I've just come across somebody that might be interested in taking a place.
Who?
No.
There you are. That's £6.12 at the end of the week.
Thank you, love.
Tell you've had your hair done.
Yes, I'm not sure if I'm regretting it or not.
No. Oh, it looks nice. Mavis, doesn't Deirdre's hair look nice?
Yes. Oh, yes.
See, she'd have said yes whether it did or not.
I I wouldn't.
Well, I hope you would. We don't want loose customers.
Well, I'm going out, so I thought, what the heck? I'll change my image. Maybe it'll change my look.
Where are you going?
Just a do that Mike Baldwin and Alma are putting on. I don't know what I've done to get myself invited. I think they must want somebody's help with the washing up.
Hey, they don't still wash up over there, do they? I mean, I thought they threw them out and brought new.
I'll let you know.
Right.
I'll see you, love.
Ta-da, love.
Bye. Well, that was nice of Mike Baldwin to invite her.
Why?
Well, with her being on her own. I mean, a lot of people don't think to invite a woman on their own.
Maybe she make it sound like a disability.
Well, socially it is. Oh, you're on your own, aren't you? I suppose I've put my foot in it now.
No. No, I think you're right. But at the moment, I like being on my own. And there's nowhere I particularly want to be invited.
Oh. Hi, how long have you been back?
Couple hours.
You should have come down.
Oh, yeah. Now, if you think I was spying on you, eh?
I wouldn't have thought that.
Yeah, well, I wasn't going to give you the chance.
Oh, I think dinner times are harder work than nights. I suppose it's with having all the food to do as well.
Yep.
Anyway, I'm not working tonight. Give the feet a chance to recover. That's where it gets you. You suddenly realise you've been standing up for about 5 hours.
Yeah.
Did you go down to the job centre?
Yeah.
Well?
Well, what? I mean, I'd hardly be sat here if there had a job for me, would I?
All right, it's not my fault.
But isn't it, though? I mean, you made me pack up my job in the first place, didn't you?
I think you packed up your own job when you started chucking televisions about.
I'm not talking about that.
So what are you talking about then?
I'm talking about the army.
Ah.
I mean, I could be there now, couldn't I? Doing what I'm best at. But oh no. You had some different idea and I was fool enough to go along with it, wasn't I?
Where are you going now?
I'm going to work on the bike. Or is there some reason I can't do that either?
I'm off, Alf.
Sing for once.
I don't know if he's heard me. Would you tell him I'm just going out for a bit, lover?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, I'm just nipping down to the butcher's, Alf. I won't be long.
Mate, you're not a right good advert, are you? Your husband owns the shop, and you go buying your stuff elsewhere.
I'm just getting certain items, fellas. I thought we'd have some chops for his tea.
Hey, can you hear that? That's his bike, isn't it?
Oh, Alf.
It's not making a noise like that by itself. Hang on a minute. I've got 1 or 2 words I want to say to that
Alf,
fella.
please,
Just
come
hang on a minute.
Mind you, those motorbikes do make a noise. I've been thinking of complaining myself.
I say! What do you want? Can you turn this damn thing off? Can you turn it off?
Just a blooming death to anybody, that.
Well, 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 you finally found something else to complain about.
I don't need this to complain about. What you said about my wife's enough.
Oh, what am I supposed to have said to your wife now?
You know very well what you said. I'm not going to repeat it. Now I've come for an apology.
Apology?
Yes.
Your wife cost me my job and you want an apology?
You lost your own job with your own daft behaviour. Now do I get an apology or not?
You know something, Alf? I do feel sorry.
You do?
I mean, I feel sorry for a man who doesn't know what his wife gets up to in his own bedroom.
You say that again. You say that again.
All right. I feel sorry for a man who doesn't know what his own wife gets up to in his own bedroom. There you are, I've said it again. So what are you going to do about it?
I'll show you what I'm going to do about it.
You stupid great lummox.
Aye, and you're next.
What's going on?
Please get inside, Liz.
No, I won't get inside.
Well, then step aside and let me teach Fatso here some manners.
All right, come on, if you think you can.
Hey, do you know they can hear you down the end of Rosamond Street?
Madam's here now. So, you don't spend all day in your bed inviting men round then, do you?
Put that bike down!
Oh, come on, Alf.
Will you get him out of here?
Look, I'm not going nowhere till I've had an apology.
Look, will you listen to me? You will be very lucky to walk out here carrying your head in your hands if you're not careful.
Do you want him to hit him?
Oh, come on, Alf. Don't let's descend to their level.
And we can do without that and all.
Yeah, well, we'll be seeing a solicitor. See what you're going to say about that.
See whoever you like. Just don't come round here again and keep your randy wife with you.
Listen, Vera, do I look all right like this?
Of course you do. You don't have to dress special for it.
Hey, Vera, this is these people's church. I don't want them to think I don't respect them. By the way, do they have a collection?
Oh, aye, well, they all have them, don't they?
Right, well, I've got a bit of change and I've got my key. So, I'm ready when you are.
Right. We can always go to bingo instead, you know.
Yes, I know we can, Vera, but, well, I don't want to, all right?
Evening, Mr. Baldwin.
Evening, ladies. Girls' night out, is it?
Yeah, could say that. Hey, we can have a quick drink if you like.
I don't like Vera. I don't want to go in there smelling the booze.
But there's no need to take it so serious.
You're calmer then.
I'll just go and tell Tracy I'm off.
Ooh, your hair looks nice.
Thanks.
No, it suits you. You used to have it like that more often, you know.
Are there going to be many people here tonight?
Nah. No, about 12, 15, that's all.
Well, just let me remind you that we are not setting foot in that shop again. Even if there's only a crumb in the house and we've no drink, and that is the only shop for the nearest 50 miles, we are not setting foot inside it.
I don't think it'd serve us anywhere.
And I'll tell you something else. I'm telling the boys when they come in as well, they're not going in there either.
Well, I suppose I should be thankful you took it out on him and not me.
All right, I'm sorry I've had to go at you. It's just his job business getting to me.
You love me, really?
I suppose I do. And the bike. Hey, didn't somebody tell me he's got a heart condition?
I think he has, yeah.
I was that close, you know, to hitting him. I'd have killed him.
And left her a widow. She might have liked that.
That's probably what she was after all along, eh?
No.
Good job then, Nat. Else I'd have a few words to say to him.
I told you what he's like.
Evening, Alf. Audrey.
Hello.
Pint of bitter, please.
Gin and tonic, please.
Leave me back to teaching nowadays. Some of the older girls must be a bit of a problem. Seem to like young women, some of them, aren't they? Still, every job has its perks, isn't it? Well, is Liz MacDonald coming in tonight, boss, or what?
No, she's not, so don't get any ideas about finishing early, Jack.
Liz MacDonald?
She's working here.
Well, yeah, just part-time. Gin and tonic, wasn't it?
Yeah. Well,
I think we'll be taking our custom elsewhere in the future.
Hey, we do have to go in if you don't want.
Listen, do they actually communicate with them that's departed?
Well, they reckon so, yeah?
I mean, people you've known, relatives.
Well, there was this woman talking to her husband that had been dead 10 years, and he was telling her what to do about selling her house.
Oh, come on then.
Oh, you haven't seen Mrs. Ingram today, then?
Poor woman, I do feel sorry for her.
No, I haven't, but I'm expecting her tonight. No?
Well, it's not the impression she gave me when I spoke to her this afternoon. Said something about wanting to be by herself, which you can understand, of course.
Mind if I help myself to another drink?
And him over there with Mike is called Dobson. He's a sales manager or something. And that woman with him is his wife, I
Right.
imagine. Do you know, I'm not right good at this sort of thing. I should be circulating, shouldn't I?
Do you know, I'm never sure what that means, except that you never get a chance to talk to anybody properly.
Right, girls? Who do you want to meet?
Nobody. We just want to stay here in his own little corner.
I understand Jackie Ingram's not coming tonight.
Ah, only you particularly wanted to sit with
Well,
me.
you don't always get what you want, though, do you? So then, what are you going to do about Ken?
Oh, what can I do? Just ignore him.
That fella never knows when to give up.
Do you know, I think I would have been happier if he'd stayed with Wendy Crozier, and I never thought I'd hear myself say that.
Oh, excuse me, someone I've got to talk to.
Oh, don't let me stop you.
Jackie!
Hello.
It's nice to see you.
I nearly didn't come.
But you did. Now, what can I get you to drink?
Oh, can I take a coat?
Oh, just an orange juice or something.
Orange juice coming up. Looks like you were wrong then, didn't it, eh?
Oh, yes. You know what'll happen if you carry on drinking like that.
Don't get narky. Allowed to enjoy myself, aren't I?
It's nice to see you. It really is. Not because I want to talk shop. It's good for you to get out, meet one or two people.
And that's what we mustn't forget. That those that have passed into spirit haven't left us. They're still there, still wanting to contact us, to help us and advise us, if only we're willing to give them the chance.
This boring bit. No, it's not here. I think it makes a lot of sense.
But think how distressing it must be to them. When they want to help us, they want to advise us. But what do they find? They find that we aren't listening. Because our lives are too full, too busy. We're too preoccupied with the things of this world to allow them to communicate. So they have to stand helplessly by and watch as we agonise over problems that they could help us with.
Another one, Ken?
No, no thanks.
Do you know, it depresses me to even look at him.
Folk can come in here and be miserable. That's what pubs are for.
I was saying, I think I'll offer him a fiver to go and be miserable somewhere else.
What do you mean?
Well, you could hear them shouting from the shop. Really loud.
Yeah, well, that's not going to do him any good, is it?
What do you mean?
Well, I heard this thing on radio about how babies and that can actually hear music and conversation before they're actually born. And what they hear decides on what sort of person it's going to be.
No.
Yeah. So what chance has young Wilfred got there, eh? Listening to Alf and Jim MacDonald slagging one another
Hey,
off.
he's not called Wilfred. And anyway, don't worry, Kev. I had my hands over his ears. Couldn't hear a thing.
Vodka and tonic, sweet sherry.
That'd be lovely, Jack. Thank you. Ken, will you have one with us?
Oh, thanks. No, I was just about to get back.
We'll be offended, won't we, maybe? Yes.
Sorry, I've got a part of marking to do.
Ah.
Good night.
Good night.
Ah, well, we tried. Do you know, used to be one of my heroes, did Ken.
Along with Cliff Mitchellmore, David Whitfield.
I always used to think he was so handsome and intelligent and considerate, the perfect man.
You never declared yourself?
It was only fantasy.
Well, it might not be too late. I don't mind stopping here on my own if you won't run after him.
Don't be so ridiculous.
Oh, excuse me. Phil Jennings, businessman, entrepreneur. In fact, he's almost as clever as I am. Councillor Bath.
Oh, Deirdre, please. Deirdre, pleased to meet you. Is that Weatherfield Council or Manchester City Council?
Weatherfield, and that is big enough as far as I'm concerned.
Mike?
Yeah?
Mike, could you come? It's,
What for?
it's Jackie. She's getting a bit upset.
Yeah, all right, excuse me.
And how long have you known old Mike?
Quite a while.
Oh, good. You could advise me then. Is he honest, trustworthy, incapable of lying? Or is he just like all the rest of us?
I think it's just when I'm out that I miss him the most. I mean, I was used to him not being at home because he worked such long hours. But when I'm out, I keep looking around, expecting to see him.
Yes, I can imagine. Well, you just take it easy now. Can I get you a brandy or a coffee?
No, no, thanks, no.
The same in the factory, you know. You walk in, you think something vital is missing, and what is it? Peter. You'll always miss him. We'll always miss him. We've got the unfortunate task of trying to fill the gap that he left.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but we'd best be getting home.
It's been very nice meeting you, Mike.
And you, yeah.
Very nice.
Yes, well, come along, then.
You
Come
must
along.
come round to us.
Yes, he will.
Why don't we ever have anyone round to us?
We will, but keep your voice down.
We've all got to try. I mean, Ralph there, he's working miracles considering what he has to put up with.
What's that?
Well, you see the state his wife gets into, don't you? I'm not surprised his mind's not on the business all the time. But anyway, you don't have to worry about it. You mustn't worry about the factory, the financial side, other firms poking around to see what they can pick up. You've got friends that can take care of all that. People who know the business. People who know what Peter would have wanted.
This is a man. Yes, and I get the impression that he made people happy, made people laugh.
Yes.
And I'm getting a name, James or Jim. Probably most people called him Jim.
Be my father.
Your father?
Yes.
Yes, well, he's telling me there's something you're unhappy about, something preying on your mind. Something medical, is it?
Yes.
You're due to go into hospital.
Yes.
Yeah, well, he's telling me, Jim's telling me that you mustn't worry. It's not what you think it is, this thing that you're going into hospital for. No, it's not serious. Yeah, and he says he wants to see you smiling again. And I'm going to leave you there.
Thank you.
And I'd like to come to this lady over here.
Me?
No, sorry, the lady in front.
Me?
Yes. I'm getting the impression of the countryside. A farm, perhaps. And there's a man, a tall man. And he has a dog with him.
No, the trouble with this country, as compared with America, say, is that the elected representatives, like yourself, think they should have nothing to do with business.
No, I wouldn't say that exactly.
Yeah, because straight away they think it means corruption, backhanders, all of that.
And do you think it doesn't?
Well, I think it needn't. I think they could have a healthy relationship where they get to know one another and work together, instead of keeping each other at arm's length.
Great.
Oh, you got her home all right then, did you?
Yeah, she'll be all right. And I think we can congratulate ourselves on a very useful public relations exercise.
Well, it makes it sound like you're conning the poor woman.
I'm not conning. I am not conning. I want to help her. I genuinely want to help her.
Do you want to help yourself at the same time?
Well, I'm not denying that, but then I help her, help myself, don't I? One and the same thing.
No, I'm not arguing.
Good. Now, if anyone's left any booze, I suggest we pour ourselves a large one and drink to a very successful evening. There you go.
Well, what did I tell you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I bet you were scared, though, when you thought he was going to pick on you.
I wanted him to, Vera. In fact, I shall keep coming back till he does.
You will?
Yeah, of course I will. I'm not doing this as a joke. I mean, it's like he says, there's them that's passed on, and they're wanting to communicate with us. And I just know that my son is one of them, Vera.
Oh.
Why don't you give me another shout? Look, I'll have to pass up breakfast and not let the plane's late. Otherwise, I've lost this fare. Ground control. You all right?
Yes, I'm fine, love, thanks.
Yeah. I'll see you later.
Hilda Ogden used to reckon she had contact with the spirits, didn't she? Isn't it funny how she could only get a clear line after having a large port?
Look, there's no big deal, you know. This bloke, this medium, well, he just stands up front and he gives messages to people. Well, he does it like he might go over to a fella and say, listen, I've got a message for you. You know, from Tom, from Debbie. You haven't got to worry about her. Does it mean out to you?
Tom, everybody's had a Tom that's croaked. He's pulling names out of a flaming hat.
Oh, shut up. Look, if it don't mean out to you, well, he don't push it. He don't ask for information. He just leaves it with you.
Yeah, and how much did you leave with him for the privilege, eh?
Well, not a lot. They have a collection. Or you just give what you can afford. Hey, which reminds me, I owe Ivy some money.
Ivy? Ivy went with you?
Dad? Mm-hmm. Can you lend us a couple of quid in it till I get my spends? What's wrong with the bike? Just been having a look.
Accident yesterday.
Yeah, cost a bob or two to fix that, well.
Yeah, well, I know how much it'll cost, so you just take the money before I change my mind, all right?
Jim, phone. It's that bloke from Patterson's about the job.
Oh.
Best voice forward.
You two had a rap?
About what?
Have you seen the state of the bike?
No, that was an accident yesterday.
Well, didn't leave very much. Tribute to you, that is.
They didn't leave much because they didn't make much. I've still got a mother in my head that reminds me to handle food the way I handle men. Small offerings, fond returns.
I'm due that, all right. Getting your boss out to dinner is one thing. Keeping up enough energy to keep her happy is something else. Mind you, I think we earned a few bonus points here, you know. My contact with Jennings hit the right spot, don't you think?
He didn't do bad with Deirdre Barlow either.
What do you mean she enjoyed herself, didn't she?
Well, I'm glad she loosened up, if that's what you mean. Well, when she turned up, she looked like she was going to a planning meeting.
Well, it's going to take time. It's the first public appearance since the break. She's used to doing things in pairs.
She's not the only one.
Oh, hello. What's up with you?
You. We invited 2 single women last night, and I was the only one who finished up playing gooseberry.
What are you talking about? You worked it well.
I know I worked it well, I had to. But you spent most of the evening licking up to the Queen of Industry.
I'm sorry, darling, but you knew the score.
Well, I knew we had to impress her, but you were going on like it was your first date. And why did you have to offer her a lift? I mean, if anybody can afford a taxi, it's her.
You're jealous.
No, I am not
Oh,
jealous.
yes, you are. You are jealous. My Iron Maiden is melting at the seams.
Just you remember, Bonnie and Clyde would never have made a film if it hadn't been for her. So if you want to make friends and influence people, just remember you cannot do it without me.
Darling, I am the first to admit that.
Oh, now calm down.
Look, there's been nothing but trouble ever since they moved in round here.
Well, just forget about it. You don't have to talk to them.
Yeah, I'll tell you something, they're not coming in here again.
Yes, you've already said that.
Yeah, and if she's working down there, we're out of there and all.
And that. Look, now, why don't you and me take first break, nip in the car and go down to the Flying Horse, have their set menu?
Set menu?
Hey, it's really good food there, you know. Me and Kev went once, but we couldn't get in because he had his overalls on.
Look, this is getting ridiculous. I mean, I live round here. I've lived round here longer than that shower. And what's happening? We're forced out of our own pub to go looking for grub. Well, it's not on.
But what do you want, Al?
We'll go in the Rovers.
No, we will not. I'm not having you burst in a blood vessel in public again.
And I will not be threatened by that randy Irishman, neither.
Oh, all right. If you won't splash out on a decent snack, we'll have to eat here. Make me a tuna salad, love, will you?
Yeah.
2 corned beef and plenty of brown sauce.
Thanks, Des.
Cheers.
Bet,
Look.
you don't realise what you've done. Giving Liz MacDonald a job's lost us 4 good customers.
How do you work that one out, Watson?
Well, 3 and her. I mean, the Roberts are boycotting because she's behind the bar. The Irishman's avoided him, so he's drinking at home like as not. She's a dearer than average barmaid with less than average experience.
Look, Alec, I'm paying her over the odds because she's got a family to support.
I mean, good job we haven't. Right, we're losing customers. We'll be signing on. Don't be tea time.
Can't be long.
What? Where are you going?
I've heard Alf's got scrag hen going cheap. That and mushy peas suit you for your tea?
Jack? Cellar, mixers.
Right.
Audrey and Jim? Like what?
Well, I don't know yet.
Are you sure?
I've said no, I'm working on it. But the way things are going, I wouldn't be surprised if they didn't end up scrapping.
Alf and Jim. Do you want odds on the title? Hey, don't underestimate Alf. There's enough meat there to flatten a viaduct. Rambo's army trained, isn't he? Yeah, he liked fishing. Hey, I knew Jim at one end, Alf at the other. Yeah, me and Steph selling tickets.
Oh, cut it out, you two. This could get very serious.
Spain at this time of the year must be mad.
Give over, Percy. I give me IT to be Jenny's age, trolling around Spain with me mates.
Don't let the propaganda get to you, Mrs. Fairclough. It's hot, it's overcrowded, they're stubborn about learning English. And young lasses like Jenny, they can come in for some very nasty surprises.
Oh, I know. Sunshine, good food, topless bathing. God forbid you should pick up a few Spanish phrases.
You know, I think they ought to do theme trips for folk like Percy. Relive the Spanish Civil War, flight and full board inclusive. Hey, Ducky, what show bit have been sent to my missus? Hey, well, I left her on a different planet this morning. Either they've lost at bingo and she's saying no, or they've picked up a couple of fellas and she's trying to figure out how to tell me.
Never went to bingo.
Ah, of course they did, last night.
No, the only fellas they're likely to pick up are well out of the running.
What's he on about?
Give it a clue. Is there anybody there?
He's gone for that interview like he's been let out for the day. I'm fed up with it. Going through the front door and expecting trouble. And of course, working at the pub makes it even harder, because Alf and Audrey are boycotting. I won't care, but we've done nothing wrong.
You what? According to you, your Jim was up and down like a demolition worker smashing tellies.
All right, but Audrey started it, playing Greta Garbo. Can we change the subject? How was the party?
Oh, captains of industry and Alma Sedgwick. Hardly a rave up. Would you believe I got chatted up?
You're kidding.
Mate of Baldwin's. Finger in every pie. Shude Hill Charm School. And his name's Jennings.
And?
And nothing. We were both there on our own and we made good company. Like I said, charming.
Are you seeing him again?
Oh, give me a break. I've still got some shreds of reputation left round here, despite what Percy Sugden says. Anyway, I've started divorce proceedings. The last thing I need is more accusations from Ken about moral standards.
You never said.
Well, I went in a temper. But I'm glad I did. He's left me no choice.
How's he taking it?
I don't know. Solicitor said it'd take a few days to get the stuff together and then he'd send the forms to Ken to sign. But if he knows, he's keeping very quiet about it.
Look, I'm not trying to squeeze you for info. All I know is this used to be a quiet little street by the Duckworths. Suddenly it's Village of the Damned and nobody's speaking.
Well, you took her on as barmaid.
Last time I voted, I stuck my cross on for democracy.
We'd rather not discuss it, thanks, Pat.
Suit yourselves. But you've Alec to answer to if there's any hot pot left over.
Hi, Bat. Hi. What a bird brain. I spent half the night marking papers and then leave the damn things in the flat. I had to get a friend to whiz me around before the next period. Just one snag, I left my key at work. So can I,
Yeah, of course you can. Oh, Ken. Letter for you. Got mixed up with circular.
All right, thanks.
I'm not here for a row, Alf.
Well, it can't be for hotels because you're barred.
It's gone too far and I want to put a stop to it.
Look, it's not you, love. It's that Lothario husband of yours.
Hang on. No more abuse. No more insults. We're up and down like school kids, Alf. Jim's apologised.
Has he?
I know he plays it big, but really this kind of thing does his head in. If he learnt nothing else from the army, it should be how to bury the hatchet.
Yeah, well, what I learnt in the army was not to judge women, especially women what's married.
I know, I've told him. But you see, that's where you're well ahead, Alf.
Eh?
Well, he's not got your maturity, has he?
Yeah, well, it could get him in serious trouble.
I've warned him. He means no harm, but it could be misconstrued. So come on, Alf. What do you say?
Well, I'll have to think about it.
I'm proud of you. Hi.
What did she want? If you're looking at Sylvia Plath, you're going to have to think more abstractly than this. It takes a lot more concentration than you've apparently been used to if you think about passing exams.
Speak for yourself, sir.
You start, MacDonald. The Black Rock in rainy weather.
Well, can't we do anything of our own? I'm bored stupid with all this.
Care what you think! You're not funny, MacDonald, so don't push it!
Well, I said I'd drop in if I was passing. I'm passing. Oh, it's a very pleasant party round at yours. Very impressed.
Glad to hear it. Jackie hasn't had long to grasp the business since Peter died, but, well, like a duck to water.
Well, she seemed clued up enough to me. Then that'll be all credit down to you, won't it?
Well, I do my best.
I've lost and won enough trade to have learned it's who you know, not what.
I didn't invite you just for the profile.
Oh, yes, you did. You want my contract, and you wanted Widow Ingram to see you fight for it. Well, that's fair enough. You've probably won me over anyway, but it wasn't me I was referring to. Deirdre Barlow, councillor. Planning committee, perhaps? Very grown-up stuff.
Well, I don't think it's all that underhand. I mean, I've known Deirdre a long time.
She's a very bright woman. Like I said, a very impressive evening all round.
Can I come in?
Not anymore. Not unless it's to see Tracy, which it isn't.
Why, Deirdre?
Why do you think, Ken?
You promised when I gave her the house. We both said this wasn't necessary.
It wasn't necessary then. You forced the issue, Ken.
How? What have I done?
Oh, don't give me that. You moved into this street to spy on me.
That's not true.
You're on me back the minute Tracy's got anything to moan about.
Deirdre.
You made damn sure my relationship with Dave didn't stand a chance. I finished that because I am sick up to here with fellas trying to run my life. You lost claim to my private life a long time ago, Ken. And remember, you started it.
But Deirdre, I love you. Well, you're making a terrible mistake. I'll do anything. I'll say anything just to make you stop it, please.
I know you will, Ken. I'm sorry. I want a divorce. And that's all I've got left to say.
Deirdre!
Hi.
Hiya.
Where's Steve?
Oh, gone round Smithy's, I think. Get a couple of albums back.
School all right?
Yeah.
You all right?
Don't ask, love.
How long do I not ask for?
Oh, they didn't want an electrician. They wanted someone to run the place.
Well, isn't that good?
No, not in Toy Town money, it isn't, no. I just listened to him banging on about how much he knew about industry. Turns out in the end, he's the guy, he's the half that just runs the business. The other guy, the brains, he's legged it with most of the profits. Whew, sinking ship looking for a mug? No way.
Well, let's not have you beating yourself up, eh? At least you tried.
I didn't try, that's the point. I just sat and listened to him and his grievances, a desperate loser. I wasted a day.
Not entirely wasted. Audrey Roberts.
Liz, I really don't want to hear this.
No, she's apologised.
What?
They both have. Truce.
For what? Well, I hope you told her where she can shove her apology.
No, I didn't. I want to be able to sleep at nights, and I can't with that hanging over me. She did seem really sorry she'd caused such a fuss.
Did she?
Look, just don't show me up, that's all. When I come shopping to your place, I can make my own mind up.
Well, I was only pointing out sell-by dates, inside information. Look, I could have put some reduced stickers on. You could have gone cheap.
Oh. Dan, I didn't see your car.
Ah, Timmy's borrowed it. It's picking me up. Where did you two go last night? Hang on, Vera. Why didn't you tell me? Why did you lie to me?
Because I knew what you'd say, that's why.
Oh, I see.
Look, Dan, I'd just as soon that Vera weren't here for this, all right?
No, me neither.
She knew where you were going. I didn't. Poor showing for an husband, innit?
Dan, I don't know why I went. I just went, that's all.
Well, you went because you swallowed all that garbage that Vera believes in.
Hey, now, hang on a minute.
People who think they can communicate with dead.
Is it Eckers like? Well, it isn't. Well, not like you think. You're making out it's like Bela Lugosi. Look, it's the church hall with lights on full.
Look, I don't want to row. But it worries me sick that you should be dabbling in something like this. What do you think Father O'Brien would say?
I only went out of curiosity, Dan, that's all.
That's all is dangerous.
Hey, fellas, look, why don't you come with us?
No, Vera, no, I wouldn't. Do you want to know why? Because I don't mean in life filling up with trash to make it more interesting. Look, love, you can't bring them back. You're Bert, you're Brian.
I never said I could.
No, you don't. But that's what they'll tell you. And she's daft enough to egg you on.
Mouth.
It just slipped out, I'm sorry.
Look, come here. What am I supposed to say to them?
Just say what I've told you to say and everything will be all right.
But this is ridiculous. I'm not in the mood, not today.
Stay put and relax.
So?
So what?
You can't give the odds without knowing the form, can I? The gossip.
Drop it. I've said too much already.
She knows something. Of course she does. Come on. It's only between us. What's going on between that lot?
All I'm saying is, it's not what I first thought.
Yeah, but you never told us what you first thought. No, you said you'd tell us later. Evening.
Whoa, boy.
Oh, don't worry. Last time we had a Barney in here, there was something till gone midnight. Just keep a bucket of water handy.
Now then, Alf, Audrey, what can I get you? These are on me.
Oh, thanks, Rose. I'll have a pint of bitter then, please.
Right.
Gin and tonic,
Jim,
please.
do you want another?
No, thank you. Right, look. I'm really sorry this has gone totally out of hand. I've got a very bad temper and I shouldn't let it loose. I dare say I ought to know better at my age.
Yeah, well, it's been a very poor do, hasn't it? I mean, I can't say I thrive on it, you know. Do you, Audrey?
No.
Well, there's nothing braver than the olive branch.
Oh, you're right there. It takes more guts than hammer and tongs. Doesn't it, Audrey?
I'm sure.
And here's to a bit of sleep.
Well, cheers.
Good day, Audrey.
Beg your pardon?
Shop busy.
No, ticking over.
I thought you said they'd be scrapping. There's supposed to be blood and guts all over the walls by now.
I'm not making it up.
Yeah. Making what up, though?
Not banked on the mature approach, had you, Alec?
Well, at least they've ordered.
That really is all you think about, isn't it?
No, it's keeping the peace what worries me. Good evening. So, the Rovers returned, do they?
Hello, we met at the meeting the other night. Mrs. Brennan. Oh, you won't remember me. I'm ringing to see if I could have a private session. You know, on a one-to-one basis. Oh, you don't do them? All right. Bye. Oh, hang on a minute. When is the next church meeting? Right. I'll be there. I'm sorry. I've got too many questions that I need to ask.
You look tense, mate.
Oh, tense now. Got that, yes. I don't know, Des. Have you ever felt that you haven't got on very far from mixed infants, you know what I mean?
Hey?
I'll forget it.
Yes, Jim.
Give us another whiskey in there, please, Alec.
Right, and are we going to be sustaining the spirit of the evening?
Oh, go on then, whatever they want.
Any luck with the job?
I don't think I'm going to be swinging it, to be quite honest with you. I don't know. I mean, I just can't stand taking orders from people. I thought I'd left it all at home. Back in the army.
I might be on dodgy ground here, but for a big fella, you're not a broad thinker, are you?
What the hell's that supposed to mean?
Well, I've tried it twice and loved it. Seem to know enough to make money from it. The bikes.
What about them?
Well, channel your energies into something you like doing, mate.
What, like as a job?
Why not? At least with the bikes, you're guaranteed a market. You might not make a fortune, but if you're happy, who cares? Anyway, it's worth thinking about, innit?
Ken, I can't pretend to know how you feel, but I can imagine.
And you? Deirdre's the most important thing in my life. Deirdre and Tracy. Divorce. It's a hideous word. They've gone. I've lost them, Rita.
Did you really not see it coming?
Yes. Yes, okay. Look, I just want to get these figures sorted out, all right?
Well, can't you do it at home?
Yeah, that's easier said than done. A far sight easier with a bit of good news behind me. What? Jennings. He's placing an order.
Hey, and just remember, nobody queues up to see a film called Clyde.
I remember that. Okay, well, look, I'll see you in about 10 minutes. I'm just leaving, all right? Bye. Well, what are you doing here this time of night?
Well, I've often come at night since Peter died. Memories.
Yeah. He worked very hard for this.
Oh, I know. Too hard. Made me feel good at first. Now I look around and I see what killed him. I'm sorry, Mike. But I'm selling.
What? But I've just clinched Jennings. It's working, Jackie. We are making it work.
I've had long enough to think. The Jennings of this world don't do anything for me. Peter played that game and loved every minute of it. There's nothing here for me. I'm sorry.
Why can't that woman make up her mind?
She has.
Well, first she's selling because her husband's died and she doesn't want to be reminded. Then she's fighting hell for leather to keep the factory going, to live up to his good name. I mean, just ignore her, Mike. Take no notice. She hasn't got a damn clue.
How can I ignore her? She happens to be the boss.
But you've made some good deals. I mean, the factory's fit to do good business.
She's taken advice. Financial advice. She's selling. And I'm down the road.
So you've done all that work for nothing?
Yes, I have done all that work for nothing.
Look, I was just
I said, go to bed.
I mean, you know, Alma's supposed to be in first thing in the morning with a float. Knowing her, I'll probably get a postcard from Portugal or something saying, hotel's fabulous, couldn't resist the bargain. You know what she's like.
Morning, Ken.
Morning.
Morning.
Morning, sir.
Oh, thanks. How is it? How is it going?
Disappointingly uneventful.
Honestly, why is it if Rita asks a direct question, it's seen as sympathy? If I so much as mention the weather, I'm being nosy. Well, I wasn't.
Yeah, cheers, Mavis. Ta-ra.
Hello, love. Is it cold or is it me?
You're late with your paper bill.
Sorry, love.
What for?
Giving you a hard time.
Shouldn't apologise for speaking your mind, Dan.
Look, all this spiritualist stuff, look, I know I shouldn't have ranted, because obviously it meant a lot to you.
But?
Well, you're Bert, you're Brian. They're gone, love. I know it's tough, but you've got to accept it.
I accepted it a long time ago, Dan. I know where they are.
When you said you were going to that place, talking to mediums, well, I resented the fact that anyone should crack on that could give him more than I can. Does that make sense, does it?
Oh. Makes a lot of sense, love.
I just started to feel a bit left out.
How can you feel left out if you don't believe in it?
Well, your attitude, I mean, moving away. Look, I want you to promise me that you'll stay well away from that place.
Don, I love you. And I didn't do it to hurt you or to make you feel shut out.
I know. Come on. Come on. You're going to be late.
Any tea, love?
Are you going to be out there all day, or do you think you just might visit the job centre? Because if so, I'll press these for you.
Do you know what I used to think when I was a kid?
Not much, by the way you shape yourself.
No, but seriously, I used to think when I got to this age I'd be well settled. Not rich, never rich, but, you know, be settled, nice wee nest egg, doing a job I really enjoyed.
I were convinced I'd be a ballerina. Didn't have the leg muscles for it. But I looked cute in the uniform. Then I grew up, got twins, a front loader, and you.
No, but you know what I mean? I just think it's a shame that we watch all our ideals just fly above our heads, just drift away.
Well, we do if we're watching the interest rates drift away.
I know, but I mean, we forget to look for opportunities, don't we?
What's brought this on?
Okay, right. Look, what would you say if I told you I really wanted to make a go of this bike business?
What bike business?
Well, you know, doing them up, selling parts.
I'd say you were tapped.
Well, there you are, you see. As soon as I show any motivation, any kind of ambition, I just get knocked back.
Jim, you know nothing about it.
Yeah, but I proved I could do it. I mean, look at those shining examples I renovated.
2!
Yeah, well, I made money on one, didn't I?
You made 600 quid and you spent months doing it up. If you break that down into pounds per hour, you might have earned what a paper lad does, if you're lucky.
Yeah, but listen, I was working then, all right? I was working. I wasn't putting the hours in.
You're serious on this one, aren't you?
I am, yeah.
Look, love, I'm all for you enjoying your spare time.
Come on, look. The only jobs I seem to be available for at the moment are two-bit electrical repair jobs or security firms cashing in on the fact that I've been trained to defend the realm. I can't see anything else in the pipeline, can you?
Well, not yet.
Well,
but...
then, there you are. And please, don't say not yet. Say, in the meantime. But please, just let me have a crack at it.
Well, I wouldn't exactly call it our best option, but...
Ah! But! Oh, but. I love but.
You're mad.
You all right?
Fine, why?
When you walked in this morning, I could have sworn you'd be off sick by dinner. Your colour.
Oh, what's on my mind, Laura? I went to spiritualist, you know.
You didn't. I thought they were a black mark for good Catholics.
It's not funny, Laura.
Oh, come on, Ivy. We had a woman down Harvey Street cracked on she could make contact. Charged the earth and told you as much as you'd give her. Just very good at reading people, that's all.
I beg your pardon, do I look like somebody that puddled?
It's just that you talk about this friend of yours, Vera. And she sounds as daft as a brush.
Well, I'm not.
Sorry.
I'm well aware of how the priests will see it. How Don sees it. They swear blind they know how it leaves you feeling. But they can't. He'd have only been 32 this birthday, our Brian. He was too young to die, Laura. He didn't deserve to die.
Oh, come on, Ivy, I'm sorry.
Just make sure you distinguish between first and second class post. If I see anything marked urgent going out on the last train, you follow it, all right? Come in. What do you want?
Mr. Baldwin, Ivy's got a problem.
I don't want to know.
She's upset.
Well, tell her if she can't keep up the workload, she's sacked as well, all right?
Ivy, I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to bring this on.
It's just that I can't stop thinking about our Brian, Laura. I go to bed every night thinking about him. I get up every morning thinking about him. I just got so much I want to say to him. He just went. You know, there was no warning or anything. You do understand, don't you? I never even got a chance to say goodbye.
The state of that.
Will you stop getting at her? Liz is doing all right.
I told her to wear something punters would appreciate. That's not an outfit, it's a cry for help.
Doctors for you this afternoon.
Eh?
Happy pills. Some people only get days like that. Off days when they're feeling a bit down, bit bitchy. You're the only one I've met who's built a personality around it.
It's you I blame for taking her on.
She needed the work.
We needed a barmaid. The only experience she's had of pulling pints is when she's taking him off yon fella before he keels over.
Well, good on you, mate.
Well, it's more a question of just dipping me toe in and sussing out the market, you know what I mean? Mind you, I do have the full support of my wife.
Is it crackers or what?
Oh, it sounds great. Repairing bikes, it sounds like a goer. Providing you don't have jacked up with a real apprentice.
Mate, you realise he could be cutting our throats, especially if he's going into picking up repairs.
Kev, you don't do bikes.
Well, we might.
Oh, yeah, because you were saying, weren't you, that Mark's dad's keen on expanding to bikes?
Yeah, so there could be a price war. And let's face it, pal, you stand a chance of being blown out.
Right, well, you get right on your bike, because you're not talking to a geezer with a tool bag and a clapped-out Nova. I am talking about real bikes, big dreams.
Oh, yeah, I know you're getting to play your part, Richard Gere. Seriously, Kev, do you think there's some money to be made?
Well, I'm not an expert, but the blokes we know who do repairs and that, well, they seem to manage.
I don't mean manage, I mean enough to pay a mortgage.
Steve Yeoman drives an F-Reg Banter.
Hey, there you are now, you see.
Oh, clapped out Nova would suit me.
Liz. Punters want servant.
Well, good luck to you, Jim. Here's me, stuck at the shop, slicing spam.
Well, Liz is yet to be convinced, so I reckon I've just got to go out and prove I can do it.
And you cost you a bob or two to set up.
Liz, you'll have to pull your finger out, love. I mean, you'll not catch Betty ignoring customers. Just watch and learn.
Well, you're looking better anyway.
Dar, love.
But it laid me flat, you know. Oh, the doctor said, oh, it's only a bit of a virus. But I can tell you, I saw naught but my bedroom ceiling for half of last week. Mind you, that was preferable to Alex's face. Do you know, you'd never guess that I've been poorly.
Excuse me, Betty.
Honestly. Oh, well, I'll get on. Excuse me.
Not here, Ken.
Not here? What about the house? Where?
I've told you I've got nothing to say.
And what about me? You landed a divorce on me when you promised you wouldn't. Aren't I allowed a reaction?
Listen, Ken, you had your chances, which is a damn sight more than I got. No.
Well, I can say it in here, and I won't be very quiet about it, or we can have a civilized conversation elsewhere.
Hello.
Need some signatures.
Come in.
I hope I'm not disturbing anything.
Major decisions and lots of paperwork. I'm glad you came. Drink?
Small scotch, please. And then back to your major decisions.
Hang on, Mike. It's taken me a long time to decide on selling the factory. But I'll tell you now, I'm not going back on that decision. It was a hard one, but I know it's right.
Thanks, I know. That's what I came to say. I agree with you.
What?
It's no use living with ghosts. You're better off selling up and getting rid of it. Doesn't need me exactly laughing career-wise, but, well, here's to the lady with a mind of her own.
We are separated, Ken. All right, some people might manage to make that a comfortable stopgap, but we haven't. There's been nothing but rows since all this started. About Tracy, about my lifestyle. You moving back into the street hasn't helped any.
Yeah, well, I'm aware how that must
There
look.
has to be a cut-off point, Ken, and that is it. I mean, what did you expect? How long do people stay separated? You left me to clear this mess up, and I just want to get on with my life.
I wanted to see someone.
What?
Marriage guidance. Except they're not called that anymore. Relate. The woman on the phone was very good, very understanding.
Ken, I have just filed for divorce.
It's not too late. I mean, that's the whole point, you see. It's not just about marriage anymore. It's, well, it's wider.
And do what? What do you want me to say that we haven't already covered a dozen times?
Just talk, together. It might help you.
Me? The only help I need is putting this lot behind me.
Yeah, but that's negative, very negative. Look, if we just talk and let somebody else listen, we might be surprised at what comes out of it.
You have to go, Ken. You're doing me head in.
We can't just let it happen. There's too much to lose. You asked me to leave. I never wanted to. Just remember that.
You were having an affair, for God's sake.
You made the decision to break up the family.
I don't believe I'm hearing this.
Well, you better, because it's too important to let it just vanish.
Don't lecture me on what's important and about talking to people, because I've done nothing else since you left. I had to, or else I'd have cracked up. I'm just getting my life back to the point where it makes some sort of sense. And you want to drag me back to square one? No way.
Look, you're not prepared to open up the argument because you're too damn scared that it might make sense, that we just might make good.
All on the assumption that anyone who doesn't want to live with Ken Barlow must need therapy. Get lost, Ken. You're way off beam. The only therapy I need is a clear road out of it.
Look, I've got to go. I think you'll find it interesting reading. Just promise that you'll look at it.
You've made me feel a lot better, you know.
No, it's a miserable life if you don't want in.
Well, before Peter died, he always reckoned I'd enjoy management.
Oh, no. No, not for me, thanks.
Oh, well, you don't have to drive. I'll get you a cab.
No. I've still got a business to run, haven't I? After all, that is what you're paying me for.
Well, can't Dobson look after things?
Well, he can look after some of the things. I'll see you when you drop in.
Oh, it's just that...
Are you all right?
Can't you stay?
No. But if it's just an ear you want, I'll pop in when I've finished.
Oh, would you? I'm just getting out of the habit of talking to people who aren't either lawyers or accountants.
No sweat.
Oh, aren't you having a couple of?
Oh, I'd love to, Betty, but it's my weekly shop. And if I get there before the rush, I just might stand a chance of buying what I want rather than the first thing I actually see. I'll see you.
OK. Anyway, tell Bet it's brewed.
Oh, right.
I love it.
Bye.
I love it. Well, she's taken to it very well, I must say. I mean, I know at least half a dozen people who think they could handle a busy bar. She surprised me.
Yes, it's all go, go, go with Liz. Slogged away like a trooper while you were laid up. Do you know, she puts me in mind of my mother when she was young. 3 part-time jobs and still had time to bake bread. I don't know how they do it.
Well, you're a fella, aren't you?
No, all credit to Liz. We hardly missed you.
Thank you very much.
No, you know what I mean. She's still young, isn't she? She's a dynamo. They do it without thinking at that age. Worst of it is, they make us look past it.
Past it?
Yeah. Arriving that little bit earlier, setting the bar up without being told, spotting a punter's dry throat at 100 yards. I don't know about you, Betty, it makes me want to work twice as hard, you know, to look fit for the game. I suppose it does us good, though. Examples.
I want to talk.
Talk? Are you sure you can remember how?
Oh, come on, Alma.
You can't even start an apology with a sorry, can you? You have to drag it out of you.
I'm sorry. Jackie Bombshell, but you were standing there, she got the whiplash. I am sorry. Are we talking now?
Well, as it happens, I've just noticed in the paper they're opening that new floating wine bar in Piccadilly. Tonight was ideal, except for the fact that I was ignoring you.
Now, hang on a minute, tonight's out. I've got to nip back and see her ladyship.
I see. What, at the house?
Yeah, she wants to talk.
Is that wise?
Well, if she's talking and I'm not there, I won't know what she's talking about, will I?
Well, what do you care if she's selling the factory out from under you?
Because I've got nothing to lose.
Mike, are you sure you know what you're doing?
Nope. But then does she?
65, what is it?
Is Betty all right, do you reckon?
No, she can't sing and she undersalts hot pot. Depends what you mean by all right.
I'm worried about her. She was very quiet when she left here.
Quiet? Well, that is unusual for Betty. Perhaps she's sickening for something.
Like what?
Well, how should I know? A rest, maybe?
All people that on earth do dwell, sing to the Lord with cheerful voice. In step with breath His praise forth tell. Come ye before Him and rejoice. The Lord we know is God indeed.
Hey, we have a policy, you know. Once you measure 4 feet in girth, Alec lays on free brandy till the birth. Isn't that right, Alec?
Is it all it's like? No. If I'd any business acumen at all, I'd be charging you double for taking up twice as much room.
Will you be there for the birth, Rambo?
Oh, I don't know. Depends on the workload at the garage. Of course I'll be there.
Hey, Betty's looking forward to it, aren't you?
Yeah, I've told them I'm allergic to pain. I want gas and air and pethidine every 15 minutes. Yeah.
Hey, folks.
Good evening.
Oh,
Right, we'll have a whiskey and a half a lager, please, Alex.
I've got a tip for you.
Yeah?
Is enough bad habits without gambling?
Yeah, Kawasaki 750. Belongs to a mate of mine in Salford. Only 3-month-old. Well, it was. Insurance write-off. Broken fairings, mark on the frame, but it's not bent.
So, what do you reckon he'll take for it?
I don't know. I reckon he's just sick of the aggro. Just wants shut of it. I reckon you offer him a couple of grand, it's yours.
Yeah?
2,000 for one bike? I thought we were talking about scrappers.
Depends how much you want to make, doesn't it? I reckon you'd be able to turn it over for about 4.
Right, listen, can I borrow your motor?
Oh, well, nip you down there now, before he starts drowning his sorrows.
I'll see you later.
See you later, Sal.
He says you've moved home recently,
Yes.
and he's telling me that he knows you're very happy in the new house.
Yes, I am. He's very impressive, I must say.
But he also sends a warning. You mustn't take the paperwork for granted.
No, I won't.
Well, can I leave that with you?
Yes, you can.
And I'd like to come to a lady in the row behind. The one in the fawn coat.
Me?
Yes. I'm getting a young man coming through. A young man connected with some kind of uniform.
I don't know.
And I'm getting Martin. Does that mean anything to you?
Well, I know Martin, yes, but...
And I can see a busy hospital.
Well, he used to work in hospital. But he's not dead.
Nice food.
Thanks.
Nice house.
Hmm. I think we were actually about to exchange contracts on another when Peter died.
Tell me, what are you going to do with all the money when you sell?
Oh, I don't know. Just make sure I take my time in coming to a decision. At least that way I'm doing something Peter might have agreed with.
Very wise.
It's not hard to imagine he's still here. I keep looking round and catch him sitting in the chair. Oh, not ghosts. Memories. More often reassuring than not.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure he'll forgive you for wanting to get out the rag trade.
You seem to have known him well, considering he'd sussed you all wrong.
How do you mean?
Well, he had you down as a self-obsessed barra boy who only made an effort for either power or money.
I've been called worse names.
Oh, I don't believe that.
No?
Well, you're here, lending me a shoulder to cry on, with nothing to gain. And I'm very grateful for that, Mike.
How do you know I'm not going to invoice you for my time, eh?
Should we go and sit in the lounge?
Yeah.
Where have you been? I'm just putting fish and chips in the oven to keep warm. What's up?
It's Martin. Gail? Hello, love, it's me. Yes, is everything all right? No, just ringing to see if you'd sorted your babysitter out for tomorrow night, love. Is Martin there? No, love, no, I don't want to talk to him. No, it's just I was ringing to see if... Oh, Gail, there's somebody at the door, love, I'll have to go. I'll see you later, all right, love, night.
Have it? What is going on?
Oh, God, I'm sure it must be some sort of warning, Dan.
Where have you been?
I'm sorry, I had to go back again.
For God's sake, Abby, you promised!
You don't understand, I had to go. And it makes sense now, doesn't it?
Look, the only thing that makes sense is that you've been roped in for weeklies, paying you out your brass.
If you must know, I spent nothing. I came out of there that fast I didn't have time to chip in. I've had a message, Don.
Well, you didn't get mine, that's flaming obvious. All right. What kind of message?
It was about Martin, love. It was, well, it was a warning. It was something about a car crash. That lad's in danger, Don. And I don't know what I'm supposed to do to stop it. If your pickup at the airport's in half an hour, Don, you best get on your way.
Why? Have the powers that be got in touch to tell you that the M56 is blocked? Because if they have, tell them I already know. It's blocked every morning.
I don't think there's any cause to ridicule me, Don.
And you've no business going down to that place and stirring up things that are best left alone.
Oh, so you do believe it, then?
No, I don't, no. But I tell you what I do believe. If you start passing cock and bull messages on to other people, I'm not going to be the only one that's...
And what if they're true?
How can they be true?
You don't know. None of us know. And what if I don't say anything to Martin and then he has an accident?
He's more likely to have one if you don't. He'll be that cautious he'll cause one himself.
I am worried, Don. I'm genuinely worried.
I know. And so am I. And at the rate you're going, so will everybody else. So the sooner you pack it all in and get back to normal, the better for all of us.
So, why were you so late last night, then?
Well, you don't exactly clock in and clock out when you're safeguarding your future, do you? All the time.
So what's happening?
Nothing, but things are on the move.
What, you mean you persuaded her not to sell?
Oh, no, she's selling all right. I said she should, and she'd have my utmost support.
What, and put yourself out of a job?
Alma, she's lonely. She's a grieving widow. She's had a very tough time. The last thing she wants is some Johnny-come-lately staying there telling her what to do with her firm. She wants a friend, a mate, someone she can trust, someone that can put himself in her shoes and tell her to follow her heart when a decision comes about selling the factory. And who knows, when that time comes, perhaps that decision could be completely and utterly different.
You're a cunning little devil, aren't you?
Hello, Ivy, you're an early bird. Come in.
Yes, well, I was just on my way to work, love, and I thought I'd pop in because there's something I want to have a word about.
Come on through and have a cup of tea. I think there's one left in the pot.
No, I haven't got time, love. Look, is Martin about?
No, he's taking Sarah to playgroup and Nicky to school.
In the car?
Yeah. Why?
Well, look, it might be something and nothing, girl, but I just thought you'd better be told.
Told what?
Well, you know this spiritualist church that I go to?
Oh, yeah. I've heard about that.
Oh, yes, I know lots of people ridicule it, girl. But believe you me, there's more in heaven and earth than any of us dream about.
All right, well, I won't ridicule it, Ivy. What's it got to do with Martin?
Well, I don't exactly know if it has, love, but there was this message at the last meeting came through and it mentioned a Martin.
Message? Well, what sort of message?
Well, it were very vague, love, and I don't want to alarm you, but, well, there was hospital mentioned and a car crash.
Car crash?
Could be something and nothing, girl, I don't know.
Look, just a minute, Ivy. You're telling me there was a message for somebody called Martin to tell him he was going to have a car crash?
Well, I don't know, girl. I wish I did. But when the message came through into the room and it concerned a Martin, I mean, I was the only one in the room that was connected with a Martin.
See?
I've been weighing up whether to tell you or not. Don said I shouldn't, of course, but if anything had happened, love, and I could have prevented it, I'd never forgiven myself.
Well, I can see that, Ivy.
Gail, I'm not for causing trouble, love.
I know.
Oh, yeah, and there was, Elizabeth was mentioned.
Elizabeth?
Yeah. Is either of his sisters named Elizabeth, or perhaps his mother?
No.
Oh, well, it probably wasn't for him.
Oh, let's hope not.
But you do see why I had to check, don't you?
Of course I do, Ivy.
Well, I'll get off to work now, love.
OK, bye.
Bye, love.
Mum can have a quid for me dinner.
Ask your dad. He's the one shelling out all the money at the moment.
Oh, aye.
All right, then, well, in that case, I'll have some as well.
Hey, you still owe me £2 from Saturday.
Oh, I gave you that back.
Whose side are you on? Look, the smallest I've got's a fiver.
Right, well, that'll do then.
Hey, this lot's spoken for, you know.
He has to eat.
That's a fiver.
There are 5 days in a week and he has a dinner every day. And don't be spending it on rubbish.
I'll get it.
Well, where's mine, then?
Ask your mum.
Listen, Dad, there's a guy at the door, got a delivery for you.
Oh, right.
Oh, so it's arrived then, has it? Right. Yeah, let's see what we're getting for our money. Is this it then?
Listen, old conscience, does that look like a new bike to you?
Looks like a heap of scrap.
Yeah, well, that's basically what it is, yeah. 50 quid, yeah?
Yeah, sorry, cheers.
Jim, what's going on?
It's just some spares I found the other day.
More money.
Look, this is going to fetch 10 or 20 times what I paid for it when I get it cleaned up, you know.
I hope you're right.
Right, mate, well, I think the simplest way is straight through the house out the backyard, yeah?
Over my dead body?
Well, we can't just leave it here, love.
Then you'll have to take him round the back. I'm not having all this junk trips through my living room.
Liz, we can't get the van round the back, love.
Then you'll have to carry him round, won't you?
Have you felt the weight of some of them boxes?
Not my problem.
Well, it's going to be mine, Liz. He is not going to give me a hand, is he?
Jim, I'm not standing in your way when it comes to your idea, but you'll have to get a bulldozer to shift me before I let you two through my house with that lot.
Well, I suppose we might as well dump it here. Come on then, you two, give us a hand.
Sorry, Dad, love to help, but we are actually already late for school.
See ya.
Yeah, don't strain yourself.
Right, well, let's unload it here then, shall we?
Right. There you go. So is he going to be all right then? Are they going to close this place down or what?
No, she's not decided.
Naughty that, you know. She's getting his feet under the table. You're all right, Mr. Something. She's not here.
Blasted woman, she won't leave me alone.
You should be so lucky. I hope you're still chasing me around when I'm your age.
Yes, well, Wendy, I regret saying that. You only have to persuade me to go to art classes with her.
What you could do worse, Percy. I mean, I'm always hearing tales of elderly artists surrounded by young, nubile women.
Never mind the story. Give me a toasted tea cake and a cup of tea, please. I'm not going to any art class.
Hiya, all right?
You're here.
Where do you expect me to be, eh?
You'll think I'm daft if I tell you.
I think you're daft anyway. Hey, what's this for? What are you doing here anyway?
Ivy came round. She thinks she might have had a message for you.
What she thinks, what she don't know.
Message from the other side.
The other side? The other side of what? The other side of the street?
Oh, come on, Martin, you know what she's into.
Oh, blimey, don't tell me. My time's up. She's come to gloat.
No, she didn't come to gloat. She came to warn you.
Oh, what, you mean my time's up then?
Oh, don't joke about it, Martin. I've been worried sick.
And that's why you're here. Come to check up on me.
You had the kids with you.
Yeah.
I tried to phone, but it was engaged.
Come here, you daft dick.
Oh, hang on. You're late.
Oh, I'm sorry, Betty. But Jim's just had a load of junk delivered to the front door. And I've had a stand-up battle with him, trying to stop him trailing it through the house to the backyard. I said I'd do that.
You can hardly do it if you're not here, can you?
What? Here, give it here, Betty. I'll finish off.
Oh, yes, trying to impress Alec with your efficiency.
What?
Oh, take it, safe back.
I thought I heard Thuver. I was just going to ask you to run over that living room carpet while you're at it, love.
That's Wonder Woman instead. I'm off to do the hot pots. That's, of course, if I can be trusted not to poison everybody.
What's up with Betty? Have you been upsetting her?
Me upsetting her? I've just this minute walked in and she nearly bit me head off.
You've not had a row?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Well, summat's up. She's not herself at all.
Mike? Yeah?
You got a moment?
I'm a busy man, Ralph.
I'm sure nobody had noticed if you stopped for 5 minutes.
I'm all ears.
And puzzling advice, I hear.
What do you mean?
I've been discussing the future of the factory with Jackie this morning. She tells me she's planning to sell and that you encourage her.
All I said was she'd have to do what's best for herself, that's all.
What exactly are you up to?
Me? Nothing. Just trying to help, that's all.
Look, she sells. Now, I'm not affected. I'm due for retirement soon anyway. And I can't see that it's in your interest at all. The only way you'd benefit is if she kept the place on.
You can't always think about yourself, can you, Ralph? I mean, what would the world be if everyone thought about number one? Now, do you mind if I get on with my business?
Whatever that is.
Same as yours, Ralph. We all want to do what's best for Jackie, don't we?
Excuse me. Thank you. Here, girls. Head up.
All I want is a divorce and him off my street. There shouldn't be any mudslinging.
There always is if you push it. I mean, that's why most people wait 2 years. It's less painful.
I just don't think I can wait 2 years. He still doesn't seem to get the message.
Oh, I think he gets it. He just doesn't want to accept it.
Which is why I've got to force his hand.
So you're going to name Wendy Carosier as correspondent?
I'll have to.
It's going to upset him.
What choice do I have?
You don't, I suppose. I just hope you're squeaky clean, that's all. Because if you upset him too much, he might really start raking up the muck. If there's any muck to rake.
Well, we've all got the odd skeleton in the cupboard, haven't we?
I know I do. And I'd hate to think of the effect it would have if they suddenly popped out.
Look, I don't care if you get tea and cakes at half-time. I'm not going to any art class.
You'd enjoy it, Percy, to bring that creative streak out in you.
Look, if you think for 1 minute I'm going to be sat down all day with a bit of charcoal in my hand, gossiping with a load of arty geriatrics, you're very much mistaken. Now for Betty, please.
It isn't only pensioners that go. Hey, I haven't told you this before, because I thought it'd overexcite you. Hey, they've got models.
Models?
You know, young lasses without on that you draw.
What are you suggesting, Mrs. Pierce?
I thought it'd appeal to you.
Appeal to me? Appeal to me? Good God, woman, you think I'm a pervert?
Oh, I'm sorry, Percy.
You're sorry, I'm sorry.
Does that mean you're not going, then?
I'm not going to any den of iniquity. No, I'm not.
Well, I'll have to go by myself.
You can do what you want.
Hey, there'll have to be some fellas there that'd appreciate a bit of company.
I think you've upset Phyllis now, Percy.
Good. Perhaps you'll leave me alone for a bit.
Always guaranteed to put a smile on your face, isn't he, Percy?
I'm sorry, I can't stand here chatting. I've got my work to do.
Betty? Betty, just hold it there. Now, let's have it, and let's have it now. Because I can't stand this tight-lipped business any longer.
What am I doing, is it?
Well, I think it is. You've been like a bear with a sore head all morning, snapping at Liz and ignoring me.
Look, if you think that I am not up to working here anymore, you've only got to say.
What are you talking about?
Look, I'm not stupid. I do know what's going on, you know. I'm no chicken, I know that. And she's younger and fitter than I am. But I can still give her a run for her money when it comes to pulling pints and serving a few hot pots.
Who says you can't?
Well, you must know. You must have discussed it.
I wouldn't discuss you with another member of staff, Betty. Especially one who's only just joined us.
I don't mean her. I mean Alec. He's the one that keeps on saying how wonderful you both think she is, and I'll have to look to me laurels if I want to stop here.
Alex said that.
Don't tell me you didn't know.
I didn't, Betty, I swear it.
It's not as if jobs are easy to come by at my age, Bet.
Listen, love. Don't you worry. You're not going anywhere. And as for Alec, just leave him to me.
Hi, Don.
Hello, love. After some eggs as well, love.
Sure. What's up, Don? Missed your breakfast this morning.
It seems so long ago, I can't remember it, to tell you the truth, Audrey.
I thought with Ivy popping round to our girl so early on to warn her of all the impending doom and disaster that she hadn't got round to doing your boiled egg.
Ivy popping around to girls?
To tell her all the latest news of the spirit world, which I may add is not a very thoughtful thing to do to a heavily pregnant lady in her 30s.
Look, I didn't know. I'm sorry, Audrey.
So am I, Don. Just got used to the idea of being a granny again. I don't want anything to spoil that, thank you.
I'll have a word.
Please do, before she upsets anybody else.
Hey, having a right good lunch, Bet. I met old Sid Haythwaite in Cash and Carry. He took me to the Conservative Club for a game of billiards. You know, I haven't played billiards in years. I made him look a right amateur.
Yeah, well, you're good at that, aren't you, Alec?
I've always been a dab-on with a cue.
Yeah, I know. You pot your way through life, not really caring who you sink along the way.
What's that supposed to mean?
A screw shot here, a stun there, a little swerve into the corner when it suits you.
Oh, yes, very clever. And how can we have that in plain words?
One word will do. Betty.
Betty?
Yes, you know, loyal Betty who's served us so well all these years.
Yes, well, that's a matter of opinion and all.
Yes, well, my opinion for what it's worth is that you should apologise.
For what?
You know for what. Just do it, eh?
Look, if you're referring to that pep talk I gave him out there, I was only trying to get more work out of them. They spend all day in there, you know, chatting.
Unlike some who spend all day in the con club playing billiards.
Ah, yes, well, I'm nice and seabed, aren't I? If I want to spend all day in the Conservative Club, that's up to me.
Not if your staff walk out. You could be stuck behind that bar forever. Now, I'm going to be charitable, Alec. You just pick your moment, and we'll say no more about it, eh?
It's come then.
She's a real cracker.
Looks highly dangerous to me.
No. Safe as houses in the right hands, love.
Well, it was obviously in the wrong hands with Kevin's mate, wasn't it?
Hey, listen, don't worry. 2 weeks' time, we'll have her looking as good as new, up and about.
Then all you have to do is sell it.
Yeah, that's no problem. So you, moving house, are you?
These are for your spares. I got them from Alf. He's saving them for you.
You're a wee belter.
Mind your dirty hands.
Never mind me dirty hands, you're a wee cracker.
Yeah, well, if any of this lot's going in my house, I want them at least in clean boxes.
Hey, Liz, I promise you, you won't even know they're there.
I find that very difficult to believe.
Hey, I'm gonna make a go of this, Liz. You just see if I don't.
I know you will.
Deirdre?
Something I think you ought to know. I've been thinking about what you said, and I agree with you. I don't want some third party hanging out all our dirty washing in public. So, I've decided to withdraw the divorce petition.
Oh, thanks. I think that's a very good decision.
Doesn't make any difference to the way I feel about you. It's for Tracy's sake.
Yeah, well, that's what really matters after all.
Oh, I'm glad you think like that, Ken. Because there's a condition.
Oh?
I drop the proceedings. You move out of the street. Okay?
Tell me, love. Are you home early, aren't you? Is something up?
Yeah. You could say that.
Has something happened to Martin?
Oh, no, Martin is fine. The only person that's had any kind of hammering today is me.
You?
I thought when I had a word with you, Abby, you'd drop it. But no. You had to go round and see Gail and frighten the life out of her.
I didn't frighten the life out of love. I just told her about the message on my way to work.
Yeah, after I'd told you to forget it.
Yeah, but it's all right because there's nobody in his family named Elizabeth.
No, but there's someone in Gail's called Audrey. And she gave me a right earful today. And quite right, too. You can't walk around giving people half-baked messages from the so-called spirit world without somebody getting upset. The girl's pregnant, Ivy. Now, how do you think you'd feel if you'd started something off?
Oh, yes, well, it's Audrey that's put that daft idea into your head, isn't it?
Daft or not, it's got to stop before the whole street starts snubbing us.
What if it had been true, Don?
It wasn't true. It can't be true. Look, Ivy, drop it. Before you lose what's left of your family. Never mind your friends.
Is it too early for a drink?
No. The sun's well past the yardarm.
What part of the ship is the yardarm, anyway?
Well, you know that big crossbit in front of the mast that they hang the mainsail from?
Think so.
Well, I think it's either end of that.
Didn't they used to hang men who mutinied from the yardarm?
Yeah. Good job I was in the army.
You like to think of yourself as a bit of a villain, don't you, Mike?
Do I?
Oh, I think so. Give the impression of a pretty hard-nosed character.
Have to be pretty hard-nosed to get this place shipshape before we sell it. We want to look as if we can win races, not sink because there's too much bilge in the hold.
Oh, I thought all ships needed ballast.
A nice fat order book with about 3 or 4 years' work. That should do the trick.
Sounds good. Here's to the ship, then.
And all who's sailing her.
Hello, Kenneth. Where's he? Alphabet bitter, please, Mr. Gilroy. Oh, and I'd like to have a word with you about that rubbish in your backyard. I'd be very unhappy to see it attract any unwelcome visitors to these parts.
You know, Percy, not everyone who rides a motorbike happens to be a Hell's Angel.
I'm not talking about bikers, I'm talking about rats. They happen to be on the increase, you know. And anybody with a load of scrap in their backyard, well, it's a perfect nesting spot.
It's not a load of scrap, it's bona fide motorcycle parts. But don't worry, Percy, I'll have it all cleaned and stored away, don't you worry.
And Percy will be round to check, won't you, Percy? Usual, is it, Dom?
No, whiskey, please, love.
And I'll have a gin and tonic.
And I hope you've sorted out your little problem from this morning.
Oh, what little problem's that then, Percy?
Well, the business with Gail happened to be in the cafe when she came in.
Yeah, well, that was a misunderstanding, Percy. All water under the bridge.
Well, I hope so, because she seems to be very upset by it all. I mean, I don't hold with dabbling in the spirit world.
You're not the only one, Mr. Sugden.
Hey, now look, Martin. I don't think this is a time or place.
Why don't you think you should tell Ivy that, Don? Not me.
It was a mistake, Martin.
Yeah, too right it was a mistake, Ivy, and one I don't want repeating. Not with Gail in her condition.
I thought you were at risk.
Ivy? The only person at risk is Gail when you go out on the ice with these bogus stories about messages from the dead.
It was not bogus. I was there when the name Martin came
Oh,
from.
yeah? And what about this car crash and this hospital and this mysterious Elizabeth?
Yes!
Ivy, it might have escaped your attention, but I don't work in the hospital anymore. I work in the cafe, and I certainly don't have a relative called Elizabeth. And even if I did, it still doesn't give you the right to go out of Gail's putting the fear of God into her.
Look, Martin, I agree with you. I think it's a lot of mumbo-jumbo too, and I think she was wrong to go to Gail.
Right.
But, look, she thought you were in danger. She did it for the best reasons.
Look, far be it from me to interfere in a domestic, but if you're going to continue this argument, could you do it outside, please, where you're not upsetting the customers?
OK, I've said what I've come to say. Just remember, no more, right?
Right. Everything's all right now?
Yes, I usually...
Well, I think I'll have one around, please.
Yeah,
Alec.
Where's Bet?
I think she's just popped out round the back.
Right. Hang on a minute. Bet, what are you doing with customers out there waiting to be served?
Yeah. Right. Just came in for a breather.
Aren't you feeling well?
I just came over a bit funny. I'll be all right.
You don't look too great.
I'll be fine.
Look, Sit down, eh? Put your feet up. Come on, I'll manage out there.
Yeah, right. Just for a few minutes, eh?
Look, if it's that Betty thing, I'm sorry. I have apologised to her.
No. No, it's not that, Alec. Not that at all. You best get back. They'll be wanting you.
Yes, right. Well, as I say, you put your feet up, eh?
Oh, well.
And before you say yes, I'll be careful.
Yes, do, love. All night long I've had Martin's face in my mind's eye. And you know he's called me a scaremonger, don't you? Well, if that's scaremongering, let the lad know I'm worried about him, Lord help us.
Ivy,
Oh, all right, Don. All right, you go to work. I'm just a daft old fool, aren't I?
you're not a daft old fool, so don't behave like one.
Don, just go and I'll talk to you at tea time.
I mean it, Ivy. Do us all a favour. Drop it.
Morning, Ivy.
Hiya.
I don't suppose you've got a brew going.
Morning.
So, you gonna help me do her up then, fellas?
Yeah, sure.
Steve?
Yeah, great.
Right. Because when you get back from school, I want shelves up on that wall. I want this covering up and 2 new locks on the gates. How's that?
It's not Bob a job week, you know. All we said is that we'd help you with the bike.
Go on, off to school.
Tell me again what he said, Ivy, this medium.
Well, he stood up and he said, I'm getting a Martin. So, of course, I said straight away. And, Bet, when I think about how Martin went on at me last night about me minding my own business, I mean, I'm only trying to help, for heaven's sake.
But what was said, Ivy?
Well, like I said, he said Martin, and I said yes, and then he said something about Elizabeth, that didn't mean note, and then he said, I could see a hospital, is that right? And of course I said yes again. And then he went quiet a bit and he said, a car crash. Well, my blood went cold. I mean, what would you have done? I had to warn him, love.
But who was coming through? Who were you in touch with?
Well, I didn't ask.
You think it were Brian?
Look, Bet, when you've got both sets of parents and a husband and a son in the eternal home, it's not important which it is. What is important is the message that they were desperate to get through to Martin. And I think Martin should listen, Bet. He needs to.
Will you be late?
Depends.
On what?
On work, of course. What else? See my keys anywhere?
Listen, it's fine. Be as long as you want. But just let me know if you want me to do a meal.
You know, most women, when me dancing attendance on Jackie, give me a hard time, but not you, because you see it for what it really is, work.
Oh, hang on a minute, Mike. I should be expecting red roses if you're not careful.
I tell you what, if I can clinch this deal with Jackie, I'll get more than roses. And don't quote me, but I think we're on the home stretch.
Oh, something happened.
No, it's just a general feel of things, you know. And I tell you this, Ralph Dobson's on the way out. He doesn't know it, but he is. With him out of the way, the coast is reasonably clear.
Oh, no, really?
All I've heard from you two this morning is gas, gas, gas.
Have we to work done?
You've to work. I want this place ready.
It is ready.
As what? A temperance hall?
It is ready for opening.
Then why are the towels still on the pumps?
Because we're closed. Alec, what's up with you? Is it your liver?
There's nothing wrong with my liver. And if there was, that's between it and me. I don't pay my staff to lean on a bar, gabbing hot air.
Oh, come on, Alec. You're with friends. You can tell us.
What?
Well, is it stiff you've had? You and Bet? Oh, she'll come round. She's sure to,
I
lovey.
don't know what you're talking about.
Of course you do. She's not herself. She came back just now with a face as long as a clock and went straight upstairs. Oh, go on, Alec. Go on up to her, love.
Yes, well, thank you, Auntie Betty of the Helping Hearts Brigade. We have not had a tiff, as you call it, and I haven't the foggiest idea what's upset her. And even if I had, the last people I'd be discussing my marital problems with would be 2 females who'd not look out of place, sat knitting while heads dropped in a basket.
Tiff, told you.
I'm calling from Ingram's, yeah?
Morning.
Yeah, I'd like a taxi, please. 15 Elmgate Gardens.
Sandra?
That's right, it's Mrs. Ingram.
Sandra, love.
Yeah, to Oak Fields, please.
Sandra?
It's a house called Thorn Grove on Marshfield
I'm
Lane.
talking to you, Sandra.
Yeah, as soon as you can, please.
Hello. Yeah, sorry to interrupt. There's been a change of plans. My secretary didn't know. Mrs. Ingram won't need a taxi after all. Okay, well, I'm sorry about that, mate. Thanks, bye. It's all right. I've got things to talk over, Mrs. Ingram. I'll take it to Oakville.
And I'm not your secretary.
Don't I know it?
What are you doing?
Alec, what does it look like I'm doing?
But it looks like you're here out of duty, and it looks like you're not very far from death.
Sorry?
Well, don't need to be sorry. Just be sensible. Get yourself to bed. Rest yourself. We can manage without you for once.
I'm not poorly, Alec.
Look, Bet, we'll cover for you. There's no one in, hardly. And if we do get rushed, Alec will have to do his bit.
What is it about this place? I take on staff 5 minutes later, they're telling me when I'm to work. I do my bit, as you call it, every flaming minute of every flaming day.
Sorry I spoke.
Is the ladies clean?
Spotless.
Get some tonics up.
We've a shelf full.
Well, then polish the pumps.
Alec, we don't want polish out while we're serving. They'll keep till we shut. Can I help you?
One of these days, I'll get respect from my staff. Respect. One of these days, pigs will wear sequin frocks and sing Ave Maria. Bet. Bet, love.
Did he say something?
Will you just get yourself to bed?
Alec, I'm fit. I'm healthy. I've got something on my mind. I don't need locking up for that.
I'm not trying to lock you up. I just want you back to yourself. If you won't do it for you, do it for me, eh? Just relax. Take an hour. Put your feet up and have a fag.
You're good to me, aren't you, Tiger? All right, just for you.
You're welcome. After all, it does nought for trade being served by someone who looks like they're about to drop off a cliff.
Now, if you insist on a pink cap, I'll go home and get one.
What are you doing here? I'm waiting for a taxi.
No, you're not. This is your taxi, yours to command. We can't have you driving around in a larder from a hire firm, now can we?
I'm going to Oakfield, you know.
I know you're going to look at Thorngrove. On an expedition like that, I thought you'd need a bit of moral support, so here am I. Very supportive and totally moral. So what are you worried about?
Love, whatever it is, I think it needs talking about. Look, what I'm trying to say, lovey, is that, well, I'm here if you want me.
It's crazy, Betty. You'll think I'm crackers.
So what do you think?
Very impressive.
But not your style.
Not my style, but, well, I can see the attraction.
Peter had such plans for it. His Lord of the Manor instinct's coming out.
Nice garden.
A lot of work.
Hell of a lot of work. Do you like gardening, do you?
All right. Should we go inside?
Do you want me to come with you, or do you want to be alone?
Oh, I'd like you to. Be nice to see it through a fresh pair of eyes.
Were you getting a mortgage?
Quite a large one.
I see. And now you're thinking of selling the factory, paying cash for this, putting the rest in the bank, living on the interest.
It's a thought.
Not a bad one either.
Well, obviously it doesn't look much at the moment.
Well, you don't expect it to. But after you've been in here a couple of months, it will look beautiful.
Come through.
Ah. Dining room?
Probably.
Yeah, it's got potential.
Peter was thinking of moving the staircase. It would change the shape of the room, but in the end it'll make more space.
Ah.
And that can only be a good thing.
Yeah, if you need more space.
You don't think it's a good idea?
Jack, it's not for me. If you like the feel of the place, you go for it, hell for leather.
But it is a bad time to sell the factory.
Well, so what? You still have enough left over. Look, you've had a hard time. What's a few £1,000? Money is not important. Your happiness is.
Come and see the rest of the house.
Now then, Tiger. There's something I'm going to tell you. It's important. So, I want you to stay calm and just listen. Just till I've finished, all right?
How much is it going to cost?
It's got naught to do with money, Alec.
Well, you said it was important.
Alec. I want to tell you about my son.
Oh, I'll say one thing for you. Life's never dull with you around.
Right. Here we go. It was straight out of a Catherine Cookson novel. I was just 16, and there was this man called... Man? Lad he seems now. Then he seemed the most worldly wise man I'd ever met. Promised me the earth and got me into bed. Joe Mason. He was 28. Of course, as soon as he found out I was pregnant, nobody saw him for dust. My son was born October the 13th, 1956. I loved him, like any mother would. I wanted to keep him. But my dear mother wouldn't have him anywhere near the house, it being the 15th station of the cross. She said if I didn't have him adopted, I need never darken her doors again. I was only 16, Alec. I couldn't fight her. He was a pretty little thing at 6 weeks old, but he was gone from me before he could even smile.
Why haven't you told me this?
Aye, why? I was hoping it was done with, I suppose. Episode closed. And suddenly, we found ourselves married. And I still hadn't told you. I'm sorry, Alec.
What do you think I was going to do?
I wanted to. Not forget. But for it to be left where it belonged, in the past. That girl who went with Joe Mason, that wasn't me. She didn't think like me. She didn't behave like me. She didn't even look like me.
So why are you telling me now?
It's this business with Ivy.
What, the spiritualism business? What's that got to do with it?
Aye. Well, I've not finished yet. My son joined the army. And one night, when he was 19, he went out drinking with his mates. Coming home, there was a car crash. And he was killed. I'd called him Martin, Alec.
There was this model in middle and we all sat round to draw. It was just like being at school again. Had a right good time.
Was she naked then?
Was she, heck? That comes later. And then it's a fella. Do you know, I don't think I could cope with it. It might put me on my salmon tea. How much do you love?
95, please.
What were your drawing like, Phyllis?
Well, teacher said he'd remember it. He said it was different. Hey, you'd make a good model, you would.
Oh, thank you very much.
You haven't to be good looking her out like that. You just have to sit still.
5 pence change, thanks.
Darling, hey, it's a good job Percy didn't come.
Why?
Well, he'd have been eyeing out competition, wouldn't he?
Oh, what, this model, you mean?
No, students. Hey, kid, there was one there. She still had her own teeth, and her hair was 2 shades deeper than mine. I wouldn't have stood her looking, would I? Ta-ra, love.
Bye, Phyllis. So, how are you settling into your new work, Liz? Is it enjoyable?
Oh, yeah, the work's fine. And if I take deep breaths, I can even cope with Alec. 84 pence, please, Emma.
Right. No, I'll get it. You got it last time.
Oh, well, if you insist. Thank you.
So is, Alec very difficult to work for?
Well, there are worse things, I suppose, but compared with flood and pestilence, yeah, it's a worse thing.
Liz, you coping all right?
Yes, fine, thanks.
I'm sorry I had to leave you like that, but I was called away to vet.
Oh, of course, yeah, thanks.
Yes, can I help? Just excuse me a moment. Liz, would you mind serving?
Yes.
Afternoon, Don.
Hello. What can I do for you?
Well, I'm hoping you can do something. Look, let me get straight to the point, and I hope I'm not treading on any toes.
Oh, what is it?
Well, it's your wife and this spiritualism.
Oh, flipping heck. What's she done now?
Oh, well, there's nothing she's done, and I mean, don't get me wrong, I respect anybody's beliefs, but, can I square with you? I don't think she knows what trouble she's causing.
Hello. Is he there at the office then?
This is all very well, Jim, but where am I going to hang my washing?
Promise you, when I make my first million, I'll give you a tumble dryer.
I'm serious.
It's only temporary, love. I'm looking for a premises. In the meantime, gotta keep the gear stowed away, don't I? Pass us that level there, love, would you? Thanks.
I'm worried about the boys in all this, Jim.
Hey?
This bike business. They're going to get the idea that motorbikes are normal, and as soon as they're old enough, they'll be off out on them.
But bikes are normal, love. I mean, for a guy of his age, bikes are the most normal thing in the world. That's life. You can't stop life.
But you can, Jim. That's exactly what I'm talking about.
Oh, no, I'm sorry I couldn't get away for the life of me. Do you know we lost all batch through a machine error this morning? I know, I went looking for Baldwin, of course he's never here when you want
Ivy,
it.
this is important. I've had Alec talking to me.
Gilroy?
Yeah, about Bet.
Yeah, she come to see me this morning.
Yeah, I know. Did she say why?
Yes, love, she seems very interested. I think she's coming to Spiritualist Church with me tonight.
I doubt it.
Why?
Look, sit down a minute. You just don't realise the trouble you cause.
Now, look, Don, you can drop it. You've said your piece and that's enough. You are not my keeper.
I'm not trying to be. Just listen to the trouble your tittle-tattling's caused.
It is not tittle-tattling.
Are you listening? Look, when she was a kid, Bet had a son. Now, she called him Martin. She had him adopted. When he grew up, he was killed in a car crash. Now, Alec knew naught about this. Till you and your flaming nonsense have opened up heartache and agony that should have been dead and laid to rest long ago. Now, do you see what you've done?
So it weren't for Martin Platt, then? It were for Bet's Martin? That's it, Don. Bet is the Elizabeth.
Deirdre? Ken, I'm just in here for a few quiet moments. I don't need a row, and I don't need telling I should be looking after Tracy. She's at hockey practice.
Yeah, I know she's at hockey practice, and I'm certainly not looking for a row. In fact, tell you the truth, I was half hoping I'd find you here.
Why?
I'd like to buy you a drink.
I'm all right, honestly. I'm just going to have this one, and then I'm going to get back.
Well, can I join you?
Ken, I just want to be quiet.
Fine. I understand. But I would just like to say how much I appreciate what you said yesterday. It means a hell of a lot to me, a hell of a lot.
Well, I'm glad.
I mean, it's been a most horrible period. Divorce is a terrible, destructive thing. I felt, well, under sentence of death almost. And I think in a way Tracy has too. Well, we both have. So, thank you for changing your mind. That's all I want to say.
I haven't changed my mind.
What?
What do you think I said yesterday?
Well, that you reconsidered about the divorce.
I didn't say that. I said that if you moved out of the street and stopped harassing me, I wouldn't push for a divorce now. I'd wait for a 2-year separation.
What?
That is what I said.
You damn well didn't say that.
Well, I certainly didn't say I wasn't divorcing you. Why the hell would I? I am.
You've found a lot of good ways of putting the knife in recently. This could be your best yet.
Hello, Ken.
Well, you've been talking to him and all.
Drop it, Don, and I mean it.
Don, Come on, what are you having?
I'll have half a lager. Alec, is Bet in?
Yes, she is.
Do you think I could go through and see her?
Well, if you'll excuse me, I'll just fetch her out here.
You see, you don't trust you alone with her.
I only say what I hear. You accuse me of tittle-tattle again, and you'll know it.
Hi, Don.
Bet.
Are you all right, love?
OK, Ivy. It's been a bit of a shock, all this, to tell you the truth.
Do you know I never knew you had a son, Bet?
It's not something I've broadcast.
I bet you're pleased he's got in touch.
I can't think like that, Ivy.
Well, are you going to go to meeting tonight?
No.
But Bet, there's a possibility that he could come through again.
I never had a conversation with him when he was alive, Ivy. He didn't want to know me then. He's not going to want to know me 15 years after he's died.
But where's he come through now, then?
Well, it's you that says that, Ivy.
How can you say that? I didn't know anything about it. If you wanted proof of the truth, it's there, isn't it? There's Elizabeth, Martin, car crash, and I didn't even know you had a son.
I'm leaving well alone, Ivy.
You'll be left high and dry.
And that is the kind of thing I don't need. I let him down enough when he was alive. Please don't tell me I'm still doing it, Ivy.
Anyway, love, I think his message got through. Should be no secrets in marriage bed. Now he's got through to you. Alec knows. He's done that for you, love.
Right. Let's leave it at that then, shall we?
It's just a pity that you won't do something for him.
Jackie, I'm not trying to influence you in any way. I promise. It's a big decision for you. The only things you can trust in a case like this is your own instinct. Trust them. Now, it's the only advice I'm going to give you. Apart from... oh, no. I'm sorry.
No, go on.
No. I'm doing exactly what I said I wouldn't do.
No, please, Mike.
Well, I was thinking, if you do go ahead and buy Thorngrove, are you buying it for yourself or for Peter? I mean, it's a hell of a big place, isn't it, just for one?
Who says it's just for one?
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean...
It is just for one. Well, at least for the foreseeable. And yes, it is a big house. But that has occurred to me. The thing is, Peter loved it so much, I know he'd have bought it.
And what do your instincts say?
You know, we've been talking about me all day. Why don't we change the subject?
You're avoiding it.
I'm not. But I don't necessarily think that instincts are the best guide. I mean, look at your situation. Your instincts led you to a flat which is very much a single person's. I mean, it's very nice. But there are two people living in it. I assume you didn't expect that.
You have to take the rough for the smooth.
You mean Alma?
Well, Alma happened. Things do happen, you know. But you're right. Instinctively, I look for a small flat. I mean, it suits.
What about Alma?
What about Alma? She's fun. I like her. She's got her own flat. She's never given it up, and I've never asked her to. I think that should tell you all you need to know.